Chapter 765. Master, this is the Feng clan's young Miss Tian Wu. As for this person, he's the good friend I mentioned to you, Duan Lingtian. Su Li brought along Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu to arrive before the middle-aged man and introduced them. Duan Lingtian. After the middle-aged man's gaze flashed past Feng Tianwu, it locked onto Duan Lingtian. You're that Duan Lingtian that obtained the first in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition over half a year ago? Duan Lingtian greets senior. The middle-aged man was Su Li's master, so Duan Lingtian couldn't be disrespectful. Moreover, this middle-aged man before him was absolutely the strongest person besides his father and Qing Enyu that was by the side of the mysterious young woman, Han Xuanai. Qing Enyu wasn't a human martial artist, and her strength was restrained, causing Duan Lingtian to be completely unable to see through her. As for his father, he was completely unable to see through him. He's indeed a good seedling. After sizing up Duan Lingtian for a moment, the middle-aged man nodded. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly and spoke to Su Li before returning to his original seat with Feng Tianwu. Now, the gaze Zhao Weiyi shot at Duan Lingtian was completely different. Earlier, he'd finally recalled it when the middle-aged man reminded him. Not long ago, he'd heard of the final results of the martial competition held by the nearby few dynasties, and he had some understanding of the person that obtained the first position in the martial competition of those few dynasties. The person that obtained the first position in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition was a young man called Duan Lingtian. Supposedly, Duan Lingtian was a young man around the age of 25. Now, he'd completely confirmed it. The violet-clothed young man that sat before him was precisely that Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian? The third prince, Lu Hao, frowned and glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight fear. He'd heard of the person that obtained the first position in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition in the past. As for Hu Jun and the other young men and women, they'd heard the middle-aged man earlier and knew that Duan Lingtian was the first in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition. Instantly, their expressions became slightly unsightly. No wonder this young man's strength is so strong. It turns out he's the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Dark Han Dynasty. So, you're the Dark Han Dynasty's Duan Lingtian. Zhao Weiyi. Duan Lingtian's gaze was replaced Zhao Weiyi for the Lingtian Wu. Earlier, because he suspected that Duan Lingtian was a formidable demon, he was filled with fear towards Duan Lingtian, and he didn't dare arouse the slightest intention to go against Duan Lingtian. Now, after he found out about Duan Lingtian's true identity, his face sank slightly. Duan Lingtian, you've injured so many people of my Daming dynasty in my Zhao clan's Iceflame Pavilion. Shouldn't you give my Zhao clan an explanation? Give the Daming dynasty an explanation? After he found out about Duan Lingtian's identity, Zhao Weiyi instantly became overbearing. What? You're not afraid of me? Duan Lingtian raised his head slightly lazily and glanced indifferently at Zhao Weiyi as he spoke lazily. You. Zhao Weiyi's face sank. Earlier, because he suspected that Duan Lingtian was a demon, so besides being courteous to Duan Lingtian, he was even slightly afraid of Duan Lingtian. Now that he was exposed by Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but be slightly enraged from embarrassment. Duan Lingtian, I'll say it one more time. Today, you either give me an explanation or lie down. As he finished speaking, Zhao Weiyi's clothes fluttered without any wind, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Explanation? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Zhao Weiyi. What explanation do you want? Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to Hu Jun and the others. I'll make the decision to let this matter go. Zhao Weiyi spoke with a low voice. Kneel down. Kowtow 3 times. Duan Lingtian hadn't said anything when Feng Tianwu's expression had already gone grim, and she glared angrily at Zhao Weiyi. The members of the Zhao clan are really impressive. The expression of Su Li, who just sat down in the distance, went grim when he heard Zhao Weiyi, and he instantly stood up while his gaze that was like a sword stared at Zhao Weiyi's back. He can do what you can do as well. You might not be able to do what he can do. The robust middle-aged man that sat opposite Su Li spoke indifferently, and his voice wasn't loud, causing only Su Li to hear it clearly. Su Li laughed bitterly and sat down once more. He was naturally able to discern the meaning behind his master's words. It was none other than Master was saying that Duan Lingtian was able to deal with what he could deal with as well, whereas he might not be able to deal with what Duan Lingtian was able to deal with. Kid, did you hear what Big Brother Wei Yi said? Quickly kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Hu Jun took a step forward and acted like a fox, assuming the majesty of Duan Lingtian as he gestured at Duan Lingtian. Swish. At practically the instant Hu Jun finished speaking, a sword howl suddenly resounded out, and it only lasted for a brief moment. Ah! In the next moment, Hu Jun let out a shrill and miserable cry as his other hand was severed at the shoulder, causing blood to gush out like a pillar, and he was barely able to stop the bleeding with his origin energy after a short while. It was precisely Duan Lingtian who'd instantly struck out with his sword and severed Hu Jun's arm. Yet all of this didn't stop. Swish, 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 swish. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand struck out like a bolt of lightning, causing numerous sword lights to flash out and mince Hu Jun's severed arm that had fallen to the ground into pieces in a short moment, and it was utterly impossible to reattach it. You're so vicious. When he saw this scene, Hu Jun was angered to the point his face flickered between livid and ashen, and he wasn't able to catch his last breath before fainting directly. After he fainted, his wound didn't have origin energy to stop the bleeding, and it continued to gush out, dyeing the ground red with blood. Monkey. Hu Jun's companion hurriedly moved forward to stop the bleeding. For Hu Jun, you dare injure someone before me, Zhao Wei Yi? Zhao Wei Yi's expression was extremely gloomy as he took a stride forward, and in the next moment, he'd already arrived before Duan Lingtian. Bang! Terrifying origin energy instantly exploded out from his body, and the vast energy of the heavens and the earth caused space to shake before converging into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were the first to appear. First level of the void interpretation stage. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went grim when she saw this scene, and she cried out in shock. Whirlwind. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had already left his seat before Zhao Wei had the time to utilize his concept when Zhao Wei approached him, and he seemed to have transformed into a gale that flashed towards the distance. Everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, the sound of wind and thunder exploded out, and it was like thunder that reverberated in the ears. In the sky above him, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared. First, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 9 and 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 9th level of the void initiation stage. 9th level wind concept. 4th level lightning concept. At the same time, the milky white origin energy that skyrocketed on Zhao Wei's body instantly transformed into an expanse of fiery red, and it seemed to have formed a ball of real flames. Whoosh! In the sky, another 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared by the side of the 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, and they coiled down and were lifelike. The strength of 40 ancient horned dragons. Compared to the strength Duan Lingtian utilized to flee, it was an entire strength of 5 ancient horned dragons. The concept you've comprehended isn't bad. But unfortunately, you're only at the 9th level of the void initiation stage and aren't a match for me. Zhao Wei's entire body was enveloped in flames, and he was like a god of fire as he stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and said slowly, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down, kowtow 3 times, and cripple one of your own arms and legs. Out of consideration that the Dark Han dynasty can be considered to be a neighbor of our Darming dynasty, I'll spare your life. Zhao Wei finished speaking in a single breath. Based on your tone, you seem to be confident in defeating me. Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest as he met Zhao Wei's gaze. I know you know that only special demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent are capable of executing spiritual force soul skills. But I want to tell you that I'm a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and my spiritual force is stronger than yours. Your soul skill is completely useless against me, Zhao Wei sneered. Soul skill? Zhao Wei's words caused everyone besides himself and Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned. Soul skill? The robust middle-aged man looked at Su Li and asked. This Duan Lingtian knows soul skills? I'm not too sure as well. Su Li shook his head, and then he said, but Duan Lingtian does indeed possess an extremely terrifying ability that's capable of affecting a person and causing that person to seem as if he's possessed. Many people call that ability of his as a demonic technique. Could it be that he really knows soul skills? The robust middle-aged man's brows raised, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian with interest, and his eyes faintly contained slight anticipation. A human martial artist that hadn't attained the realm of Emperor Wu was capable of executing a spiritual force ability like a soul skill, and it was truly unbelievable. He wanted to know if Duan Lingtian was really capable of executing spiritual force abilities. Looks like you have a rather good understanding of soul skills. When facing Zhao Weiyi, who revealed a cultivation at the first level of the void interpretation stage, Duan Lingtian's expression still remained calm as he spoke indifferently. Zhao Weiyi revealed a complacent expression and had an expression of "I'll definitely defeat you. But since you said my soul skill is useless against you, then feel free to give it a try." Duan Lingtian continued. The complacent smile on Zhao Weiyi's face instantly froze, and his eyes seemed as if they could shoot out flames. "Since it's like this, then I'll fulfill your wish. The number one figure in the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty will perish here today." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Weiyi moved, and he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Right at the instant Zhao Weiyi's figure moved, a dim light flashed into appearance in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. His spiritual force that he'd accumulated strength since long ago instantly fused into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and he directly executed the soul skill that belonged to him. Thousand Illusions. Instantly, an illusory space appeared and directly enveloped Zhao Weiyi within it. In the next moment, everyone on the 9th floor was stunned. They saw Zhao Weiyi, who originally charged over menacingly, had actually strangely turned around when he was about to approach Duan Lingtian, and he flashed to the side and attacked the air. Presently, in the eyes of others, he seemed as if he'd gone mad. "Master, this is Duan Lingtian's ability," Su Li said. "If they aren't acting, perhaps this Duan Lingtian really knows soul skills." Chapter 766. Big Brother Weiyi. Young Master Weiyi. Instantly, the group of young men and young women shouted out loudly with the intention of waking up Zhao Weiyi, who seemed to be possessed. But unfortunately, no matter how they shouted or condensed their origin energy into voice transmissions, Zhao Weiyi was still attacking the air by himself, and he remained indifferent towards everything in his surroundings. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and watched coldly. This Zhao Weiyi actually thought that his spiritual force was similar to his cultivation and was only at the 9th level of the void initiation stage. He was truly naive. After all, his current spiritual force had already attained the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. Not to mention Zhao Weiyi, who possessed a 1st-level void interpretation stage spiritual force. Even if it was a 2nd-level void interpretation stage martial artist, so long as the martial artist wasn't an inscription master, then once the martial artist fell into the illusory space created by his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, it would be utterly impossible for the martial artist to leave the illusory space unless the martial artist took the initiative to stop. It's time to end this. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he moved behind Zhao Weiyi with a thought. Bang! Duan Lingtian pushed out with his palm, and it descended onto Zhao Weiyi's back before vast origin energy gushed into it, causing the origin energy in Zhao Weiyi's body to disperse and injure him. Zhao Weiyi's body shook as he let out a muffled groan before flying out like an arrow that left the bow, and he fell onto the ground in a sorry state as blood sprayed out violently from his mouth. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian withdrew his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, causing the illusory space to disperse along with this. After Zhao Weiyi left the illusory space, his face went grim as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was completely unharmed. "No. Impossible. You're only a 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist, and your spiritual force ought to be only at the 9th level of the void initiation stage. How could your soul skill possibly affect me? You still want to try?" Duan Lingtian stared at Zhao Weiyi with a calm gaze as he spoke indifferently. Zhao Weiyi's face froze when he heard this, and his eyes flickered with fear. After he found it impossible to escape the effect of Duan Lingtian's soul skill, he knew that he wasn't a match for Duan Lingtian, at least not now. At this moment, he still couldn't figure out why Duan Lingtian's soul skill was effective against him. Could it be that Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy had already reached the void interpretation stage? Now that he thought about it, this was the only possibility. I admit, I'm no match for you. However, do you think that you'll be able to leave the Ice Flame Pavilion in one piece if you can defeat me? Zhao Weiyi sneered. Right at this moment, an old man slowly walked out from a room on the 9th floor. The old man was dressed in grey and had a thin figure. His face was cold and emotionless, as if he was a living dead. The grey-clothed old man had come out from the inner room. Even though there was only a single room on the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, it was divided into the outer room and inner room. So long as Zhao Weiyi came to the Ice Flame Pavilion, he would usually stay in the outer room. Within the inner room was an expert of the Zhao clan that was guarding the experts of the Ice Flame Pavilion. Elder Kuan. After the grey-robed old man came out, Zhao Weiyi bowed respectfully to him. Elder Kuan. The other young men and young women had perturbed expressions as they looked at the old man that walked over slowly. They possessed extraordinary backgrounds and had heard of the deeds of this old man. Not only was this old man one of the 2 strongest people in the Zhao clan, he killed without batting an eyelid, and there were at least 800 people that had died at his hands. The old man nodded to Zhao Weiyi, and as for the others, he directly disregarded them. In next to no time, he stood before Zhao Weiyi, and his muddy eyes abruptly shot out a sharp bright light that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Second young master, how do you think we should deal with him? The old man asked. His words were obviously spoken to Zhao Weiyi. Zhao Weiyi stared coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian when he heard this, and then he said with a low voice, Elder Kuan, kill him. As far as he was concerned, so long as Duan Lingtian was dead, then he would have one less opponent that was stronger than him in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties a few months from now. Yes. The old man nodded lightly as his eyes flickered with bright lights that instantly suffused them with ghastly killing intent. Whoosh. Along with the grey robe on the old man's body flashing, the energy of the heavens and the earth gradually roiled, and when a layer of origin energy barrier appeared on his entire body, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared in the sky above him. 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes instantly appeared with a vast impetus. Void transformation stage expert. The faces of Feng Tianwu and Su Li went grim. Subsequently, Feng Tianwu's hand shook, and a jade pearl appeared in her hand. The pearl looked to be simple and unadorned, yet Feng Tianwu had obviously taken it out at this moment. However, when Feng Tianwu's finger moved slightly with the intention of crushing the pearl, a voice transmission entered into her ears, causing her to be stunned for a moment before putting away the pearl. This pearl was a pearl that was inscribed with a detection inscription. So long as she crushed it, her father, Feng Wudao, would notice at the first possible moment and rush over with the fastest speed possible. It was precisely because of the existence of this pearl that her father felt at ease and allowed her to come here with Duan Lingtian. Kid, with Elder Kuan making a move, you're dead. You even dare touch young Master Wei Yi, you're truly courting death. The gazes the group of young men and young women looked at Duan Lingtian were as if they were looking at a dead man. Kid, remember this. The person that's going to kill you is me, Zhao Kuan. The old man sneered as he abruptly took a stride forward. With a raise of his hand, vast origin energy swept out, and a material palm print instantly appeared before vanishing before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Of course, it didn't truly vanish, but its speed was swift to the point that Duan Lingtian was unable to capture it with his eyes. At practically the exact same moment, Duan Lingtian felt a terrifying gale approach head-on, and it grew closer and closer, as if it would blast onto him in an instant. But even then, Duan Lingtian still had a calm expression, and he was fearless. Swish. Suddenly, a sword howl sounded out, and it only appeared briefly. In the next moment, an explosion sounded out in the air, and the material palm print that the old man condensed was directly crushed. Who is it? The old man's face went grim as his gaze swept towards the robust middle-aged man that sat at the nearby table. Swish. Another sword howl sounded out, and it only appeared briefly. 8. The expressions of the group of young men and young women went grim as they cried out in terror, and their constricted pupils stared blankly at the old man. Elder Kuan. Zhao Weiyi cried out sorrowfully. What a swift sword. As he looked at the bloody hole that appeared on the old man's throat, Duan Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine, as he'd only heard the sword howl that appeared briefly, and he'd entirely not captured the trace of the sword. Bang! The old man's corpse fell to the ground, and blood gushed out from his throat like a pillar and flowed out like a small stream. When the gazes of everyone, including Duan Lingtian, descended onto the robust middle-aged man, who was also Su Li's master. From the beginning until the end, Su Li's master hadn't spared a glance at the old man's corpse. A void transformation stage martial artist from a mere dynasty dares to shout at my master. Damn it! Su Li glanced coldly at the old man's corpse as he spoke indifferently. Thank you, senior. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian smiled lightly as he thanked the robust middle-aged man. Earlier, it was precisely because he noticed the aura of the robust middle-aged man had locked onto the old man that he stopped Feng Tianwu from crushing the pearl that had a detection inscription inscribed on it and didn't take out one of the 2 talismans his father left behind. The robust middle-aged man was an expert from a power of the foreign lands, and it was extremely easy for him to deal with the old man. But never had he imagined that the robust middle-aged man would directly kill the old man. Everyone says that those formidable sword cultivators are extremely ruthless. Today, I can be considered to have witnessed it. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. There's no need to thank me. You're Su Li's friend, so you're naturally my junior. As a senior, protecting a junior is a matter of course. The robust middle-aged man waved his hand and spoke indifferently. Presently, even though Zhao Weiyi stared hatefully at the robust middle-aged man, he could only forcefully endure it and not dare make a sound. He believed that if the robust middle-aged man intended to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. So for the sake of survival, he could only endure it. Moreover, the robust middle-aged man was able to instantly annihilate one of the 2 strongest void transformation stage experts of their Zhao clan, and it indicated that the robust middle-aged man entirely possessed the strength to annihilate their Zhao clan. If they went head-on against such an expert, then their Zhao clan would lose for sure. Duan Lingtian. All of this is because of you. Our Zhao clan is unable to take revenge on him, yet will surely burn your bones and scatter your ashes before tearing your corpse into pieces. Zhao Weiyi's gaze that was filled with extreme hatred moved onto Duan Lingtian, and he secretly swore in his heart. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Zhao Weiyi's gaze, yet he utterly didn't care. After a short moment, the robust middle-aged man put down the wine cup in his hand and stood up before walking towards the stairway that led to the 8th floor with large strides, and he intended to leave. At the same time that Su Li stood up and followed closely behind the robust middle-aged man, he didn't forget to greet Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, my master and I are leaving first. See you during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Duan Lingtian replied with a light smile, and at the same time, he looked at the robust middle-aged man. Senior, take care. At the same time that Zhao Weiyi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the robust middle-aged man leave, he decided in his heart. So long as the robust young man left, he would return to the Zhao clan. No matter what, Duan Lingtian must die. Elder Kuan's death had to be paid with Duan Lingtian's blood. But in next to no time, his expression couldn't help but go grim. The robust middle-aged man slowly turned around and casually glanced at Zhao Weiyi before he said indifferently, if I don't see Duan Lingtian during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, I'll come to the capital of the Daming dynasty again after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and annihilate the entire Zhao clan. After he finished speaking these extremely overbearing words, the robust middle-aged man brought Su Li along and left. Thank you, senior. Duan Lingtian started smiling. He knew that not only would the Zhao clan not dare take revenge on him after Su Li's master left behind these words, the Zhao clan would even protect him. Otherwise, once something happened to him before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began, the Zhao clan would be doomed eternally. Tian Wu, let's go back as well. After Su Li and his master left, Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu before swaggering out of the 9th floor and vanishing before the eyes of Zhao Weiyi and the others. Zhao Weiyi was angered to the point his body trembled intensely, and he was furious to the limit, yet he was helpless. Wow. Chapter 767. When Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu walked out of the Iceflame Pavilion, they'd already lost sight of Su Li and his master. I truly never imagined that we would be able to encounter Su Li here today. Feng Tianwu smiled. Yeah, I never imagined it as well. Duan Lingtian nodded, and he was surprised as well. After that, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Even more unexpected to me is that I'm actually able to drink wines like the Blazer wine, Glaze wine, Blood Charm, and Blue Longing in a mere capital of the Daming dynasty. Looks like because the Daming dynasty is adjacent to the foreign lands, besides the prevailing trend of martial arts, there are many things that other dynasties don't have. Elder brother Duan, do you think the Zhao clan will send someone to protect you? When she recalled the scene from before, Feng Tianwu couldn't help but laugh. Duan Lingtian laughed as well. But I truly never imagined that one of the two most outstanding people in the younger generation of the Daming dynasty, Zhao Weiyi, is actually already a void interpretation stage martial artist. Feng Tianwu sighed. Supposedly, the strength of the Daming dynasty's crown prince surpasses Zhao Weiyi. I presume that the Daming dynasty's crown prince ought to be in existence at the void interpretation stage or above. After the two of them returned to the inn, they rested for another 2 days before continuing on their journey. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 left the capital of the Daming dynasty and arrived at the place they'd split up with the azure-eyed eagle that day, and the azure-eyed eagle was already waiting there. After the 3 of them descended onto the back of the azure-eyed eagle, the azure-eyed eagle flapped its wings and seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that instantly vanished on the spot. Its target was the ancient desert city in the northern desert. That place was precisely the place the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held. On the way, Duan Lingtian held the wind concept fragment in his hand and comprehended wind concept with great concentration. Presently, he was only a step away from comprehending first-level intermediate wind concept. Once his concept attained it, his cultivation would instantly break through to the void interpretation stage in one go. Time flew by. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the back of the azure-eyed eagle like a statue, finally moved. On Duan Lingtian's body, wisps of solid green energy were about to burst out, and finally wrapped around his body, as if they were forming wisps of clear wind that were pulsating rhythmically. Suddenly, origin energy surged from Duan Lingtian's body and merged with the green energy to form a real wind. The wind did not blow in all directions. Instead, it swirled around Duan Lingtian's body and spun faster and faster. In the end, it almost formed a tornado. At first, the tornado was inconspicuous. However, after 3 days and 3 nights, it caused the airflow in the air to rapidly rotate. It was as if it had formed a whirlpool that was constantly rotating. Elder brother Duan. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu was jolted awake from her cultivation, and she was jolted awake by the tornado on Duan Lingtian's body. Father, what's wrong with elder brother Duan? Feng Tianwu looked at Feng Wu Dao who sat nearby and asked with a worried expression. Don't worry, it's a good thing. He's about to break through. How shocking was Feng Wu Dao's discerning ability. He'd long since seen through the changes that occurred on Duan Lingtian's body, and it was the 9th level elementary wind concept completing its final transformation. Once the transformation was successful, a pheasant would transform into a phoenix, and the elementary wind concept would transform into intermediate wind concept. At that time, Duan Lingtian's cultivation would advance a step further, and he would break through to the void interpretation stage in one go. Breakthrough? Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes lit up as a smile appeared on her beautiful face, and she felt happy for Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, the tornado formed around Duan Lingtian's body revolved faster and faster, and in the end, it even caused the origin energy light barrier of the azure-eyed eagle to shake as if it would tear it apart at any moment. Qing, withdraw your origin energy light barrier. Allow him to stay outside. Feng Wu Dao said to the azure-eyed eagle. The azure-eyed eagle nodded lightly, and the origin energy light barrier instantly withdrew to only protect Feng Wu Dao and his daughter. As for Duan Lingtian, he was completely outside, and he welcomed the waves of piercingly cold strong winds that assaulted his face. But these strong winds hadn't even approached Duan Lingtian when they were completely minced into pieces by the tornado around him, and Duan Lingtian was safe and sound within the tornado. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's entire body and mind were immersed in the comprehension of wind concept, and he himself didn't know how long had passed. He only knew that he wanted to comprehend intermediate wind concept a step further. Unknowingly, he'd touched the threshold of intermediate wind concept, and he was only a step away in the end. Yet it was precisely this step that stumped him. At the beginning, no matter how hard he tried, it was useless, and he gradually couldn't help but be slightly discouraged. But later on, when he was disappointed to the point of wanting to give up, he was instead unintentionally successful, and it allowed him to take that final step. Bang! When he took this final step, Duan Lingtian felt as if he'd been enlightened, and waves of refreshing wind fused into his body from the pores on his entire body. After all the wind fused into his body, with a single thought of his, waves of awe-inspiring azure-colored strong winds arose around his entire body once more. Presently, even if he didn't utilize his origin energy, his wind concept wasn't much different from ordinary wind. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within. After he opened his eyes, the first thing Duan Lingtian did was to raise his head to look at the sky above him. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth had already condensed into form there. Numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes were gathered there, and they dashed out with extremely swift speeds along with him. A total of 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. First level intermediate wind concept. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He knew that he'd succeeded and smoothly comprehended intermediate wind concept, which was also commonly known as void interpretation concept. Comprehending void interpretation concept meant that he'd obtained the pass to enter the void interpretation stage. Elder brother Duan, congratulations. Feng Tianwu smiled as she congratulated Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile, and then he couldn't help but ask, "How long has it been now? We've already left the capital of the Daming dynasty for 2 months. We'll be able to enter the northern desert very soon." Feng Tianwu spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and he looked down below for a moment, yet he noticed that everything that entered his eyes was grey and hazy, and because there was no sunlight, his line of sight was completely obstructed by the clouds and mist. Duan Lingtian nodded, and after he nodded to indicate to Feng Wudao, he closed his eyes once more, and the first level intermediate wind concept on his body was restrained along with this. The scene before her eyes caused Feng Tianwu to be slightly puzzled. Hasn't elder brother Duan already broken through in his wind concept? Why has he closed his eyes again? Could it be? Seeming to have thought of something, Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes squinted. Elder brother Duan wants to directly charge into the first level of the void interpretation stage? Feng Tianwu never imagined that Duan Lingtian's ambition would be so great. For a time, at the same time that she exclaimed with admiration, she felt a shapeless force that seemed to be urging her to quickly work hard in her cultivation. Instantly, Feng Tianwu sat down cross-legged before starting to cultivate and comprehend fire concept. Unknowingly, Feng Tianwu's body was suffused with origin energy, and when combined with fire concept, it actually transformed into material flames that were like real flames. If Duan Lingtian saw this scene, he would surely be greatly shocked. Because the fire concept Feng Tianwu executed now wasn't an ordinary elementary fire concept. Presently, her fire concept could already be material, and it also meant that she wasn't far away from first-level intermediate fire concept. She would be able to officially comprehend intermediate fire concept at any moment. Once that time arrived, Feng Tianwu's cultivation would advance a step further and attain the void interpretation stage. Feng Wudao stood at the side, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian from the beginning until the end. At this moment, he faintly sensed that the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body actually showed signs of breaking through. This kid Lingtian is truly surprising. He has just comprehended void interpretation concept and is about to break through to the void interpretation stage. Presently, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in his cultivation, and the origin energy in his body was increasing at an extremely swift speed. Because he'd comprehended void interpretation concept, his origin energy that had already arrived at the limit of the 9th level of the void initiation stage was already able to increase once more. I'll rely on the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to charge through the bottleneck in one go and break through to the void interpretation stage. With a command in Duan Lingtian's heart, his origin energy started to guide the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill that was accumulated in his body to assist his origin energy to advance a step further. At every moment, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly sense the origin energy in his body strengthening ceaselessly. A day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. The 5th day. Bang! Under the guidance of his origin energy and the extremely overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body had finally smoothly charged through the final bottleneck of the 9th level of the void initiation stage. After the bottleneck was charged through, the origin energy flowed throughout his body and underwent a transformation with an extremely swift speed. Not long after, the origin energy had completely transformed. After the origin energy within Duan Lingtian's dantian transformed, the infant-shaped mist condensed from his origin energy became even more material, and it wasn't as illusory as it was before. This is the void interpretation stage? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and lightly clenched his fists. Instantly, origin energy flowed through his body and coiled around his entire body for a short moment. The energy of the heavens and the earth roiled as an unexpected change occurred abruptly in the sky above Duan Lingtian. Numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes swiftly condensed into form and converged together with a vast impetus. There was a total of 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Merely origin energy was comparable to the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons when utilized, and it was precisely the symbol of the first level of the void interpretation stage. I've broken through. Duan Lingtian started laughing extremely brilliantly. Originally, in his expectations, it would be not bad if he was able to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, yet he never imagined that he would be able to break through an entire 2 months in advance. Perhaps I'll be able to rely on the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to charge into the second level of the void interpretation stage during these 2 months of time. Chapter 768. Kid, you're really surprising. You've only comprehended void interpretation concept for 5 days, yet you've already smoothly broken through to the void interpretation stage. Such an advancement is sufficient to cause any 9th level void initiation stage martial artist to feel embarrassed. Feng Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian grinned modestly, and he wasn't surprised that he was able to break through to the void interpretation stage so quickly. Not to mention his origin energy had already arrived at the limit of the 9th level of the void initiation stage. Just the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill that was accumulated within his body was sufficient to allow him to swiftly break through to the void interpretation stage. The medicinal strength of the rebirth pill wasn't a joke. Almost 2 months of time. My target is the second level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes once more and continued cultivating. Even though he could rely on concept fragments to comprehend concept as he cultivated, he didn't do so. Because he needed to concentrate on the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. The 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique was called the Sword Dragon form. Besides being able to improve his cultivation at the void interpretation stage, the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Sword Dragon form, was also able to help him swiftly comprehend sword concept. It wasn't just that. The Sword Dragon form also carried a high-grade heaven rank martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. The 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was a martial skill that used sword concept as its foundation. My wind concept is already at the void interpretation stage now, and it satisfies the conditions to execute a heaven rank martial skill. But this 9 Dragons Radiant Flash requires sword concept as its foundation to be able to be executed. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. I at least have to comprehend first-level elementary sword concept. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian didn't think any further and started cultivating according to the mental cultivation method of the Sword Dragon form, and he quickly immersed his entire body and mind into it. The 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Sword Dragon form, was able to improve one's cultivation while comprehending sword force and even sword concept. Of course, he could only comprehend up to the first level of elementary sword concept, and he still had to rely on himself to comprehend the rest. In this way, before I comprehend first-level elementary sword concept, I can't divert my attention to comprehend other concepts with concept fragments. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Now, he only hoped that he would be able to comprehend first-level elementary sword concept as soon as possible while improving his cultivation. After he broke through to the void interpretation stage, Duan Lingtian continued to cultivate, and he quickly familiarized himself with the mental cultivation method of the seventh form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form, allowing his cultivation to be on the right track. By the time he woke up from his cultivation, half a month had already passed. The sun rose high in the sky and shone down on the earth. The sunlight enveloped Duan Lingtian's body, causing the Duan Lingtian to squint his eyes. This is the northern desert. Duan Lingtian looked down at the boundless earth beneath the azure-eyed eagle. This expanse of earth was an expanse of desolate plains and hills, and it was desolate and uninhabited to the point he couldn't see the end of it. Yes. Feng Wu Dao replied. Uncle Feng, have you been here before? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I've been here once. Feng Wu Dao nodded. The furthest place I've been to was the ancient desert city in the northern desert. The ancient desert city is also the city in the foreign lands that's closest to our various dynasties. Duan Lingtian nodded with sudden understanding. Swoosh. Suddenly, an ear-piercing howl of the wind sounded out from behind, and it entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from turning around to look. There was an extremely swift flying demon beast heading towards this direction, and there were two figures faintly visible on the back of the flying demon beast. The flying demon beast flew at full speed, and its speed wasn't inferior to the azure-eyed eagle. Coupled with it utilizing void interpretation concept, it quickly closed the distance between it and the azure-eyed eagle. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian saw the appearance of the flying demon beast clearly, and it was an extremely ugly flying demon beast that seemed like a vulture. 7th level void interpretation stage demon beast. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force easily detected the cultivation of this vulture demon beast. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but search through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and he quickly found records related to this type of vulture demon beast. Lightning vulture, a void interpretation stage demon beast that's even more formidable than the azure-eyed eagle. It's one of the top figures in the lightning vulture clan, and it's in existence at the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. It's even to the extent that a demon had once appeared in the lightning vulture clan. After he found out about the lightning vulture, Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. Swoosh. Meanwhile, the lightning vulture approached the azure-eyed eagle, and in a short moment, it was parallel to the azure-eyed eagle. The two figures on the lightning vulture were clearly reflected in Duan Lingtian's eyes. A young man around the age of 30 that wore a jade-green robe, had slanted brows, starry eyes, a handsome appearance, and a graceful bearing. However, at this moment, his face contained slight anxiousness mixed within. Whereas beside the young man stood a young girl around the age of 15 or 16. The young girl had an appearance that was like carved jade, and she tightly grabbed onto the young man's sleeve as her watery eyes revealed an expression of terror. Right when Duan Lingtian was curious why these two people would have such expressions, another ear-piercing howl of the wind assaulted from behind Duan Lingtian. Another flying demon beast appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The speed of this flying demon beast was swift like a bolt of lightning, and it was much swifter than the azure-eyed eagle and the lightning vulture. Swoosh. After a short moment, this flying demon beast passed by the azure-eyed eagle and chased after the lightning vulture that had already flown far ahead of the azure-eyed eagle. Another lightning vulture. Duan Lingtian clearly saw the appearance of this flying demon beast, and it was a demon beast that was exactly similar to the lightning vulture from before. But, its body was even larger, and the pressure it brought to others was much heavier than the previous one. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and detected the ability of this lightning vulture at the first possible moment. 9th level void interpretation stage demon beast. After he detected the ability of this lightning vulture, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted instantly. Even if it was in the lightning vulture clan, a 9th level void interpretation stage lightning vulture could be considered to be an extremely rare top figure, and he never imagined that he would encounter one. A black-robed person stood on the lightning vulture, and this black-robed person's entire body was enveloped in a loose black robe, causing it to be utterly impossible to see his appearance clearly. Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out with the intention of detecting the ability of this black-robed person. But his spiritual force hadn't even approached when it seemed as if it had pierced into a ball of cotton, and it had no place to exert force. Your spiritual force isn't bad at such a young age. Right at this moment, an exceedingly hoarse voice suddenly sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it revealed a trace of gloominess. Obviously, it was the voice of the black-robed person. Based on the voice, it was an old man. Instantly, Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat from fright. He was practically able to confirm that this black-robed person was in existence at the void transformation stage or above. During this half a year of time, besides this black-robed person, he'd already successively encountered 2 void transformation stage experts. The first was the Dark Han dynasty's imperial families by Nan Xiong, and the second was the Daming Kingdom's Zhao clan's Zhao Kuan. The 2 void transformation stage experts had 2 things in common. Firstly, both of them were existences at the first level of the void transformation stage. Secondly, both of them were dead. The former was killed by the miraculous talisman left behind by his father, Duan Rufeng, whereas the latter was killed by Su Li's master. We've arrived at the northern desert. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was Feng Tianwu who'd awoken from her cultivation. Elder brother Duan, you've awoken. Feng Tianwu lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian, and in next to no time, she noticed the 2 demon beasts ahead that were approaching closer and closer. What's that? Right at this moment, the 2 lightning vultures ahead had stopped. It was the black-robed person behind them that was controlling the 9th-level void interpretation stage lightning vulture, and he'd easily stopped the 7th-level void interpretation stage lightning vulture. The 2 lightning vultures stood in confrontation with each other. On the other hand, the azure-eyed eagle Duan Lingtian's group of 3 instead approached the 2 lightning vultures that were in confrontation. Third Lu, do you really want to annihilate us siblings? The young man that stood on the 7th-level void interpretation stage lightning vulture spoke to the black-robed person, and it clearly entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Second young master, I'm only acting under orders, please don't blame me. The eldest young master said that his heart would be unable to be at ease if you don't die. The black-robed person's hoarse voice sounded out. That bastard. The young man was extremely furious, yet he was helpless, and he said with a low voice, You can kill me. But I hope you can let Ping Er off, she's innocent. Second brother, I won't leave you behind. If we're going to die, then we'll die together. Although the young woman by the young man's side had terror mixed within her eyes, her expression was extremely firm, and she was fearless at such a young age. Second young master, I'm sorry. The eldest young master said that you and the 7th young miss have to die. The black-robed person continued speaking, and the clothes on his body fluttered with the wind. But the black-robed person didn't make a move for now, because his gaze descended onto the azure-eyed eagle that was coming closer and closer to him. More precisely speaking, it descended onto Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Even though Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu felt that the pair of brother and sister were extremely pitiful and even aroused pity in their hearts, they didn't dare act rashly. That black-robed person was obviously an extremely terrifying expert, and even Feng Wudao might not be able to go against him. It was fine if they didn't interfere. Once they interfered, they might even pay with their lives. There was no need for them to take a risk for 2 strangers. Of course, perhaps Duan Lingtian would be able to kill this black-robed man if he utilized the talisman his father gave him, but he only had 2 talismans left in his possession, and 1 less talisman would be equivalent to 1 less life in the future. He wasn't generous to the point of being willing to utilize such a precious talisman for 2 strangers. But unfortunately, sometimes, things might not go as they wished. Stop! The black-robed person shouted out in a low voice, and a terrifying imposing aura swept out to instantly envelop the azure-eyed eagle, causing it to stop. Chapter 769. The azure-eyed eagle didn't dare move rashly when it was enveloped by the imposing aura of a void transformation stage expert, and it stood on the spot as it flapped its wings and asked with a low voice. Lord, do you need something? All of you stay behind. The black-robed man's hoarse voice sounded out, and subsequently, he abruptly raised his hand as origin energy condensed into form in the sky to transform into 4 arrows that flashed directly towards the azure-eyed eagle and Duan Lingtian's group of 3 that stood on the back of the azure-eyed eagle. The 4 arrows had only just appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu when they completely vanished from their field of vision in the next moment. Too swift. Swish. 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 4 piercing howls that appeared briefly were like muffled thunderclaps that exploded in the ears of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, and it caused them to be unable to refrain from going pale. A talisman had even appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, and he accumulated force while waiting to be deployed. Whoosh! Feng Wudao took a stride forward to stand before Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, and with a raise of his hand, vast origin energy swept out along with his sleeve to easily stop the 4 arrows. Void transformation stage? The black-robed man originally thought that he would be able to annihilate the 3 people and beast before him with a raise of his hand, yet he completely never imagined that there was actually an existence at the void transformation stage amongst the 3 of them. It seems that I've misjudged. The 4 of you can leave now. The black-robed man looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and the azure-eyed eagle as he spoke slowly. At the same time, the imposing aura that enveloped the azure-eyed eagle was restrained. It's easier to invite the devil in than to send the devil away. Could it be that you haven't heard of this? Feng Wudao spoke indifferently. What? Could it be that you want to fight me? If I'm not wrong, you ought to be a top martial artist from the few dynasties in the south, right? According to my knowledge, the strongest martial artist in those few dynasties is only at the 2nd level of the void transformation stage. As the black-robed man spoke, the origin energy on his body pulsated. In the next moment, 400 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him, and they coiled down while accumulating force and waiting to attack. 3rd level void transformation stage expert? Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's pupils shrank. Just his origin energy alone was comparable to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons, and it was the symbol of the 3rd level of the void transformation stage. If you leave now, I'll pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, all of you will have to stay here. The black-robed man said slowly after revealing his cultivation base at the 3rd level void transformation stage. The 3rd level of the void transformation stage? Unexpectedly, after Feng Wudao saw the cultivation displayed by the black-robed man, his eyes that were originally calm lit up, and monstrous battle intent arose from his body. Whoosh! In the next moment, Feng Wudao stepped out in the sky with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow, and in the blink of an eye, he'd arrived nearby the lightning vulture beneath the black-robed man's feet. Whoosh! The sound of a sword whistling could be heard for a brief moment. In the next moment, the pupils of Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and the brother and sister on the other lightning vulture instantly constricted. The lightning vulture that was originally controlled by the black-robed man was split into 2. A 9th level void interpretation stage demon beast was instantly killed by a single sword strike from Feng Wudao. As for the black-robed man, he'd already left the lightning vulture when Feng Wudao attacked, and he stood at an even higher place in the sky as he looked down at Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao stood proudly as the sword condensed from origin energy in his hand gradually vanished. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that had just condensed into form, the 400 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, slowly vanished without a trace. Uncle Feng is a 3rd level void transformation stage expert as well. Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he saw this scene. Even though he'd guessed since long ago that Feng Wudao might be a void transformation stage expert, yet he'd never imagined that Feng Wudao would be a 3rd level void transformation stage expert. Such strength was much stronger than the Dark Han dynasty's imperial families by Nan Xiong that he'd killed with a talisman. The number 1 expert of the Dark Han dynasty ought to be this Uncle Feng of his. If I knew earlier that Uncle Feng's strength was so strong, I would have brought Uncle Feng along when I went to the Flying Rainbow sect that day. In that way, I would have been able to save a talisman. After his surprise, the first thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind was this. When he recalled the talisman he'd used that day, he was slightly unable to let it go. That was his life-saving talisman. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Feng Qianwu's beautiful face was filled with surprise as well, and he instantly realized that Feng Qianwu didn't know of Feng Wu Dao's cultivation beforehand as well. You aren't from those dynasties as well? After he saw the cultivation Feng Wu Dao revealed, the black-robed man's hoarse voice faintly contained slight fear. But unfortunately, Feng Wu Dao utterly paid no attention to him and instantly vanished before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, and when he appeared once more, he was already nearby the black-robed man. Swish! The brief sword howl sounded out once more, and Duan Lingtian noticed that the black-robed man had vanished before their eyes as well. Feng Wu Dao and the black-robed man were both existences at the third level of the void transformation stage. Once they moved, with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, he was utterly unable to catch their movements. Duan Lingtian was slightly dispirited when he saw he was unable to catch sight of anything. Swish, 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 swish. In the sky, piercing howls that appeared briefly rose and fell. Of course, these piercing howls weren't only caused by the 3-foot-long blade in Feng Wu Dao's hand, as when the black-robed man attacked, he'd taken out a bow and arrow as well. A bow that wasn't inferior to the grade 3 spirit sword in Feng Wu Dao's hand. Besides that, the arrow used by the black-robed man was a grade 3 spirit weapon as well, and because it was inscribed with a special inscription formation, every time the arrow was shot out, it would return to his hand at the first possible moment to allow him to shoot the next arrow. The black-robed man was the first martial artist Duan Lingtian had seen that used a bow and arrow against his enemies, and this sort of weapon that very few people would use was at his fingertips, and its might was extremely terrifying. This could be seen from how he was able to fight Feng Wu Dao to a draw. But unfortunately, his speed was too swift, and it was extremely difficult for Duan Lingtian to see his movements clearly, and he was only occasionally able to see his posture of bending his waist and drawing the bow. My current cultivation is still too low. I'm actually unable to see through such a rare fierce battle, it's truly a pity. Duan Lingtian sighed. Duan Lingtian's gaze unknowingly slowly descended onto the young man and young woman on the other lightning vulture. That young man was watching the battle in front of him with great interest. He's able to see the movements of Uncle Feng and that old fellow clearly. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked, and he felt it was slightly unbelievable. Under his curiosity, his spiritual force stretched out to envelop the young man with the intention of detecting the young man's cultivation. This detection shocked Duan Lingtian to the point his pupils couldn't help but constrict. Eighth level of the void interpretation stage? He couldn't help but be shocked, because this young man that looked to be a little over 30 was actually in existence at the 8th level of the void interpretation stage. No matter how well he took care of his appearance. He's at most around the age of 35 now. Duan Lingtian gasped. Amongst the people of the younger generation he'd encountered in his lifetime, it seemed that only that little girl, Xuanai, was able to firmly suppress this person in terms of natural talent in the martial Dao. This little girl wouldn't be a little freak like Xuanai, right? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian used his spiritual force to detect the young woman's cultivation, and in the end, he noticed to his astonishment that the young woman was only a second-level void prying stage martial artist. The difference in strength between the young man and young woman was like a chasm, and they were utterly not people of the same world. But these two people just happened to be a pair of brother and sister. Ha ha! Thank you. Suddenly, a wave of hearty laughter sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian's face to be unable to help but freeze, because this voice wasn't unfamiliar to him. This wave of hearty laughter precisely belonged to Feng Wu Dao. Feng Wu Dao stood in the sky, and the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above him before condensing into numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the end. First, 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 140 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. Uncle Feng has broken through? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he muttered. The scene before him undoubtedly indicated that Feng Wu Dao had smoothly broken through from the 3rd level of the Void Transformation Stage to the 4th level of the Void Transformation Stage during the battle with the black-robed man. The 4th level of the Void Transformation Stage possessed the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons more than the 3rd level of the Void Transformation Stage. This extra strength, coupled with the amplification of the Grade 3 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian personally refined in Feng Wu Dao's possession, was able to provide an additional strength of 140 ancient horned dragons. Presently, Feng Wu Dao's strength had increased by an entire 340 ancient horned dragons when compared to before. You've actually broken through? The black-robed man's hoarse voice was filled with disbelief when he saw this. You actually used me to carry out your own breakthrough. When he saw Feng Wu Dao's gaze that was suffused with cold lights and was prepared to attack him at any moment, the black-robed man said with a low voice, "No matter who you are, if you dare kill me, then the Northern Mountains Lu clan won't let you off." Northern Mountains Lu clan? Feng Wu Dao said indifferently, "I've never heard of such a clan in the various dynasties. In this way, you ought to be from a foreign clan. It's good that you know." The black-robed man spoke coldly. "Lu San, don't forget that you're only a dog slave of our Northern Mountains Lu clan. A mere dog slave dares to use his clan to oppress others. Truly laughable." The slanted brows of the young man that stood on the back of the lightning vulture raised as he sneered. "I've never heard of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. But I know that the Northern Mountains Lu clan might not know that I'm killing you here today." Feng Wu Dao spoke slowly. The black-robed man's face instantly went grim when he heard this. In the next moment, the expression on his face froze completely. Blood flowed out from the bloody hole that appeared out of thin air between his brows. At the same time, Feng Wu Dao's figure was like a ghost that appeared before the black-robed man like a shadow, and the Grade 3 spirit sword in his hand slowly dripped with fresh blood. After Uncle Feng broke through, I'm even unable to hear the howl of his sword when he draws his sword. Duan Lingtian's heartbeat sped up abruptly as he deeply realized how terrifying a 4th-level void interpretation stage expert was. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Lu Bai will remember it in my heart." Chapter 770. Okay. Feng Wu Dao glanced indifferently at Lu Bai before vanishing on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already by the side of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. "May I know Senior's name so that Lu Bai can repay you in the future?" Lu Bai asked. "There's no need." Feng Wu Dao spoke with a calm tone. "Today, if it wasn't for that person taking the initiative to provoke me, I originally had no intention of saving you. Besides that, Cloud Continent is so huge, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to meet again in the future, let alone repay you." After he finished speaking, Feng Wu Dao looked at the azure-eyed eagle. "Ching, let's go." The azure-eyed eagle nodded, then its wings swept out as its figure flashed out. No matter what, Lu Bai of the Northern Mountains Lu clan will remember Senior's great kindness today. Lu Bai spoke out loudly when he saw Feng Wu Dao was about to leave. At the same time, his gaze moved from Feng Wu Dao to flash past Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's faces, as if he wanted to deeply remember their appearances. Lu Bai's gaze was extremely friendly, and Duan Lingtian couldn't help but return a smile. Lu Bai only recovered from his shock when he looked at the azure-eyed eagle from afar and watched it vanish into the clouds and mist, and his eyes flickered with cold lights. "Lu Song, I originally had no intention of competing with you. But since you're so ruthless and not only want to kill me, you even want to kill 7th sister, then I can't help but compete with you. Second brother, who do you think that Senior from before is? Could he be a member of the few dynasties in the south?" The young girl that followed by Lu Bai's side asked curiously. "It might be, it might not be. Ping, we ought to go." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Bai looked at the lightning vulture. With a command, the lightning vulture transformed into a bolt of lightning that vanished within the boundless clouds and mist. "Congratulations, Uncle Feng." After the azure-eyed eagle flew out for a distance, Duan Lingtian congratulated Feng Wu Dao. Feng Wu Dao breaking through to the 4th level of the void transformation stage was undoubtedly something worthy of celebration. "Father, I actually didn't know you were a 3rd-level void transformation stage martial artist in the past. You really hid it from me." Feng Tianwu laughed bitterly. Feng Wu Dao smiled lightly but didn't say anything. "Father, how did you suddenly break through to the 4th-level void transformation stage?" Feng Tianwu asked. "I was originally only a step away from the 4th level of the void transformation stage, and the battle with the black-robed man just happened to allow me to obtain the critical factor to break through. Now that I speak of it, it's all thanks to him that I was able to break through. Feng Wu Dao said. Feng Tianwu suddenly understood. When that black-robed man revealed a cultivation at the third level of the void transformation stage, Uncle Feng's battle intent had already risen. Obviously, at that time, Uncle Feng had the intention of using the black-robed man to break through. Recalling the scene just now, Duan Lingtian was secretly surprised. After this battle, Duan Lingtian was clear in his heart even if it was in the 10 dynasties, Feng Wu Dao would probably be a top expert. Perhaps only the outer realm would be able to find a match for him. Time flew by like a white steed. In the blink of an eye, only 10 days remained before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began. On this day, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian, who sat cross-legged on the back of the azure-eyed eagle and allowed the wind and rain to batter him, skyrocketed for no reason or rhyme, and it was like a ball of milky white flames. In the next moment, the milky white flames trembled and seemed to have undergone some sort of change. Whoosh! Instantly, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky, and in the end, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared. 300 ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down, and it was an extremely magnificent sight. At the same time, the milky white flames shook before charging into the sky once more, and it actually faintly seemed to have transformed into an enormous sword. But unfortunately, this enormous sword didn't exist for long. Along with the 300 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dispersing, the enormous sword that enveloped Duan Lingtian was instantly restrained before transforming into a ball of flames that completely fused into his body. At practically the exact same time, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a sword light vaguely flashed within his eyes, causing others to feel as if he was showing off his ability. Second level of the void interpretation stage, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Even though he knew that the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was overbearing, yet he never imagined that it would be so overbearing, and it had assisted him to break through once more after such a short period of time. There's also advanced sword force. It wasn't just that, through the cultivation of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the sword dragon form, Duan Lingtian had taken a great stride on the path of comprehending sword concept. He who'd comprehended advanced sword force was only a step away from comprehending sword concept. Freak! A voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was the voice of the azure-eyed eagle. Successively breaking through 2 levels in a short period of 2 months. As expected of the man Tian Wu has taken a fancy to. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. Exactly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed Feng Wu Dao's gaze flashing over, and the gaze Feng Wu Dao shot at him with was filled with surprise. Tian Wu hasn't broken through? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu, who sat cross-legged nearby and cultivated. She's already broken through to the first level of the void interpretation stage 3 days ago. Feng Wu Dao spoke. Duan Lingtian was instantly shocked when he heard this, and his spiritual force couldn't help but stretch out to detect Feng Tianwu's current cultivation at the first possible moment. It was indeed the first level of the void interpretation stage without a doubt. Tianwu's improvement caused him to be shocked. After all, Tianwu didn't possess a rebirth pill. These 2 little freaks have already surpassed you from all those years ago. The azure-eyed eagle spoke. Its words were obviously spoken to Feng Wu Dao. Feng Wu Dao didn't mind, and his gaze looked ahead with a magnanimous gaze. They're different from me. Even if it's the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, it's only a starting point for them. The entire Cloud Continent is the stage that belongs to them. Feng Wu Dao's words were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Of course, the precondition for all of this is that Tianwu is able to live past the age of 30. As he finished speaking, Feng Wu Dao couldn't help but sigh. His daughter's fire spirit body had always been a sore point in his heart. Uncle Feng, don't worry. Tianwu is so kind. She'll surely have a way. Duan Lingtian consoled. I believe in that prophecy. Feng Wu Dao nodded. Duan Lingtian was first stunned when he heard this, and then he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He naturally knew what the prophecy Feng Wu Dao spoke of was, and it was none other than the prophecy that said he was able to help Feng Tianwu overcome the tribulation of turning 30. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, 3 awe-inspiring howls of the wind sounded out from the surroundings, and it clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian saw 3 demon beasts flying towards the direction they were heading towards with an extremely swift speed, and there were more or less some people standing on the backs of these demon beasts. Amongst them were old men, middle-aged men, and most of them were young men. They ought to be the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties. Merely the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that have obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties number 100, and coupled with the representatives of the various dynasties, there'll surely be many people gathered here this time. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. As they continued forward, they encountered another 2 demon beasts. At the same time, a small black dot appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in the distance ahead. The small black dot ceaselessly grew larger within Duan Lingtian's field of vision, and in the end, it transformed into a city that grew closer and closer. A city like this stood in the boundless desert, yet it didn't give off the slightest feeling of disharmony, and it seemed as if it ought to be like this. Ancient desert city? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he guessed that the city ahead ought to be their destination. It was also the place where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would be held. What a large city! After they approached the ancient desert city, Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked. In terms of area, the city before him was more than 10 times larger than the Dark Han dynasty and Daming dynasty's capital. Large. Too large. This city looked to be extremely ancient, and it had obviously experienced an extremely long period of time. This city didn't have a city gate or guards, so anyone could pass through it without obstruction. Azure, go in. Feng Wu Dao said. Instantly, at the same time that the azure-eyed eagle swooped down, its speed sped up, and it entered the ancient desert city from the sky in the blink of an eye. The streets and alleys of the ancient desert city appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. In the sky above the ancient desert city, there were many martial artists flying in the sky, and there were some demon beasts flying by as well. Duan Lingtian didn't dare rashly utilize his spiritual force to detect others here, as the slightest carelessness would infuriate an expert, and then he would undoubtedly suffer misfortune. Even though Feng Wu Dao was in existence at the 4th level of the void transformation stage and could be called a hero in the 10 dynasties. But in the foreign lands, existences like Feng Wu Dao or even stronger than Feng Wu Dao could be found everywhere. Not to mention other places. Even in the ancient desert city, there were probably many existences that were even stronger than Feng Wu Dao. This is the ancient desert city. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu awoke from her cultivation, and she curiously sized up the ancient city before her eyes. Uncle Feng, where are we going now? Duan Lingtian asked Feng Wu Dao. Skywolf Fort. Feng Wu Dao's gaze descended onto the distant north of the ancient desert city at the first possible moment. There was a vast base that was similar to the imperial palace standing there. This place is even larger than the Dark Han dynasty's imperial palace. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes squinted, and she couldn't help but exclaim with admiration. Just the area this place occupies is practically more than 2 times the size of the entire Dark Han dynasty's capital and even the Daming dynasty's capital. Uncle Feng, you said this is the Skywolf Fort? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The Skywolf Fort can be said to be the owner of the ancient desert city, and it's a formidable power of the foreign lands that's close to our 10 dynasties. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time is held by the Skywolf Fort. When Feng Wu Dao introduced the Skywolf Fort, his expression was slightly serious. This also allowed Duan Lingtian to deeply realize how formidable and terrifying this Skywolf Fort was, and it completely surpassed the 10 dynasties. Let's go. Feng Wu Dao ordered, and the azure-eyed eagle flew towards the Skywolf Fort. After they approached the Skywolf Fort, Duan Lingtian was able to see that there were practically no people or demon beasts in the sky above the Skywolf Fort. Those human martial artists and demon beasts that flew in the sky hadn't even approached the Skywolf Fort when they went around it. Chapter 771. The azure-eyed eagle carried Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and they just approached Skywolf Fort when a person flew out from Skywolf Fort and directly stopped the azure-eyed eagle. This person was a middle-aged man that wore green uniform clothes. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, and there was an extremely special badge on the left side of his chest. The badge had the pattern of a savage skywolf inscribed on it. The eyes of the ash wolf's head were copper in color. "Why have the three of you come to our Skywolf Fort?" the middle-aged man asked. "We're members of the Dark Hand Dynasty, and we've come for the sake of participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties." Feng Wu Dao spoke of the reason for their arrival. The middle-aged man's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he was slightly surprised in the end. As far as he was concerned, this violet-clothed young man ought to be one of the 10 great young geniuses of the Dark Hand Dynasty that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and his young age caused him to be unable to help but be surprised. As for the red-clothed young woman, he only thought that she'd come to join in the fun because she was truly too young. "The three of you, please follow me." The middle-aged man led the way ahead, and the azure-eyed eagle followed. In the end, he first arranged a place for the azure-eyed eagle before leading Duan Lingtian's group of 3 towards the west. All along the way, Duan Lingtian curiously sized up the surroundings. This Skywolf Fort was divided into 2 areas. The area he was at now was the area towards the south, and it was as large as the Dark Hand Dynasty's capital, whereas, there was a towering combat arena in this vast area. There were no spectating areas in the surroundings of this combat arena, and one could only stand in the surrounding air and watch. That place is the combat arena that will be held in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 10 days from now. The middle-aged man introduced. Not long after, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 approached the continuous group of buildings in the west under the lead of the middle-aged man. These buildings were numerous pavilions. Above each pavilion, there was a plaque hanging there, such as Chrysanthemum Pavilion, Osmanthus Pavilion, Peony Pavilion, and so on. These pavilions were of different heights and were all named after flowers. As they approached the pavilion, Duan Lingtian could see a middle-aged man who was similarly wearing a green uniform leading 8 people into a 4-story pavilion. Those 8 people should also be from some empire. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Soon, under the guidance of the middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 arrived in front of a 2-story pavilion. "This Narcissus Pavilion will be occupied by the 3 of you. Besides that, I'd like to ask this little brother to register your name and which dynasty you're from." The middle-aged man took out a pen and paper as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and immediately reported his name and origin. "Are they going to register to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties?" Feng Tianwu asked. "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded. "Then add in my name," Feng Tianwu said. The middle-aged man was first stunned when he heard this, and then he recovered from his shock as his gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. "Could it be? You're a young genius from the Dark Hand Dynasty that has come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties as well?" At the beginning, he only thought that Duan Lingtian was a young genius from the Dark Hand Dynasty that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Even then, he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's age. A young man that looked to be around the age of 25 was actually able to stand out amongst the group of young experts of the Dark Hand Dynasty, and it was truly rare and commendable. But now, when he realized that Feng Tianwu was a young genius that had come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties as well, he was shocked. This red-clothed young woman looked to be a little over 20 at most. Even if she took good care of herself, she was at most around the age of 25. Looks like there aren't any outstanding geniuses in the younger generation of the Dark Hand Dynasty. Otherwise, how could they allow 2 young people like this to seize the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? The middle-aged man registered Feng Tianwu's name as he thought as a matter of course. After he finished registering, the middle-aged man passed a command token to each of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. These 3 command tokens will allow all of you to pass through the outer fort of our Skywolf Fort unobstructed. As for the inner fort, those that aren't disciples of our Skywolf Fort are prohibited from entering or leaving. Gather on the combat arena in the outer fort 10 days from now. At that time, the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties will gather together and carry out the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man left directly. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walked into the Narcissus Pavilion as well. The Narcissus Pavilion had a total of 2 floors, and every floor had 2 rooms and a balcony, causing it to be extremely spacious. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 stayed in the Narcissus Pavilion. After Duan Lingtian entered his room, he sat cross-legged on the bed and calmed his heart to cultivate 9 dragons war sovereign technique, sword dragon form. Presently, Duan Lingtian only had an urgent goal, and that was to comprehend sword concept. So long as he comprehended sword concept, he would be able to cultivate the high-grade heaven rank martial skill, 9 dragons radiant flash. If I'm able to successfully cultivate 9 dragons radiant flash before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins, then my strength will advance a step further. Duan Lingtian's entire body and mind were immersed in his cultivation, and he seemed to have forgotten the time. Elder brother Duan. Elder brother Duan. After an unknown amount of time, a wave of hurried voices entered into the room and entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to awaken from his cultivation. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian opened the door and looked at Feng Tianwu, who stood outside the door. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties has begun. Why do I feel that I haven't cultivated for long? Elder brother Duan, there are still 5 days before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. I called you out because big brother Zhong has come twice, and he asked us to go out for a meal. Feng Tianwu smiled. Duan Lingtian followed Feng Tianwu out of the Narcissus Pavilion, and only now did he notice that Zhong Shouyong was already waiting outside. Big brother Zhong. Brother Lingtian. Zhong Shouyong replied with a smile, and then he said enthusiastically, "Come, the 3 of us are going out for a meal. I've already arrived at Skywolf Fort for 3 days, yet I still haven't gone out properly." "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said to Feng Tianwu, "Tianwu, go tell Uncle Feng." Feng Tianwu nodded, and then she went to greet Feng Wudao. "Brother Lingtian, you're really good. Now you're even singing along with your husband." Zhong Shouyong teased. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. "Big brother Zhong, you know that I still have little Fei and the others. So don't joke like this in the future. Tianwu and I are only ordinary friends, and we don't have a relationship like you think. Aren't you Lord Wu Dao's son-in-law? It's already spread throughout the Dark Han dynasty." Zhong Shouyong was stunned. "It's a long story," Duan Lingtian sighed. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu had returned as well, so he didn't continue explaining. "Let's go." Duan Lingtian's group of 3 soared up into the sky side by side, and they left Skywolf Fort in the blink of an eye before looking around for a nearby restaurant. In next to no time, they found a restaurant that was comparatively larger in scale. After they sat at a table by the window, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but stretch out his spiritual force to envelop Zhong Shouyong, and he detected Zhong Shouyong's current cultivation at the first possible moment. First level of the void interpretation stage. Big brother Zhong has broken through as well. Even though Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this, he was still happy for Zhong Shouyong. He knew Zhong Shouyong before he knew Feng Tianwu. Besides that, Zhong Shouyong had saved his life before, so he'd always maintained the respect he had in the past and took Zhong Shouyong as his big brother. "Oh, isn't this an expert from the Dark Han dynasty? You seem to be called Zhong Shouyong?" Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice approached from afar. At the same time, 2 young men around the age of 37 or 38 that were almost middle-aged walked over side by side and stood before Duan Lingtian's table. The blue-clothed young man amongst them looked at Zhong Shouyong with a mocking gaze. "What? Wasn't yesterday's lesson enough?" Zhong Shouyong glanced at the blue-clothed young man with disdain and shouted coldly, "Scram!" The blue-clothed young man's face went grim as he said with a cold voice, "Zhong Shouyong, I admit that I'm not a match for you. But your opponent today isn't me." When he spoke up to hear, he looked at the gaunt young man that was reserved in speech and manner, and a humble expression appeared on his face. "Big brother Kong, It was him yesterday that said all the young geniuses of our Dachu dynasty that came to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties are trash and defeated by he. Zhong Shouyong frowned slightly. When had he said all this? But when he saw the icy cold gaze of the gaunt young man sweep over, he couldn't be bothered to explain, as if he explained at this moment, it would undoubtedly cause his imposing manner to be inferior to the gaunt young man. On the other hand, even though Duan Lingtian who sat at the side didn't know what had happened, he discerned some clues from the blue-clothed young man's words. The blue-clothed young man was obviously slandering Zhong Shouyong. He'd known Zhong Shouyong for a long time, so he naturally knew that it was impossible for Zhong Shouyong to speak such words. You're not a match for him, yet you didn't hesitate to seek the help of others. I don't know about the others, but you're surely trash. Duan Lingtian raised his head slightly to look at the blue-clothed young man and spoke indifferently. What did you say? The blue-clothed young man's face went grim as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian, and the origin energy on his body raged. However, he didn't dare make a move, and his fearful gaze flashed past Zhong Shouyong. He knew extremely clearly in his heart that unless Zhong Shouyong was entangled with someone by his side, otherwise, it was impossible for him to injure this violet-clothed young man that called him trash. So even though he was furious, he could only endure it for now. Kid, I'll tear you into pieces. The blue-clothed young man's voice transmission that was filled with ruthlessness fiercely pierced into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian started laughing. A 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist wanted to tear him into pieces? You said you want to tear me into pieces? Duan Lingtian looked at the blue-clothed young man, and a wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Then why haven't you made a move? Or perhaps, you're afraid of my big brother Zhong, so you don't dare make a move until now? If it's really like this, I can guarantee that if you make a move, Big Brother Zhong will absolutely not interfere. Chapter 772. You. The blue-clothed young man's face went grim, and then he laughed with ridicule. Kid, I never imagined that you would dare be so arrogant at such a young age. A little kid like you dares to go against me? Slap. A clear sound of a slap instantly resounded out, and a crimson-red palm print appeared on the blue-clothed young man's face. Clean your mouth. It was precisely Duan Lingtian that had left his seat and slapped the young man before sitting back down. The blue-clothed young man only felt something flash before his eyes before he was slapped, and he was utterly unable to react to it. You. The blue-clothed young man was angered to the point his eyes went crimson red. However, even though he was furious to the limit, he utterly didn't dare make a move. He wasn't an idiot, and just the speed Duan Lingtian revealed earlier was far from something he could compare to. On the other hand, the thin young man that originally glared fiercely at Zhong Shouyong had a gaze filled with fear when it descended onto Duan Lingtian. You possess such a cultivation at such a young age. I wonder if you've come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties as well? When faced with the question of the thin young man, Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him instead, and he called over the waiter to order. For a time, the thin young man's face flickered between livid and ashen, yet he didn't flare up in the end. The speed Duan Lingtian revealed earlier allowed him to faintly notice Duan Lingtian's terrifying cultivation, and he didn't have the slightest confidence in being able to defeat Duan Lingtian. The thin young man took a deep breath before turning around and leaving. On the other hand, when the blue-clothed young man saw his backer had left, he hurriedly turned around and followed, and he was deeply afraid Duan Lingtian and Zhong Shouyong would get even with him. Brother Lingtian, your cultivation. After the 2 young men from the Dachu dynasty left, Zhong Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian with a dumbstruck expression. Earlier, even he wasn't able to completely see the speed Duan Lingtian attacked with. 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. 2nd level of the void interpretation stage? Instantly, Zhong Shouyong was dumbstruck. Only Feng Tianwu had long since known that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage, so she wasn't surprised. Even though I was mentally prepared since long ago that you would sooner or later leave me behind in terms of cultivation. But I never imagined that you would break through from the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage to the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation stage in such a short period of time. After Zhong Shouyong regained his senses, he couldn't help but sigh. Duan Lingtian's martial talent made him feel powerless from the bottom of his heart. Even though he could be considered to be a genius in the martial Dao amongst the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, that little bit of innate talent of his was nothing. After the three of them finished their meal, they reached a consensus that they would take a stroll around the ancient desert city before returning to Skywolf Fort. I've long heard that the foreign lands don't circulate gold and silver, but I didn't expect it to be true. Just this meal alone cost a low-grade origin stone. This is too much. Zhong Shouyong sighed as he walked out of the restaurant. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't say anything. If this big brother Zhong were to go eat at the best restaurants in some bustling cities in the central area of Cloud Continent, he might curse. At those places, even the most ordinary of dishes would cost a few mid-grade origin stones. A slightly better meal would require origin stones of high grade. After they left the restaurant, the three of them started strolling on the streets of the ancient desert city, and they felt that the air here was different to the Dark Han dynasty. The spirit energy of the heavens and the earth here seems to be even denser. After a while, Zhong Shouyong couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, and he seemed as if he'd discovered a new continent. Indeed. Feng Tianwu nodded as she sensed the spirit energy in the air when she heard this. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything because he'd noticed it since long ago. Moreover, he who'd fused with the memories of Emperor Wu wasn't surprised by this. In Cloud Continent, the closer one was to the central area, the denser the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth was. At any place in the central area of Cloud Continent, the density of the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth wasn't inferior to an ordinary spirit point in the Dark Han dynasty. All of this was because of the extremely abundant origin stone veins at the central area of Cloud Continent. There were even many high-grade origin stone veins there, and they were controlled by some top powers of Cloud Continent. Those origin stone veins would emit extremely dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, and when they gathered together, it caused the spirit energy in the air at the central area of Cloud Continent to become extremely abundant. Hiss. Zhong Shouyong took a deep breath and casually picked up the wine gourd at his waist before pouring a few mouthfuls into his mouth, and then he exhaled with a delighted expression. Big brother Zhong really never leaves his wine. Feng Tianwu smiled. Go. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a cold and stern shout sound out from behind him, and subsequently, the sound of hurried horse hooves swept over. Duan Lingtian's group of three couldn't help but turn around to look. They saw a Fergana horse dashing madly on the road, and everywhere it passed, dust and dirt flew into the air, and the passers-by moved aside as they were deeply afraid of being hit. A young man sat on the Fergana horse. The young man was around the age of 25, and his white robe that was inlaid with gold fluttered with the wind, and the horsewhip in his hand flashed out like a dancing spirit serpent. F***K off. Suddenly, the young man shouted out coldly. There was a woman with a child that wasn't able to dodge in time, and she still stopped in the middle of the road, and she had a panicked expression as she looked at the Fergana horse that dashed over. Swoosh. The horsewhip tore through the sky and fiercely whipped onto the woman's body, and it tore open her coarse clothes and caused her skin to split open. The woman emitted a shrill cry as she was directly whipped flying, and she heavily fell to the side of the road. Whereas her child stood in the middle of the road and was using an innocent gaze to look at the Fergana horse that dashed over, and he completely didn't realize that danger was approaching. Watch out! A fiery red bolt of lightning flashed by, and it was Feng Tianwu who was by Duan Lingtian's side that made a move to bring the child to the side of the road before the Fergana horse dashed over. Halt! At this moment, the young man who was galloping on his horse instantly stopped the Fergana horse, and he raised his head to look at Feng Tianwu. Halt! Halt! At the same time, a few more Fergana horses stood behind the young man, and they were clearly his followers. This also showed that the young man's background was not simple. In the ancient desert city, even if the power was weak, it couldn't be that weak. Moreover, since the young man dared to ride his horse to commit a crime on the street, the power behind him was clearly not simple. Otherwise, how could he dare to be so high-profile? Meddlesome woman. After the young man saw Feng Tianwu's peerless beauty, his eyes revealed a greedy and lewd expression, and he coldly shouted, "Bring her back. This young master will properly teach her the rules." As he spoke, he wanted to forcefully snatch a woman. As for the followers behind him, they seemed to have long been accustomed to it. They rode their horses forward, wanting to capture Feng Tianwu. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian moved, and in an instant, he caught up to the young man's followers. He raised his hand, and a terrifying force swept out, directly flipping them over and causing them to scream miserably. "Brat, you actually dare to meddle in other people's business. You're courting death." When the young man saw that someone had interfered and ruined his plans, he was instantly furious. He rode his horse forward, and the horsewhip in his hand seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning, fiercely whipping towards Duan Lingtian. "I think you're the one courting death." At this moment, Feng Tianwu, who had sent the child to the injured woman's side, moved, and as if she had transformed into a ball of flames, she rushed out. In the next moment, she had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. She casually raised her hand and grabbed the horsewhip that the young man had pulled out. "Bitch, you're courting death." The young man's gaze turned cold, and the horsewhip in his hand shook, wanting to take the horsewhip back from Feng Tianwu's hand. But unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, the remaining half of the horsewhip in Feng Tianwu's hand still didn't move in the slightest. Riding a horse to commit murder and forcefully seizing a woman. A profligate disciple like you deserves death. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes were suffused with coldness, and her hand shook, causing the horsewhip to instantly fly out and fiercely smash onto the young man's chest, causing the young man to be blasted flying off his horse. 8. The young man emitted a shrill cry and fell to the ground in a sorry state, and he crawled up after a short moment before staring hatefully at Feng Tianwu and shouting furiously, "All of you, kill this bitch. If she doesn't die, then all of you will die." Instantly, the followers that were thrown to the ground by Duan Lingtian earlier charged towards Feng Tianwu without regard for their lives. But unfortunately, the outcome was the same. Before Feng Tianwu, who was at the first level of the void interpretation stage, even though they possessed extraordinary strength at the void initiation stage, they were easily stopped and blasted flying by Feng Tianwu. Bang! 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 After a short moment, the followers of the young man were lying in a disorderly manner around the young man, causing the young man to be angered to the point his face was livid. A bunch of useless trash. The young man cursed his followers, and then he looked at Feng Tianwu as his eyes were suffused with cold lights. "Bitch, you actually dared make a move against me. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. You deserve death for committing murder and forcefully seizing a woman on the street." Feng Tianwu shouted out furiously, and she seemed to be about to make a move. Instantly, the young man was terrified to the point his face was livid, and he abandoned his horse and fled swiftly, not even caring about his followers as he arrived in the distance in a short moment. "All of you just wait. All of you just wait." The young man didn't forget to threaten Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu as he dashed into the distance, and his voice drifted over from afar and was filled with extreme coldness and fierceness. "I'll kill him." Feng Tianwu was instantly enraged when she saw the young man fleeing yet didn't forget to threaten them, and her figure flashed out with the intention of pursuing him. "Tianwu." Duan Lingtian stopped Feng Tianwu and shook his head. "Don't pursue a cornered enemy. If he really dares come again, then I'll be the first to kill him. Since he dares to cause trouble in the ancient desert city, the power behind that fellow is probably not simple." Zhong Shouyong arrived by the side of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu as he guessed. "The three of you should leave quickly. That person is the eldest young master of our ancient desert city's Donghua clan, and is the most beloved grandson of the Donghua clan's patriarch. He won't let the matter go after you've taught him a lesson." After a short moment, a kind-hearted passerby couldn't help but advise, "Yeah, the three of you should leave quickly." Chapter 773. I'm afraid it's already too late. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he looked towards the direction the young man left towards. At this moment, waves of ear-piercing howls of the wind sounded out from high above in the sky, and they grew closer and closer. Not long after, 5 demon beasts flashed over, and in the blink of an eye, They arrived above Duan Lingqian's group of 3 before circling in midair with an aggressive aura. Duan Lingqian's group of 3 raised their heads, and they saw the young man that wore a white robe with gold inlays sitting on the demon beast in the lead with a single glance. His cold eyes were filled with ghastly killing intent as they flashed down from the sky and locked onto Duan Lingqian's group of 3 tightly. "It's them!" the young man shouted out coldly as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, whereas the demon beast beneath him accumulated strength and was ready to attack as well. In the sky, ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky appeared, and they coiled down with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like rainbows. 9th level Void Initiation Stage Demon Beast. Duan Lingqian's brows raised as he never imagined that a mere 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist like this young man would actually be able to control a demon beast that was 2 levels stronger than him. Looks like the Donghua clan isn't simple at all. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the other 4 demon beasts gathered together with the demon beast beneath him. The 5 9th level Void Initiation Stage demon beasts stared coldly at Duan Lingqian's group of 3. They were only waiting for the young man to give the order before they would pounce towards Duan Lingqian's group of 3 and fight with all their might. Duan Lingqian didn't pay attention to these 5 9th level Void Initiation Stage demon beasts, and his gaze descended onto the backs of the 4 demon beasts. There were 4 middle-aged men with cold expressions standing there. The 4 middle-aged men wore black clothes and had expressionless faces, and they were like 4 zombies. Duan Lingqian's spiritual force stretched out and detected the cultivations of the 4 of them at the first possible moment. All of them are at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. Duan Lingqian couldn't help but gasp. Never had he imagined that the Donghua clan behind the young man that Tianwu had taught a lesson to earlier was actually so strong. Only 4 ordinary guards possessed a strength at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. As for those top-notch experts, it was not hard to imagine their strength. They must be extremely terrifying. The passers-by around Duan Lingqian and the other 2 retreated to the side. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at the 4 flying demonic beasts and the people on them. In their opinion, these 3 kind-hearted youngsters were going to be in trouble. The Donghua clan was one of the 3 great clans in the ancient desert city, and amongst the numerous powers in the ancient desert city, it was only inferior to the Skywolf fort that controlled the ancient desert city. Of course, not to mention the ancient desert city, even in the surrounding areas, the Skywolf fort could be considered an overlord. If the Skywolf fort wanted to annihilate the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city, they only needed to send out a vice-fort master to annihilate them. The 3 great clans of the ancient desert city were incomparably powerful in front of ordinary people. But in the eyes of the Skywolf fort, they were like ants that were unable to withstand a single blow. The Skywolf fort was a colossus in a corner of the foreign lands. Even if the experts of the 10 dynasties in the south were to move out and join forces with the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city, it would be impossible to shake it in the slightest. The strength of the Skywolf fort was obvious. However, even though the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city were nothing before the Skywolf fort, any one of the clans wasn't something the 10 dynasties in the south could compare to. Once the experts of any one of the clans were to move out, it was sufficient to annihilate the 10 dynasties. The forces of the clans in the foreign lands were absolutely not something the forces of the 10 dynasties could compare to. In the ancient desert city, the Skywolf fort occupied an area with an extraordinary status that was impossible to shake. However, it was precisely because of this that the Skywolf fort rarely interfered with the matters of the ancient desert city. Everything in the ancient desert city, like the various businesses and the mid-grade origin stone vein, was shared and controlled by the 3 great clans. Moreover, 90% of the profits the 3 great clans obtained in the ancient desert city had to be handed over to the Skywolf fort. No matter if it was the Skywolf fort. The 3 great clans were the 3 overlords of the ancient desert city, and no one dared offend them. The tiger was sleeping, and the monkey was king. It was nothing more than that. Yet today, the eldest young master of one of the 3 great clans, the Donghua clan, had led the Donghua clan troops with the intention of killing 3 young men, and no one felt that the latter would be able to survive. They'd seen many similar scenes in the past. The outcome was more or less the same. Not a single person that had offended the Dongwa clan's eldest young master was able to survive. As far as they were concerned, today would be no exception. Thump. Suddenly, a figure flashed out, and it was the woman that was whipped flying by the Dongwa clan's eldest young master earlier, and she brought along her child to kneel on the ground. "Young Master Han, please don't hold a grudge against me and let them off." The woman spoke as she kowtowed and pleaded for mercy for Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and it wasn't long before her head was already bleeding. "Kill this lowly commoner." Right when Duan Lingtian and the others were shocked by the woman's actions and were unable to react for a moment, Dongwa Han shouted out coldly, "Shit!" Duan Lingtian was the first to react, and his face went grim. But unfortunately, it was still too late. The Dongwa clan general that stood on the back of the 9th level void initiation stage flying demon beast instantly made a move, and a vast palm print enveloped down to directly blast the woman and her child to death, causing blood to dye the ground red. The terrifying palm print descended onto the ground, causing numerous hideous cracks to be shaken open on the ground, and the cracks were dense and crisscrossed together like a spiderweb. "You! Damn it!" The scene before him caused Duan Lingtian to be completely stunned. After a short moment, crimson red suffused his eyes as he stared fixedly at Dongwa Han, and he wished for nothing more than to burn Dongwa Han's bones and scatter his ashes. "I'll kill you." Feng Tianwu was enraged, and her beautiful face went grim as the monstrous flames on her body skyrocketed, causing her entire body to seem to have transformed into a ball of flames that swept towards Dongwa Han. Never had she imagined that the mother of the child she saved would kowtow and beg for mercy to Dongwa Han for them. Even more unexpected to her was that Dongwa Han actually directly ordered his subordinates to kill the mother and child. That child was only 4 or 5 years old, and he didn't even have the time to properly see the world before being killed. Feng Tianwu's rage at this moment was practically capable of setting a prairie ablaze. He didn't even let off a woman and child. Bastard! Zhong Shouyong's face went cold as ghastly flames of rage leaped about in his eyes, and then he stomped on the ground before his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that went to help Feng Tianwu. No matter if it was Feng Tianwu or Zhong Shouyong, they didn't know the terrifying strength of the 4 generals Dongwa Han brought along. But even if they knew, they wouldn't shrink back. Bang! A 4th level void interpretation stage general by Dongwa Han's side made a move, and a terrifying force swept over to instantly blast Feng Tianwu and Zhong Shouyong back. Both of them descended by Duan Lingtian's side in a sorry state, and their eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky. 4th level void interpretation stage. Ha 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 ha, Dongwa Han laughed wildly when he saw the expressions of Feng Tianwu and Zhong Shouyong. "Weren't both of you extremely arrogant? Didn't both of you want to interfere in this young master's business? Come on, come on. How is it? Now, have both of you started to feel regret and terror in your hearts?" Dongwa Han stood on the flying demon beast, and he who was surrounded by 4 4th level void interpretation stage generals seemed to be superior as he looked down at Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Feng Tianwu and Zhong Shouyong didn't speak, and they only stared coldly and indifferently at Dongwa Han. Regret. Terror. Besides teaching Dongwa Han's subordinates a lesson at the beginning, Duan Lingtian, who didn't make a move later on, glanced indifferently at Dongwa Han. "I've never known what regret and terror are. If I really want to talk about regret, I only regret that I didn't chase after you and cripple you earlier." As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's voice went slightly cold. Whoosh. Duan Lingtian's words caused the surrounding crowd of onlookers to be dumbstruck. Is this young man courting death? With a quick thought, they came to an understanding. In the situation before them, even if this young man begged for mercy, with the temper of the Dongwa clan's eldest young master, it would probably be impossible for him to survive. Now, his best choice was to protect his dignity before he died. He would rather die standing than live kneeling. Good, good. Dongwa Han's face was livid when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he started laughing from extreme rage. Never had he imagined that this violet-clothed young man would actually dare speak to him like this at a time like this, and the young man simply didn't know how to write the word death. Suddenly, cold lights shot out from Dongwa Han's eyes as he directly ordered, "Leave this woman behind, I want to bring her back and play with her properly. As for the other 2 men, kill them directly. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At practically the instant Dongguan gave the order, the other 4 demon beasts pounced towards Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and pairs of sharp claws that flickered with cold lights smashed towards the heads of Duan Lingtian and Zhong Shouyong. As for the 4 4th-level void interpretation stage generals on the backs of the demon beasts, one of them had his gaze locked onto Feng Tianwu, and the other 3 had instead locked onto Duan Lingtian and Zhong Shouyong. Let's retreat. Feng Tianwu shouted out lightly as she called out to Duan Lingtian and Zhong Shouyong to retreat, and a crystalline and translucent pearl appeared in her hand. It was precisely the pearl that had a detection inscription inscribed on it. So long as she crushed it, her father, Feng Wudao, would notice it at the first possible moment and rush over. Tianwu. But Duan Lingtian instead stopped Feng Tianwu and shook his head to her. Subsequently, under Feng Tianwu's dumbstruck gaze, Duan Lingtian flashed out to meet the 4 demon beasts that pounced down without the slightest fear, and he went head-on against the 4 4th-level void interpretation stage experts. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's face went grim, and she didn't listen to Duan Lingtian before crushing the pearl in her hand without the slightest hesitation. Even though this pearl was precious, yet in her eyes, it was far inferior to Duan Lingtian's life. At this moment, her heart burned with anxiety, and she only hoped that her father would be able to rush over as soon as possible. No. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu saw Duan Lingtian was about to pass by the 4 demon beasts, and her beautiful face couldn't help but go grim as she cried out in terror. Without the slightest hesitation, Feng Tianwu soared into the sky and fearlessly chased after Duan Lingtian. Chapter 774. When Duan Lingtian faced a dangerous situation, Feng Tianwu's mind was completely blank, and she only knew that nothing could happen to Duan Lingtian. It felt as if she was about to lose something important. Uncomfortable and oppressive. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sharp claws of the 4 enormous flying demon beasts soared through the sky as they fiercely clawed towards Duan Lingtian, who charged over, and the depths of their eyes were filled with heartfelt disdain. As far as they were concerned, such a young human martial artist dared be arrogant before them, and he was simply courting death. On the other hand, the 4 4th-level void interpretation stage generals of the Dongguo clan looked at Duan Lingtian, who charged towards them with disdain now. Kill him. High above in the sky, Dongguo shouted out explosively. Yes, eldest young master. Instantly, the 4 Dongguo clan generals flew out and seemed to have transformed into 4 gashawks that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. You're courting death. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold as a wisp of disdain suffused the corners of his mouth, and a dim light flashed into appearance in the depths of his eyes. Along with his cultivation advancing to the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage, his spiritual force that had advanced to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage along with him instantly gushed into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and it directly activated his exclusive soul skill. 1,000 illusions. Instantly, an illusory space appeared out of thin air, and it ceaselessly expanded to directly envelop the 4 9th-level void initiation stage flying demon beasts and the 4 Dongguo clan generals that approached menacingly within it. When the attacks of the 4 Dongguo clan generals were about to descend onto Duan Lingtian, they instantly seemed to have lost their target and turned around. Subsequently, fierce lights flickered within their eyes as each of them pounced towards the 9th-level void initiation stage flying demon beasts that carried them over earlier. The eyes of the 4 9th-level void initiation stage flying demon beasts shot out ferocious lights as well, and they seemed as if they'd seen Duan Lingtian when facing the 4 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artists that pounced towards them, and they directly pounced over. Bang! In a single move, a 9th-level void initiation stage flying demon beast was killed by a Dongguo clan general. Bang! Bang! Boom! Subsequently, the other 3 9th-level void initiation stage demon beasts were killed by the other 3 Dongguo clan generals as well. 4 4th-level void interpretation stage generals of the Dongguo clan killing 4 9th-level void initiation stage demon beasts was simply as simple as killing chickens and cutting grass. The latter had no ability to fight back in front of them. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, fish on the chopping board, unable to withstand a single blow. Du and Lingtian paused in mid-air, watching the scene with cold eyes. It was as if everything that was happening in front of him had nothing to do with him. Whoosh! At this time, Feng Tianwu also landed beside Du and Lingtian. The scene in front of her also shocked her. What are you doing? High above in the sky, Dongguo Han's face went grim as he shouted furiously. Everything in front of him made his scalp go numb. Were these four guys crazy? He actually started killing the demonic beasts on his side. The surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. What are they doing? Aren't they members of the Dongguo clan? Why would he attack the demonic beasts of his own clan? Have they gone mad? Moreover, they've gone mad together. Everyone was puzzled by this. But in the next moment, something that caused them to be even more puzzled occurred, and it caused their pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. Heavens! What have we seen? They saw that the four Dongguo clan generals that had just killed the four 9th level void initiation stage demon beasts actually didn't have the intention of stopping after each of them killed a demon beast. The origin energy on their bodies skyrocketed as void interpretation concept fused into their origin energy, causing it to completely material. Subsequently, they pounced towards their former companions and started a bloody battle. The chaotic battle began here. Bang! 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 The four Dongguo clan generals seemed as if they'd gone mad as they madly attacked each other. After a short moment, all four of them were heavily injured. Even then, they still fought each other desperately, as if they wouldn't stop until they killed each other. Everyone including Feng Tianwu and Zhong Shouyong was stunned. Stop! Stop! Presently, Dongguo Han, who stood on the remaining 9th level void initiation stage demon beast that was shivering, had an extremely unsightly expression, and he ceaselessly roared at the four Dongguo clan generals as if he wanted to wake them up. But unfortunately, the four Dongguo clan generals only cared about killing each other, and they seemed as if they utterly didn't hear him. Why is it like this? Who can tell me exactly what the fuck is going on? Dongguo Han's expression was extremely unsightly. He utterly didn't know what was happening before him and why the four Dongguo clan generals would kill each other. Could it be that they've all gone mad? In next to no time, Dongguo Han's expression went grim. Because Du and Lingtian had already appeared before him, and Du and Lingtian, who had a calm expression, said indifferently, "The Dongguo clan's eldest young master, right? Kill him." Dongguo Han shouted out explosively as he urged the demon beast beneath him to make a move and kill Du and Lingtian. But unfortunately, the demon beast had only just pounced out when it was killed by the 3-foot-long blade condensed from Du and Lingtian's origin energy, and from the beginning until the end, it only spent the time of a single move. The demon beast perished and fell to the ground. On the other hand, Dongguo Han was dumbstruck, and he stared blankly at Du and Lingtian as he said with slight disbelief, You're actually a void interpretation stage martial artist." Obviously, he'd only truly felt Du and Lingtian's true strength now, and it far exceeded his strength. "Now, it's your turn." Du and Lingtian looked calmly at Dongguo Han, and his eyes didn't contain the slightest emotion. You dare kill me? Let me tell you, if you dare kill me, then no matter who you are, no matter if you're in the heavens or the earth, you'll die for sure. Let me tell you, my grandfather is. Dongguo Han's face went grim when he heard Du and Lingtian, and he threatened Du and Lingtian with words. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish his words. Because the sword in Du and Lingtian's hand had already pierced through his throat, and it gave rise to gorgeous and dazzling fresh blood that covered the sky, and the blood sprayed through the sky and condensed into numerous red roses. Whoosh! Right at the instant Du and Lingtian killed Dongguo Han, a figure appeared out of thin air in the nearby sky. The person that arrived was completely stunned when he saw the scene before him. "This is, Father." Feng Tianwu flew out to arrive by the side of the person that arrived. "Wu, you used the sensory pearl I left for you just so that I could watch the show?" Feng Wu Dao couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he looked at the situation before him. Feng Tianwu couldn't help but laugh bitterly as well. "I never imagined that elder brother Duan would actually be able to deal with these people. Those four people are all existences at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage." Feng Tianwu spoke as she looked at the four Dongguo clan generals that were still killing each other. The 4 Dongwa clan generals were heavily injured, yet they still fought ceaselessly, and they'd completely gone red from killing each other. Let's go. Duan Lingtian nodded to Zhong Shouyong, and then he arrived by the side of Feng Wudao and Feng Wudao. Subsequently, the 4 of them left directly and returned to Skywolf Fort. On the way, Zhong Shouyong couldn't help but glance at Duan Lingtian, and when he thought of the scene that occurred earlier, he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Brother Lingtian is actually already so strong now. 4 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artists were instigated by him to the point of killing each other. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, those 4 4th-level void interpretation stage fellows aren't inscription masters. Otherwise, the illusory space constructed by my soul skill, 1,000 illusions, would be utterly unable to affect them. Duan Lingtian rejoiced in his heart. What happened? Feng Wudao couldn't help but ask Feng Tianwu because everything had already ended when he arrived earlier. It was precisely because of this that he didn't have the time to find out what had happened. It's nothing. Feng Tianwu shook her head. We just killed a profligate disciple. That profligate disciple even killed a woman and a child that didn't have the strength to truss up a chicken, and he deserved death for his crimes. As she finished speaking, Feng Tianwu revealed an enraged expression, and she seemed to have recalled the scene from before. At that time, if it wasn't for the woman bringing along the child to plead for mercy on their behalf, they wouldn't have been killed. This caused Feng Tianwu's heart to be filled with guilt. Feng Wudao didn't ask any further when he felt the atmosphere seemed to be slightly heavy, yet there was slight fear in the depths of his eyes. Profligate disciple? This place wasn't one of the 10 dynasties. Even though the ancient desert city was situated at the border of the foreign lands, it belonged to the foreign lands at any rate, and the experts within it were numerous like the clouds. Even an ordinary power possessed an extremely terrifying strength. On the other hand, the power behind the profligate disciple of the ancient desert city was presumably not simple. But when he thought about how they'd been staying at Skywolf Fort recently, he came to an understanding. No matter how strong the powers of the ancient desert city were, they were only vassals of the Skywolf Fort, and they would absolutely not dare rashly trespass into Skywolf Fort to cause trouble. So he set his heart at ease. Of course, this was also because Feng Wudao didn't know that the person who died earlier was the eldest young master of one of the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city, the Dongwa clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so composed. Perhaps ordinary disciples of the Dongwa clan wouldn't dare directly trespass into Skywolf Fort to take revenge, but their patriarch was instead able to speak with the higher-ups of Skywolf Fort. Along with Duan Lingtian's departure, the illusory space created by the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, naturally dispersed along with it. At the same time, the 4 Dongwa clan generals that dragged their heavily injured and crippled bodies to kill each other had finally escaped from the illusory space. With a single glance, they saw each other that were heavily injured. All of you. What's going on? Why have all of you suffered such heavy injuries as well? I truly never imagined that kid was actually so terrifying. Something seems to be off. Unknowingly, the gazes of the 4 Dongwa clan generals had first descended onto the 5 enormous flying demon beast corpses on the ground, and then it descended onto a human corpse. Their pupils instantly constricted when they saw this corpse, and they couldn't help but cry out in shock. Eldest young master. Subsequently, the 4 of them glanced at each other, and they saw terror in each other's eyes. If the patriarch finds out that the eldest young master was killed under our protection, and we're still alive, we'll die for sure. Quickly. Let's quickly consume medicinal pills to heal our injuries, and then leave the ancient desert city far away. Chapter 775. Under the astounded gazes of the surrounding crowd of spectators, the 4 Dongwa clan generals directly left after consuming healing medicinal pills. The direction they left towards wasn't the direction of the Dongwa clan. Now, they only had a single thought. That was to go as far as they could and never return to the ancient desert city. Only in this way would they be able to avoid the pursuit of the Dongwa clan. However, even though the 4 Dongwa clan generals had fled, the news of the Dongwa clan's eldest young master, Dongwa Han, being killed still reached the Dongwa clan. The Dongwa clan was one of the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city, and it controlled an area of the ancient desert city. At this moment, at the side of the pergola at the center of the vast lake within the Dongwa clan estate, an old man was sitting silently there, and he held a fishing rod in his hand as he was fishing. Even though the old man was fishing, his eyes were closed tightly, and he seemed to be extremely carefree and content. This old man looked to be no different than an ordinary old man. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within. Swoosh! At the same time, the hand the old man held the fishing rod shook and directly pulled up the fishing rod, and a large fish was hooked up and just happened to be tossed into the nearby bamboo basket by him. If someone was here and saw the hook on the fishing rod in the old man's hand, the person would surely be extremely astounded. That was because the hook was straight. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this scene, he would surely be unable to help but recall the legend of Grand Duke Jiang fishing that had been passed down since ancient times on Earth in his previous life. When Grand Duke Jiang fishes, those who are willing to take the bait, whereas the hook Grand Duke Jiang used to fish was precisely straight. I finally caught one. Han has the fortune of tasting good food today. The old man lightly smiled as he muttered, and when he spoke the 2 words Han his muddy eyes seemed to reveal dense doting. His life was filled with misfortune. His son had died young and only left behind a single grandson, and it could be said that he had a single heir. It was precisely because of this that he loved and doted on that grandson of his, and he wished for nothing more than to give the best things in the world to him. It was also because of that grandson that he'd always occupied the position of patriarch of the Dongwa clan, because he intended to pass this position down to his grandson in the future. He had placed his greatest hopes on his grandson. As for his grandson, he did not disappoint him. Although he was a little foppish, his talent and comprehension were not bad. As for the term silk pants, he didn't take it to heart. Who hadn't been young and frivolous? Moreover, he had the capital to allow his grandson to be a playboy in the ancient desert city. He was not worried at all that anyone would dare to provoke his grandson. Suddenly, the old man raised his eyebrows. He saw a figure running towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake in a panic. Didn't I say that I don't like to be disturbed when I'm fishing? The old man's face darkened. As he spoke, an incomparably powerful aura emanated from his body. It enveloped the newcomer, causing him to involuntarily bend his back. The person that arrived was an old woman, and she was precisely the Dongwa clan's manager. Presently, her expression was extremely unsightly, and she seemed to hesitate to speak. Seeing the old woman's expression, the old man's face sank. The old woman had worked her entire life for their Dongwa clan, and he knew the old woman extremely well. If it wasn't an extremely important matter, it was impossible for the old woman to lose her composure like this. What happened? The old man asked. The old woman took a deep breath when she heard the old man, and then she said with a trembling voice, "Clan. Patriarch, eldest young master. Eldest young master, what happened to the eldest young master?" The aura on the old man instantly strengthened to press down onto the old woman, causing the old woman to break out in cold sweat as her body shivered. The old man's gaze was like a sword, and it seemed as if it could penetrate the old woman's body. "Patriarch, my condolences." Finally, the old woman caught her breath and spoke with her head lowered. "My condolences." The old man's body shook when he heard the old woman. Instantly, an extremely terrifying aura was emitted from the old man's body. In the next moment, waves of terrifying gales suddenly arose in the surroundings of the pavilion in the middle of the lake, and the gales grew faster and faster before finally transforming into numerous material wind blades. Swish, 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 swish. The old man was enraged, and wind blades swept out to instantly mince the entire pavilion into pieces before crashing into the vast lake. The entire pavilion in the middle of the lake instantly ceased to exist. It wasn't just that, at this moment, the water in the entire lake was enveloped by numerous terrifying gales before sweeping up, and it seemed to have transformed into numerous roaring water dragons. At this moment, only the old man and the old woman weren't affected. The old woman lowered her head and didn't dare speak another word. She was able to deeply feel the monstrous rage of the patriarch, and she didn't doubt in the slightest that if she dared speak out of turn now, it was very likely that she would become the target of the patriarch's rage. "Lead the way," the old man shouted out coldly as he raised his hand and brought the old woman along to instantly vanish in the sky above the vast lake. Meanwhile, the lake water that was seething in the lake recovered its calm once more. Who did it? Many higher-ups of the Dongwa clan were gathered within the Dongwa clan's audience hall, and they couldn't help but sigh when they saw the old man roaring as he charged in. Hannah. The old man stood by the side of the corpse that lay on the ground, and his eyes flickered with a ferocious light as he looked at the corpse that had its throat pierced through. "Don't tell me. All of you haven't found out who did it." The old man's words were filled with extreme icy coldness, and it caused everyone present to be unable to refrain from shivering. "Patriarch, he's one of the eyewitnesses." In next to no time, the old woman that followed behind brought along a young man that had his head lowered to walk in, and she spoke to the old man. The old man's gaze that was like a sword descended onto the young man when he heard this, and his imposing aura swept out along with this. Bang! The young man's face instantly flushed red when he was enveloped by the old man's imposing aura, and then he collapsed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at the old man with a terrified expression. "Speak." The old man's icy cold voice that was filled with killing intent caused the young man to feel as if he'd fallen into an icy pit, and he didn't dare hesitate in the slightest as he hurriedly spoke of the scene he saw not long ago. At the beginning, young Master Han spurred his horse and used his horsewhip to strike a woman flying, and the woman's child stood on the road and was about to die beneath the horse's hooves. At this moment, a young woman in red clothes made a move to save the child. After that, young Master Han, the young man was precisely a passerby that had witnessed the entire process today, and he spoke of the scenes he'd seen without missing a single word. Whoosh! As soon as the young man finished speaking, a terrifying imposing aura gushed out from the old man's body, and it pressed down on the higher-ups of the Dongwa clan to the point they couldn't help but repeatedly take a few steps back. As for the young man, he was directly blasted flying, and his head collided with the pillar in the audience hall, causing him to be deader than dead. Perhaps, even the young man himself had never imagined that he would die so aggrieved. After all, the reason he'd come to the Dongwa clan to tip them off was precisely for the sake of the Dongwa clan's reward. Yet now, he hadn't obtained the reward he deserved yet he'd died an unjust death. Good. Very good. He even dares to kill the grandson of Dongwa Lei. Looks like that violet-clothed kid is tired of living. The old man, the patriarch of the Dongwa clan, Dongwa Lei, spoke with a voice that was like a thunderclap, and it caused the eardrums of some of the higher-ups of the Dongwa clan that had comparatively lower cultivations to tremble as their expressions went grim. "Grand Elder, I'll give you a day of time. I want to see the heads of those 4 traitors after a day." Dongwa Lei looked at a white-haired old man as he spoke with a low voice. "Yes, Patriarch." The old man replied respectfully before turning around and transforming into a bolt of lightning that left to busy himself. The remaining people. Subsequently, Dongwa Lei looked at the remaining higher-ups of the Dongwa clan, and killing intent flickered within his eyes. "Your mission is to investigate the identity of that violet-clothed kid that killed my grandson. Once you find out where he is, then bring him back. I want him alive. As for those 3 companions of his, kill them directly. The first person to investigate the identity of that violet-clothed kid will be able to obtain 1,000 mid-grade origin stones. The person that brings that violet-clothed kid back will be able to obtain 10,000 mid-grade origin stones. Besides that, the person that brings back the head of any one of the 3 companions of that violet-clothed kid will be able to obtain 1,000 mid-grade origin stones." Dongwa Lei issued a reward within the clan as he spoke, and this was sufficient to display his impatience to take revenge for his grandson. Yes. The gazes of everyone lit up in unison, and they left impatiently after replying respectfully. Every single one of them hoped to be able to obtain the reward set by the patriarch. The person that brought that violet-clothed kid back would be able to obtain 10,000 mid-grade origin stones. Even if it was the 2nd elder, 3rd elder, and other elders with lofty statuses in the Dongwa clan, they impatiently desired 10,000 low-grade origin stones. Along with Dongwa Lei giving the order, the entire Dongwa clan was mobilized. The entire ancient desert city had gone completely mad, whereas the person in question, Duan Lingtian, was currently silently staying within the Narcissus Pavilion in Skywolf Fort and cultivating diligently. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, sword dragon form, along with the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill spreading out from his body. Duan Lingtian's origin energy increased at an extremely terrifying speed. This speed was sufficient to cause any martial artist on Cloud Continent to feel ashamed and even feel inferior. According to this speed, I ought to be able to smoothly break through to the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage in at most 2 or 3 months. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he felt the swift increase of his origin energy. Along with the increase of my origin energy, the advanced sword force seems to be on the verge of transforming as well. There are still 3 days of time before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins. Duan Lingtian continued cultivating for the sake of sword concept. Finally, another day passed. On this day, Duan Lingtian woke up from his cultivation, and when he opened his eyes, a sword light that was filled with a sharp and fierce aura faintly seemed to flash past within his eyes. Swish! With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian's origin energy condensed into a sword, and strands of fierce aura leaped about on it as it emitted a wave of light sword howls. At the same time, another ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared out of thin air at the side of the 300 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Chapter 776. I can finally cultivate the 9 dragons' radiant flash. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, and with a raise of his hand, the 3-foot-long blade condensed from origin energy shook abruptly. For a time, besides the strands of sharp and fierce aura contained within it, a strand of deep azure-colored energy coiled around it, and there was even violet-colored energy and earthen yellow-colored energy mixed within it. The deep azure-colored energy seemed as if it had the help of the gods as it fused into one with the 3-foot-long blade condensed from origin energy. The milky white 3-foot-long blade gradually transformed into a true 3-foot-long blade that was completely azure in color. Presently, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he was holding a true 3-foot-long blade condensed from wind. Concept materialization. The 3-foot-long blade contained Duan Lingtian's origin energy and first-level intermediate wind concept, and it emitted a sharp and fierce first-level elementary sword concept. Besides that, the surroundings of the 3-foot-long blade were coiled with 4th-level elementary lightning concept and 1st-level elementary earth concept. Whoosh! In the sky above Duan Lingtian, the heaven and earth energy roiled before converging into the heaven and earth phenomenon in the end. The first 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared were the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by Duan Lingtian's origin energy. Subsequently, another 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and this was the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by first-level intermediate wind concept. In the end, 4 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, 1 silhouette of ancient horned dragons, and 1 silhouette of ancient horned dragons appeared. They were respectively the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by the 4th-level elementary lightning concept, 1st-level elementary earth concept, and 1st-level elementary sword concept. There was a total of 56 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The strength of 56 ancient horned dragons was the strongest strength Duan Lingtian could exert without a spirit weapon. Once he utilized a spirit weapon, his strength would be even stronger. Of course, it could only amplify the strength contained within his origin energy, and it could only amplify the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. If he utilized the quasi-royal grade spirit sword or the devil seal tablet, it could amplify his strength by another 100%, which was the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. If he attacked with a grade 3 spirit sword, it would provide an additional 70% boost to his strength, which was equivalent to the strength of 21 ancient horned dragons. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword definitely can't be used in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The devil seal tablet can be used, but the prerequisite is that its amplification ability can't be exposed. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself, what a joke! Whether it was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand or the devil seal tablet, both of them had the ability to double his strength. Once exposed, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. Perhaps, even the members of the Skywolf Fort would arouse greed in their hearts because of this. Duan Lingtian knew his limits. Currently, he did not have the strength to protect the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and the devil seal tablet. Besides that, he couldn't use the grade 1 spirit sword he obtained from the sword monarch's treasure. This was only the border of the foreign lands, so not to mention a grade 1 spirit weapon, they might not even possess a grade 2 spirit weapon. The spirit weapons used by the young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties that are participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties are at most grade 3 spirit weapons. So, besides the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, the devil seal tablet, and the grade 1 spirit sword that can't be used, grade 2 spirit weapons can't be used as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After Duan Lingtian broke through to the void interpretation stage, his origin energy had undergone a tremendous change compared to when he was at the void initiation stage. At the same time that his origin energy transformed, he was able to condense an even stronger weapon flame. In the past, Duan Lingtian was only able to condense a grade 3 weapon flame, the violet copper weapon flame. Yet now, Duan Lingtian was already able to condense a grade 2 weapon flame, the violet silver weapon flame. Relying on the lifetime of experience and ability in weapons refinement of the Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to easily refine a grade 2 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian had already gathered most of the materials required to refine a grade 2 spirit weapon while he was still at the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian withdrew a large pile of materials and intended to start refining the weapon. Hiss. A strand of violet-colored flames abruptly sprayed out from Duan Lingtian's palm, and the surroundings of the flames were faintly coiled with strands of silver, causing it to seem extremely gorgeous. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian started refining the pile of materials. Profound methods of weapon refinement came easily to him. After around 3 hours, a jade-green flexible sword that was thin like a cicada's wing appeared in his hand, and its shape was extremely similar to the violet myrtle flexible sword. Origin energy flickered in Duan Lingtian's hand, and the jade-green flexible sword instantly became taut. Along with his origin energy fusing into the sword, the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above him before finally forming the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. First, 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 24 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. An 80% amplification. Not bad. Duan Lingtian put away the grade 2 spirit sword into his spatial ring with satisfaction, then he opened the door and walked out to arrive before the pavilion's balcony before silently sitting there to get some fresh air. He gazed at the vast space that he occupied. The exceedingly vast Skywolf Fort. Duan Lingtian's gaze flickered. All along the way from Azurewood Town, he'd unknowingly grown from an ignorant youth to such a height, and he was even about to represent the Dark Han dynasty to compete with the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties. In the blink of an eye, I've already arrived in this world for over 10 years. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. During these 10+ years, he'd already completely merged into this world, and everything from his previous life on Earth had become an eternal memory. He wasn't the cold and emotionless mercenary king of the past any longer, and he'd become a genius martial artist of Cloud Continent with flesh and blood. 9 dragons radiant flash. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he started to search through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. The high-grade heaven rank martial skill, 9 dragons radiant flash, recorded in the 7th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the sword dragon form, appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. 9 dragons radiant flash was executed with sword concept, and it could be combined with other concepts. When cultivated to the limit, it could develop into 9 divine dragons. 9 divine dragons striking out in unison, an extreme flash. This was the perfection stage of the 9 dragons radiant flash. Just like Earth rank martial skills, Heaven rank martial skills were divided into 4 great stages, and they were respectively rudimentary, initial, mastery, and perfection. When using the 9 dragons radiant flash, one could be considered to have reached the beginner level if one could create 1 divine dragon, 3 divine dragons would be considered to have reached the initial level, 5 divine dragons would be considered to have reached the mastery level. When 9 divine dragons were formed, it would be considered perfection. The 9 dragons radiant flash was formed from the fusion of 2 high-grade heaven rank martial skills by Samsara Emperor Wu. whereas those two high-grade heaven-rank martial skills were cultivated to the perfection stage by Samsara Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Heaven-rank martial skills are different from those martial skills I cultivated before. Heaven-rank martial skills rely more on comprehension ability and experience. Comprehension, you need to rely on yourself. This experience can be absorbed from the rebirth martial emperor. Although he did not cultivate the 9 dragons radiant flash, he cultivated the other 2 martial skills that were fused into the 9 dragons radiant flash. As the saying goes, different paths lead to the same destination. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian began to cultivate the 9 dragons radiant flash, and he quickly got the hang of it. Of course, all of this was attributed to Samsara Emperor Wu's experience. Whoosh! After an hour, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pointed with his sword finger. In an instant, his origin energy vaguely condensed into a divine dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced out. It tore the sky apart, causing the air to compress and set off a series of ear-piercing explosions. All of this was not over yet. Flash! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and the divine dragon's eyes instantly shot out 2 beams of condensed radiant flash that whistled out. Under the guidance of Duan Lingtian, it pierced into a huge rock outside the water fairy pavilion. In an instant, 2 bottomless holes appeared on the huge rock, and the radiant flash that easily pierced into them disappeared without a trace. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian moved his body and flew out. He arrived beside the huge rock and casually pushed it away. Rumble! After the huge rock was pushed away, Duan Lingtian saw 2 bottomless holes on the floor. He could not help but extend his mind energy, wanting to probe the depths. Duan Lingtian's mind energy extended along the 2 small holes for 15 minutes, but it still did not reach the bottom. As expected of an advanced heaven-class offensive martial skill, such powerful power, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. A dragon can shoot out 2 radiant flashes in an instant. 9 dragons, wouldn't they be able to shoot out 18 radiant flashes in an instant? When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. He clearly saw the speed and power of the radiant flash. With the same power, even if he used an advanced Earth-class offensive martial skill and condensed origin energy to attack, in terms of speed, it would be far inferior to the radiant flash that was shot out from the divine dragon's eyes that was derived from the 9 dragons radiant flash. Those 2 radiant flashes from before were too swift and too overbearing. Heaven-class offensive martial skill? Suddenly, a slightly surprised voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Suddenly, Feng Wu Dao had appeared on the balcony before the pavilion, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a surprised gaze. Uncle Feng. After pushing the huge rock back to its original position, Duan Lingtian flew out to descend by Feng Wu Dao's side. I originally intended to choose a heaven-class martial skill that's suitable for intermediate wind concept for you, but now it would seem that it's slightly unnecessary. The heaven-class martial skill you executed earlier ought to be a middle-class heaven-class offensive martial skill, right? As Feng Wu Dao finished speaking, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with burning desire. Heaven-class martial skills were extremely difficult to come by. Even the Dark Han dynasty's Feng clan he was from only possessed a few low-grade heaven-class martial skills, whereas, because he'd traveled outside all year long, he'd collected many low-grade heaven-class martial skills. But they were all low-grade heaven-class martial skills. According to his knowledge, even the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family did not possess a middle-grade heaven-class martial skill, yet he never imagined that he would be able to see one in Duan Lingtian's possession. Middle-grade heaven-class offensive martial skill? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Feng Wu Dao. The 9 dragons radiant flash he executed earlier was not a middle-grade heaven-class offensive martial skill, but a high-grade heaven-class offensive martial skill. Chapter 777. An unexpected guest had arrived at the Donghua clan estate today. In the audience hall, the Donghua clan's second elder, Donghua Zong, looked at the white-clothed young man before him and asked directly, "I heard my subordinates say, you know where the person that killed our Donghua clan's eldest young master is?" The white-clothed young man glanced indifferently at Donghua Zong. You're the second elder of the Dongwa clan? I'm sorry, I've come to see your Dongwa clan's patriarch, and I'll speak after he arrives. You. Dongwa Zong's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, Kid, do you think that our patriarch is someone you can meet as you please? Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see what kind of trash you are? When facing the enraged Dongwa Zong, the white-clothed young man had a calm expression and simply disregarded him. Men, see the guest out. Dongwa Zong, who was disregarded, had a gloomy expression as he spoke furiously. Instantly, 2 Dongwa clan generals walked in from outside the hall, and they walked directly towards the white-clothed young man before making a gesture. Please leave. Second elder, I'm telling you now. I'm leaving the Dongwa clan today, and it won't be so easy for you to get me to come again. The white-clothed young man glanced deeply at Dongwa Zong, and then he turned around and intended to leave. I won't see you off. Dongwa Zong grunted. His Dongwa sect had roamed unhindered for half of his lifetime. When had he ever been looked down upon by a little kid like this? Not to mention that the person might not know where the person that killed their Dongwa clan's eldest young master was. Even if the person knew, for the sake of his face, he wasn't willing to allow the person to continue staying here. Wait. Right at this moment, an aged yet resonant voice sounded out from afar. Soon, an aged old man walked in. Behind the old man, there was an old woman following him like a shadow. Patriarch. Dongwa Zong's face went slightly pale when he saw the old man, and he hurriedly bowed while cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Get out. The expression of the old man, the patriarch of the Dongwa clan, Dongwa Lei, sank as he shouted furiously. When Dongwa Zong heard this, his face alternated between green and white, but he still left obediently. As for the other 2 guards, when they saw Dongwa Lei's fierce gaze sweep over, they hurriedly retreated behind Dongwa Zong, and they didn't dare hesitate in the slightest. For a time, only Dongwa Lei, the old woman, and the white-clothed young man remained within the spacious hall of the Dongwa clan. Patriarch Dongwa. The white-clothed young man nodded to Dongwa Lei with a calm expression, and it was as if he wasn't facing the patriarch of one of the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city, the Dongwa clan, but an ordinary old man. How should I address you? Dongwa Lei's eyes revealed a trace of admiration. Patriarch Dongwa, you can call me Purple Decease. The young man in white smiled faintly. You are not from the ancient desert city? Dongwa Lei asked. No. I'm from one of the 10 great dynasties in the south, the Dark Han dynasty. I've come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held at Skywolf Fort. Zishong didn't conceal his identity and origins because he knew that even if he intentionally concealed it, with the ability of this old man before him, the old man would quickly find out about his background. If that was the case, he might as well tell the truth as it would be more beneficial to his plan. Yes. Dongwa Lei nodded, and then his white brows raised as his face tensed up slightly. You said earlier that you know where the person that killed my grandson is? Do you know him? During these past few days, Dongwa Lei had suffered greatly. The members of his Dongwa clan had spent a few days of time, yet were actually unable to find out who and where the person that killed his grandson was. This caused him to be both furious and anxious, and he wished for nothing more than to go look for the person himself. Today, when he heard that someone had come to look for him and had news of the person that killed his grandson, he rushed over impatiently. Yes. Zishong nodded. So long as I can confirm that the person you speak of is the person I'm looking for, I can agree to any condition of yours that's within the ability of me and the Dongwa clan. Dongwa Lei's muddy eyes lit up abruptly as he spoke frankly. Patriarch Dongwa, you're too kind. Since it's like this, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Zishong started smiling as he was waiting for these exact words. Speak. Dongwa Lei spoke again with a tone that was filled with anxiousness. What he wanted to do the most now was to drag out the violet-clothed kid that killed his grandson, then give him extreme punishment and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Only in this way would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Patriarch Dongwa, before I speak of that person, I want to ask you to swear an oath using the 99 heavenly tribulation. That is. Zishong looked at Dongwa Lei as he spoke slowly. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by the old woman that stood behind Dongwa Lei, and the old woman said angrily, Kid, you dare threaten our patriarch? It looks to me like you're tired of living. Zishong paid no attention to the old woman and looked seriously at Dongguolei instead with a spurious smile. Dongguolei raised his hand to stop the old woman, and then he looked at Zishong. Continue. Patriarch Dongguo, please forgive me. I'm doing this for the sake of safety. Besides that, I'm willing to swear with my blood that if I'm unable to help you find the person that killed your grandson, then I'm willing to be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Zishong spoke resolutely. As he spoke, he didn't wait for Dongguolei to reply before he pinched open his finger, causing a drop of blood to rise into the sky as he directly swore an oath. After a short moment, 9 thunderclaps descended from the sky. At the same time that it alarmed the entire Dongguo clan estate, it entered into Dongguolei's ears as well, and it caused Dongguolei to reveal a smile. Little fellow, you're really not bad. Since you're so sincere, then feel free to speak frankly. What oath do you want me to swear with the 99 heavenly tribulation? Dongguolei glanced deeply at Zishong. Patriarch Dongguo is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. Patriarch Dongguo, please swear that once I help you find the person that killed your grandson, you must hand over the spatial ring in his possession to me intact, and you're not allowed to use any method to take revenge on me. Zishong spoke frankly. All right. Dongguolei didn't care why Zishong would be interested in the spatial ring of the person that killed his grandson, but what he wanted to do now was only take revenge for his grandson. As for anything else, he didn't care. In next to no time, Dongguolei pinched open his finger and swore a blood oath with the 99 heavenly tribulation according to Zishong's request. Subsequently, 9 thunderclaps descended once more, and it bore witness to the oath Dongguolei swore. Now, you can speak, right? Dongguolei looked at Zishong. Of course. Zishong hurriedly nodded, and then he said, Patriarch Dongguo, during these past few days, I've confirmed many times, and I've finally confirmed. The person that killed your grandson is an enemy of mine in the Dark Han dynasty. Just like me, he's representing the Dark Han dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in ancient Desert City. His name is Duan Lingtian. Presently, he's living in the Narcissus Pavilion in the outer fort of Skywolf Fort. Zishong finished speaking in a single breath. After he finished speaking, Zishong didn't wait for Dongguolei to reply before leaving with large strides. After he walked out of the audience hall of the Dongguo clan estate, Zishong's face revealed a brilliant smile as he muttered, Duan Lingtian, you're really bold. You've only just arrived at ancient Desert City, yet you've offended a colossus like the Dongguo clan, but I still have to thank you for helping me achieve my goal. Presently, Zishong seemed to have already seen the scene of him obtaining the broken Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. So long as he obtained the broken Devil Seal tablet, his future would be bright. Zishong, needless to say, your plan isn't bad. But, making a deal with the Dongguo clan is no different than asking a tiger for its skin. That Dongguo clan's patriarch not making a move against you doesn't mean that others would. A ghastly and hoarse voice reverberated within Zishong's mind. Don't worry, Elder Ghost, I know what to do. Zishong had a confident expression. After Zishong left, a violent gale quickly arose within the audience hall of the Dongguo clan estate, and it blew to the point the various decorations within the entire audience hall moved, and the murals that hung on the walls even fell down. Duan Lingtian? Skywolf Fort? Along with the violent aura on Dongguolei's body gradually being restrained, the waves of violent gale that arose within the audience hall gradually vanished. No wonder my Dongguo clan's members were unable to find you after searching through more than half of ancient Desert City. So it turns out that you were hiding within Skywolf Fort. Cold lights flickered within Dongguolei's eyes, and he seemed ready to swallow his enemies. Patriarch. The old woman behind Dongguolei said, if the person that killed the eldest young master is really at Skywolf Fort, then I'm afraid you can only personally go to Skywolf Fort to ask for him. Even if Skywolf Fort was the outer fort, it wasn't a place that anyone could act rashly. Even if it was Dongguolei, the patriarch of the Dongguo clan, if he didn't obtain the permission of the person in charge of Skywolf Fort and rashly made a move within Skywolf Fort, then he would similarly be unable to escape death. Skywolf Fort had rules. Any outsider that dared to make a move against the disciples or guests of Skywolf Fort within Skywolf Fort would die without a doubt. Dongwa Lei didn't reply to the old woman. He glared with his crimson-red eyes as he left the audience hall, left the Dongwa clan estate, and headed directly towards Skywolf Fort. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian, who was at the Narcissus Pavilion in the outer fort of Skywolf Fort, didn't realize that there was danger that was gradually approaching him. Presently, he was standing on the open space outside the Narcissus Pavilion and diligently cultivating the 9 Dragons' Radiant Flash. Of course, at the same time that he cultivated the 9 Dragons' Radiant Flash, he didn't forget to hold onto the wind concept fragment and comprehend the wind concept at the same time. His wind concept was still improving ceaselessly, and according to his estimations, it wouldn't be long before he ought to be able to smoothly break through to the second level of intermediate wind concept. At that time, his strength would increase greatly once more, and it would directly increase by the strength of an entire 10 ancient horned dragons. Swoosh! Swoosh! Presently, Duan Lingtian was already capable of developing a second divine dragon when he executed the 9 Dragons' Radiant Flash. But, the body of this second divine dragon wasn't material enough, and its eyes hadn't appeared, so it was unable to condense a flash of light to attack. Not long after, Duan Lingtian felt slightly tired, and he stopped. Of course, it wasn't physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. He felt that even if he continued cultivating, it would be difficult for him to break through in the slightest, and it might instead produce the opposite effect. So he stopped in time. Chapter 778. It had been some time since he arrived at Skywolf Fort, yet Duan Lingtian hadn't really strolled through it. Even if it was only the outer fort. All along the way, Duan Lingtian passed by many pavilions. These pavilions were used to entertain the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that had come from afar, and it included the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty like him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky and drew Duan Lingtian's attention. Zishong. Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at the white figure before him. At the same time that Duan Lingtian saw Zishong had obviously seen him as well. After a short moment, Zishong's voice transmission sounded out in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, I really admire you. You dare do anything and kill anyone, ha 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 ha. As he finished speaking, Zishong roared with laughter as he returned to the pavilion he stayed in during this period of time. His talking about the Dongwa clan's eldest young master? This was something that wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess. But Duan Lingtian didn't mind. On that day, since he dared to make a move and kill the Dongwa clan's eldest young master, then he was prepared to deal with what would happen later on. He'd heard of the rules of Skywolf Fort. It was precisely because of this that he wasn't worried that someone would dare come to Skywolf Fort to take revenge on him. As for what happened after that, he had his own plans. So long as he stood out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and even obtained the honor of being the first, he would surely be able to obtain high regard from Skywolf Fort and even become a disciple of Skywolf Fort. Moreover, he would be a disciple that was heavily fostered. After all, no power would allow a disciple with extraordinary natural talent to be covered in dust. He was extremely confident in this. He believed that with his value, he would surely be able to make Skywolf Fort protect him after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and prevent him from being harmed by anyone or any power. To put it bluntly, he intended to borrow the power of the Skywolf Fort. Duan Lingtian. After a few steps, Duan Lingtian heard a familiar voice. As far as the eye could see, a familiar figure was standing on the balcony of a pavilion not far away. Su Li. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He rose into the air and arrived beside Su Li in the blink of an eye. Su Li, when did you arrive? I just arrived yesterday. Su Li smiled. Senior, you're here too? Duan Lingtian asked again. He had always been respectful towards the master behind Su Li. Because Su Li's master had saved his life. Yes. Su Li nodded. Master is meditating in his room. Then I won't disturb Senior any longer. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, Su Li, you're really extraordinary. How long has it been? You actually broke through 3 levels in one go and directly broke through to the second level of the void interpretation stage. The second level of the void interpretation stage was precisely Su Li's current cultivation. It was also discovered by Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment with his spiritual force. Duan Lingtian, your eyes are still as poisonous as before. Su Li couldn't help but sigh, and then he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Your cultivation is surely not inferior to mine, right? Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't reply. Su Li seemed to have discerned something instead, and he scolded with a smile. You're really a freak. I remember that I was already at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage during the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition, whereas you were only at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. Now, even if I've broken through to the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation stage, who do you think is more like a freak? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes angrily at Su Li, and it caused Su Li to be unable to refrain from laughing bitterly. My situation is different. After that time, Master gave me another 2 spirit fruits, and one of them was even a spirit fruit used by Void Interpretation stage martial artists, and it assisted me to break through from the 1st level of the Void Interpretation stage to the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation stage in one go in a short period of time. Can I take it that you're showing off? At the same time that Duan Lingtian was speechless, he deeply felt the benefits of having a master that had a deep background. Why didn't he have such a good life? Even though Samsara Emperor Wu had left behind a great treasure in the foreign lands during his 2nd lifetime for his 3rd lifetime, and he could rely on the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu to retrieve it. But he didn't have a map of the entire Cloud Continent in his possession, and he didn't know exactly which area of Cloud Continent he was at now. So even if he wanted to retrieve that great treasure, he didn't know where to start. While Duan Lingtian and Su Li were waiting for a long time, there was an aged old man standing in the air near the inner fort of Skywolf Fort, and he silently waited there as if he was waiting for something. After a short moment, whoosh! A figure flashed out from the inner fort and arrived nearby the aged old man in a short moment before standing firmly in the air. This was a middle-aged man that wore the uniform of Skywolf Fort. However, the badge on his chest, the picture of the Azure Wolf, had a pair of golden eyes. In Skywolf Fort, the uniform that wore the copper-eyed Azure Wolf badge belonged to the ordinary disciples, whereas the uniform that wore the silver-eyed Azure Wolf badge belonged to the core disciples and ordinary elders. On the other hand, only the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort had the qualifications to wear the uniform that carried the gold-eyed Skywolf crest. Thus, the middle-aged man's identity was obvious, and he was precisely one of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. Vice Fort Master Feng. The old man slightly bowed when he saw the middle-aged man. Perhaps his age was much older than the middle-aged man before him, but in terms of strength, he was far inferior to the middle-aged man. Moreover, the middle-aged man's identity was sufficient for him to look up to him. If it wasn't for him helping the middle-aged man in some matters all those years ago, the middle-aged man might not even give him face and come out to see him. The middle-aged man was called Feng Wei, and he was one of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. Do you need something from me? Feng Wei asked with slight impatience when facing the patriarch of one of the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city. Perhaps the patriarch of the Dongua clan could do as he wished in the ancient desert city, but in the eyes of the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, the patriarch was no different than an ant. So long as he wanted, not to mention the patriarch of the Dongua clan, even the entire Dongua clan would cease to exist. If it wasn't for the middle-aged man helping him all those years ago, it would be impossible for him to come out to see the middle-aged man today. Vice Fort Master Feng, I came to look for you today because I have something that I need your help with. Dongua Lei revealed a humble attitude when facing Feng Wei, and he completely didn't have the superior attitude he had in the Dongua clan as he bowed respectfully and reverently. Speak. Feng Wei was extremely straightforward. Vice Fort Master Feng, my grandson was ruthlessly killed a few days ago. Today, I received news that confirmed the person that killed my grandson was precisely a kid from one of the 10 great dynasties in the south, the Dark Han dynasty. When he spoke up to hear, Dongua Lei slightly gnashed his teeth. Get to the point. Feng Wei spoke with slight impatience. Yes, yes. Dongguolei was slightly panicked when he heard Feng Wei's impatience, and he hurriedly said, "Vice Fort Master Feng, that kid that killed my grandson is one of the 10 great young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty that have come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and is currently living in the Narcissus Pavilion in the outer fort of your distinguished fort." Dongguolei begs Vice Fort Master Feng once again. "I hope Vice Fort Master Feng can allow me to personally drag him out and take revenge for my grandson." Dongguolei spoke of the reason he'd come. "You want to kill someone in my Skywolf fort?" Feng Wei's face seemed as if it was instantly covered in a layer of frost, and his voice revealed extreme coldness and fierceness, causing Dongguolei to feel as if he'd fallen into an icy pit. "I only need to take him away, and I'll absolutely not allow Skywolf Fort to be tainted with even a drop of blood. I hope Vice Fort Master Feng can help me out on account of the matter from all those years ago." Dongguolei took a deep breath and took out his greatest trump card. This trump card was precisely the favor Vice Fort Master Feng owed him all those years ago, and he'd originally intended to leave this favor to his grandson, Dongguohan. But now, his grandson had been killed, and he didn't have any more concerns, so he directly used it on the matter of taking revenge for his grandson. Feng Wei's eyes flashed when he heard Dongguolei. "Are you sure you want to use the favor I owed you all those years ago? Let me tell you. Once this favor is used, there won't be any relationship between us in the future. Even if you die, or even if the Dongguo clan is annihilated, it's unrelated to me." Feng Wei's words were loud and clear. Dongguolei took a deep breath once more and nodded fiercely. "I understand. That's good." Feng Wei nodded. "Come with me, and I'll hand him over to you. From today onwards, we'll be strangers." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wei flew out and directly flew towards the row of pavilions in the outer fort that served the 10 dynasties. The favor he owed all those years ago had always been a sore point in his heart. Being able to return that favor today was undoubtedly a form of relief to him. In his eyes, the life of a kid from a dynasty was lowly like grass, and being able to help him return the favor was a form of fortune that the kid had cultivated in his previous lifetime. Dongguolei followed behind Feng Wei with a delighted expression as he flashed through the sky. The Peony Pavilion was precisely the pavilion Su Li resided in. "I truly never imagined that you've practically traveled through the other 9 dynasties in this 1 year of time." Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he heard of Su Li's experiences in the past year, and he felt that Su Li's life was truly too brilliant when compared to his own. It caused him to be unable to refrain from feeling slightly envious. "What about you? What have you been doing in this 1 year of time?" Su Li smiled as he asked. "Me? I wasn't as carefree as you, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. But he hadn't finished speaking when his expression had already gone grim. This was because there was a loud and clear voice coming from outside. "Duan Lingtian of the Dark Han dynasty, come out." This voice had come precisely to look for him. "Who is it?" Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown when he heard this voice. He was sure that he'd never heard of this voice in the past. In other words, he utterly didn't know the owner of the voice in the past. Duan Lingtian flew out while carrying bewilderment. On the other hand, when he saw Duan Lingtian's bewildered expression, Su Li, who'd noticed that something was off, hurriedly followed Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! Swoosh! Duan Lingtian and Su Li flashed into the sky and arrived in the sky above the Peony Pavilion in a short moment, and they looked at the 2 figures that stood in the distant sky from afar. Chapter 779. Presently, it wasn't just Duan Lingtian and Su Li that had come out, even the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties in the surrounding pavilions had come out as well. Amongst them included Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Zhong Shouyong. It also included the Dark Han dynasty's emperor, the second prince, Bai He, and the young prince, Bai Hao. As for Zi Shong, he stood in the sky with a black-clothed old man. The black-clothed old man was his master, Bai Nan Yin, and the imperial uncle of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. He was the half-brother of Bai Nan Xiong that was killed by Duan Lingtian with a talisman. Everyone from the Dark Han dynasty looked at each other. They're looking for Duan Lingtian? Could it be that Duan Lingtian has committed some crime? right when everyone from the Dark Han dynasty was deeply bewildered. Look at the clothes this middle-aged man is wearing, and there's a skywolf badge on his chest. The eyes of the skywolf are actually gold in color. It really is. I wonder if this golden-eyed skywolf head has any special meaning. I still remember that the middle-aged man that led me into Skywolf Fort a few days ago had a skywolf head badge on his chest, and the eyes of that skywolf head were only copper-colored. I heard a Skywolf Fort disciple mention it that day. The color of the eyes of the skywolf badge in Skywolf Fort represents the status of every single member of Skywolf Fort in Skywolf Fort. The gazes of the members of the other 9 dynasties descended onto the skywolf badge on the chest of the middle-aged man's clothes in the distance, and the skywolf with golden eyes gave them an indescribable feeling of oppression. A group of bumpkins. Right at this moment, everyone noticed that the old man that seemed to be extremely humble by the side of the middle-aged man had actually used a disdainful gaze to look at them, and he'd even called them bumpkins. Instantly, the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties glared angrily at the old man, and they wished for nothing more than to hack the old man into pieces. Right when some people couldn't refrain from cursing back. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 figures soared into the sky and arrived in the sky in an instant. They were 3 middle-aged men wearing green uniforms. They were obviously disciples of Skywolf Fort. During this period of time, it was them that entertained the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties in preparation for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It's him. He was the one who welcomed us into Skywolf Fort. All the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties whispered in discussion. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Until now, he still didn't know what had happened because he didn't recognize the middle-aged man and the old man who had come to find him with great fanfare. However, out of the 3 disciples of Skywolf Fort, he had some impression of one of them. If he didn't remember wrongly, it was this person who had received him when he, Feng Wu Dao, and Feng Tianwu had just arrived at Skywolf Fort. Greetings, Vice Fort Master. The 3 disciples of Skywolf Fort that had copper eyes on their chests looked at the middle-aged man that had gold eyes and bowed respectfully. This scene caused the expressions of all the young geniuses and representatives of the 10 dynasties, including Duan Lingtian, to go slightly grim. Vice Fort Master? The Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort? Everyone, this is our Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master Feng. In next to no time, one of the disciples of Skywolf Fort looked at everyone from the 10 dynasties and directly introduced. Greetings, Vice Fort Master. Greetings, Vice Fort Master. For a time, everyone from the 10 dynasties either bowed to Feng Wei or nodded in acknowledgement. Besides some proud young geniuses like Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Su Li, there were also people like Feng Wu Dao and the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. All of them were renowned experts in their respective dynasties, and their statuses were extraordinary. Since they obtained their current statuses, they'd never bowed to anyone. So even if they were facing the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort today, even though they were afraid of his strength, they didn't bend their backs that contained their dignity. To people like them that had been in a high position for a long time, their dignity was more important than anything. But Feng Wei obviously didn't have the intention to fuss about it with them. Or perhaps, in Feng Wei's eyes, he utterly didn't take them seriously at all. This old fellow's movements are rather swift. But, I never imagined that a mere Dongua clan's patriarch would be able to invite a Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Zishong thought in his heart, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a smiling gaze, and he seemed as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed. Duan Lingtian noticed Zishong's strange gaze as well, and he couldn't help but frown. What exactly is going on? Earlier, it was this Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master Feng that called me out. Why is he looking for me? Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wei with a frown, and he didn't know why Feng Wei was looking for him. Who's Duan Lingtian? Feng Wei spoke once more with a calm gaze and an emotionless expression, and he seemed as if he was speaking of something that wasn't related to him. Why is Vice Fort Master Feng looking for Duan Lingtian? For a time, many people from the Dark Han dynasty turned to look at Duan Lingtian, who stood by Su Li's side. Subsequently, it seemed as if it was a chain effect, and the gazes of the representatives and young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties descended onto Duan Lingtian as well. His Duan Lingtian? In the Dachu Kingdom's camp, the eyes of a blue-clothed young man flashed as his face went grim. Isn't he only a young genius of the Dark Han dynasty? He's actually able to make the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort come personally to look for him. He really has great honor. As the blue-clothed young man muttered, his eyes were filled with envy. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, the thin young man that stood by the blue-clothed young man's side shook his head when he heard the blue-clothed young man. This matter isn't so simple. His gaze descended onto the old man behind Feng Wei, and he noticed that the old man's eyes were filled with extreme coldness. If Duan Lingtian saw these 2 people face to face, he would surely be able to recognize at the first possible moment that these 2 people were precisely the people that were in conflict with him and Zhong Shouyong in the restaurant in the ancient desert city a few days ago. 2 young geniuses from the Dachu Kingdom. Shit. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that something was off with the old man behind Feng Wei. At the instant the old man's gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian, the killing intent in his eyes almost shot out. Feng Wudao noticed the old man's hostility towards Duan Lingtian, and it was hostility that wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. In next to no time, many people noticed this as well. Amongst them included Duan Lingtian. Could it be that he's a member of the Donghua clan? But even if it's the patriarch with the highest status in the Donghua clan, it would probably be difficult for a mere member of the Donghua clan to make the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort move, right? Duan Lingtian's face sank as his gaze flickered, and he realized that he might have miscalculated. Never had he imagined that a mere member of the Donghua clan would actually be able to make the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort personally come look for him. As for the purpose of looking for him, it was obvious. Perhaps there's some sort of connection between them. A single mistake leads to a series of mistakes. I only hope I'm able to smoothly escape this calamity. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his eyes flickered with bright lights as a myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. At this moment, various methods to deal with the problem flashed within his heart. The first was to seek help from Su Li's master. But even if Su Li's master was willing to help him, this Skywolf Fort wasn't the Daming dynasty's Zhao clan after all. The experts within it were numerous like the clouds, and there were probably many experts at the 7th level of the Void Transformation stage or above. Su Li's master might not be able to deal with such a colossus. The second was to use the last 2 talismans his father gave him to kill the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort and the member of the Donghua clan, and then flee Ancient Desert City. But in this way, perhaps he would be able to escape Ancient Desert City, yet he might not be able to escape the pursuit of Skywolf Fort. Moreover, once he did this, it might even implicate Feng Wudao and Feng Tianwu, and this was something he wasn't willing to see happen. For a time, Duan Lingtian only thought of these 2 methods to deal with the problem before him. Whereas these 2 methods seemed to not be reliable. Could it be that I, Duan Lingtian, am really going to lose my life here today? Unknowingly, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of bitterness, a bitterness that was difficult to be described with words. Is that Duan Lingtian? In the Daming dynasty's group, a young man in a silver robe with gold edges looked at another young man by his side and asked with a spurious smile. If Duan Lingtian looked over here at this moment, he would surely be able to recognize with a single glance that the young man that was asked was precisely a person he'd met in the Iceflame Pavilion in the capital of Daming dynasty. Zhao Wei Yi, the #1 expert in the Zhao clan's younger generation, and he was one of the 2 most outstanding young experts in the Daming dynasty. Zhao Wei Yi's expression flickered between a livid and ashen expression when faced with the question of his old rival, and he paid no attention to it. Imperial brother, is that Duan Lingtian? But it would seem like he's going to suffer misfortune today. Lu Hao smiled. Lu Hao was precisely the 3rd prince that Duan Lingtian had met in the 9th floor of the Iceflame Pavilion, and he was the only young genius of the Daming dynasty that hadn't made a move against Duan Lingtian at that time. Obviously, the young man in a silver robe with gold edges was the current crown prince of the Daming dynasty's imperial family, Lu Yong. Elder Qian is the master of that person by Duan Lingtian's side, and he killed Elder Kuan. Zhao Wei Yi stared with a burning gaze at Su Li, who was by Duan Lingtian's side. When he recalled the scene from that day, he still shuddered even now. That robust middle-aged man that seemed to be ordinary had made a move, and he'd killed one of the strongest elders of their Zhao clan, Elder Qian and Elder Kuan, in a single move. The expression of the nearby grey-clothed old man couldn't help but go grim when he heard Zhao Wei Yi. Of course, he didn't arouse the slightest intention to take revenge. Because he knew clearly in his heart that since that expert was able to kill his old friend in a single move, then the expert was similarly able to kill him in a single move. The strengths of Elder Qian and Elder Kuan were on par. In the sky, the atmosphere was extremely heavy and jittery. Duan Lingtian had become the center of attention. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Chapter 780. Obviously, he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's age. A young man that looked to be around the age of 25 was able to become eminent in the Dark Han dynasty and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and kill that profligate young master of the Donghua clan. It was truly shocking. "Yes," Duan Lingtian replied when faced with Feng Wei's question. Now, even if he didn't admit that he was Duan Lingtian, he had no choice. If the numerous burning gazes that flashed over from the surroundings had transformed into sword lights, they would probably have riddled his body with holes since long ago. "You, make a trip with Patriarch Donghua." The surprise in Feng Wei's eyes vanished quickly as he recovered his calm, and his words were filled with an indisputable tone. "Patriarch Donghua?" As expected, Duan Lingtian's face went grim. "Looks like I guessed correctly. That old man that wished for nothing more than to swallow him when he looked at him was really a member of the Donghua clan, and he was even the patriarch of the Donghua clan. In other words, he was the grandfather of that profligate young master he'd killed, Donghua Han." But Duan Lingtian seemed as if he didn't hear Feng Wei's indisputable order, and he glanced indifferently at Feng Wei instead. "Vice Fort Master Feng, if I'm not wrong. Presently, I can be considered to be a guest of your Skywolf Fort, right?" Feng Wei frowned. "What do you want to say?" "I only want to let Vice Fort Master Feng know. I'm a guest of Skywolf Fort and not a disciple of Skywolf Fort. So, you don't have the authority to order me around." Duan Lingtian spoke word by word, and his tone was neither servile nor overbearing, and it was filled with pride. Duan Lingtian's words caused everyone from the 10 dynasties to be dumbstruck. Does this Duan Lingtian not want to live anymore? He actually dares to speak like this to the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Those people that hated Duan Lingtian to the extreme had smiles on their faces, and they seemed as if they'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by Feng Wei in a fit of rage. "How dare you?" The expressions of the 3 Skywolf Fort's disciples changed as they angrily rebuked Duan Lingtian. "You're just a country bumpkin. How dare you be rude to the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort? You are courting death." As the 3 of them spoke, the Yuan energy on their bodies surged. Above the void, the heaven and earth phenomenon gradually appeared. 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above each of the 3 Skywolf Fort's disciples. It was obvious that the 3 of them were 7th-level void interpretation martial artists. When they saw this scene, the members of the 10 dynasties couldn't help but gasp. These 3 disciples of Skywolf Fort seemed to have the lowest status in Skywolf Fort. Such existences were actually 7th-level void interpretation martial artists. At this moment, all of them had witnessed the true power of the Skywolf Fort. They were shocked from the bottom of their hearts. As expected of the overlord of the borders of the foreign lands that were close to the 10 dynasties. Even if only a few elders from this Skywolf Fort walked out, it would probably be sufficient to annihilate any dynasty. If the Vice Fort Master made a move himself, then annihilating the 10 dynasties would probably be as easy as blowing off dust with his strength alone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures seemed as if they'd discussed it beforehand, and they arrived by Duan Lingtian's side in a short moment before standing there. Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Zhong Shouyong. Even though Duan Lingtian was filled with gratitude in his heart as he looked at the 3 of them, he couldn't help but persuade. "Uncle Feng, Tianwu, and Big Brother Zhong. This matter isn't related to all of you should return." It was easy to add flowers to embroidery, but difficult to provide timely assistance. Elder brother Duan, don't forget. It wasn't only you that had a conflict with that good-for-nothing young master of the Dongwa clan that day. Feng Tianwu spoke seriously. Exactly. Since we started the trouble together, then we'll bear it together. Zhong Shouyong had a frank expression as he spoke fearlessly. So the three of you were his accomplices that day. Dongwa Lei's gaze flashed past Feng Wudao's group of three with awe-inspiring killing intent. Subsequently, he looked at Feng Wei who was by his side and suppressed the flames of rage in his heart as he said humbly, Vice Fort Master Feng, if it's possible, I want to take the three of them with me. Feng Wei didn't look at Dongwa Lei and said indifferently, you can only take a single person with you, this was our agreement from before. As for the other three, so long as they aren't in my Skywolf Fort, then whatever you do in the future is naturally unrelated to my Skywolf Fort. Feng Wei's words were extremely clear. Today, you, Dongwa Lei, can only take Duan Lingtian away, and that's the favor I've returned to you. As for the other three, so long as they're still in Skywolf Fort, you can't touch them. But once they leave Skywolf Fort in the future, then whatever you do, Skywolf Fort will absolutely not interfere. Dongwa Lei's eyes lit up when he heard this. Thank you for your guidance, Vice Fort Master Feng. Duan Lingtian, Vice Fort Master Feng ordered you to leave with me, why aren't you leaving? Could it be that you really want to disobey the orders of Vice Fort Master Feng? Dongwa Lei revealed a cold gaze as he stared at Duan Lingtian and spoke with a low voice. Old fellow, is there something wrong with your ears? Duan Lingtian sneered. I've already said earlier, I'm not a disciple of Skywolf Fort, and I don't have to listen to the orders of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Of course, if this Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort wants to push me, a guest invited by Skywolf Fort from the distant Darkhan dynasty, out of Skywolf Fort, then I have no objections. But at that time, I'm afraid there will be people that say, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort disregarded the reputation of Skywolf Fort for the sake of his own selfish desires and wants to force a guest invited by Skywolf Fort to death. Duan Lingtian especially emphasized the word guest. What a formidable mouth. Feng Wei's calm expression finally changed, and a strand of imperceptible cold lights flashed within his eyes. Kid, you're courting death. The three disciples of Skywolf Fort were instantly enraged when they saw Duan Lingtian still dared to be presumptuous before the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, and they pounced towards Duan Lingtian in unison. Duan Lingtian didn't have the slightest strength to fight back when 3 7th level Void Interpretation Stage experts made a move. Right at this moment, Feng Wudao made a move. With a raise of his hand, his sleeve swung out, and his origin energy surged to directly blast the three disciples of Skywolf Fort flying. Whoosh! In the sky above Feng Wudao, 600 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form, and they coiled down. 4th level of the Void Transformation Stage. Instantly, the members of the 10 dynasties including the members of the Darkhan dynasty were shocked. This Feng Wudao is actually a 4th level Void Transformation Stage expert. The expression of Bai Nan Yin, Zishong's master, went grim. The pupils of the Darkhan dynasty's emperor couldn't help but constrict as he muttered. I truly never imagined that he concealed his strength so deeply. In this way, it's extremely likely that the Grand Imperial Uncle that hasn't been heard from until now died at his hand. On the other hand, the Darkhan dynasty's second prince, Bai He, the young prince, Bai Hao, Zishong, and the other young geniuses revealed shocked expressions at this moment. Never had they imagined that the strength of the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, would be so strong. 4th level of the Void Transformation Stage. Such strength was sufficient to look down upon the entire Darkhan dynasty. No. Even looking down upon the 10 dynasties wouldn't be a problem. This was completely obvious from the expressions of disbelief on the faces of the group of people from the other 9 dynasties. Even though I've heard of the Darkhan dynasty's Feng Wudao in the past, yet I never imagined that he was such a terrifying expert. The experts of the various dynasties sighed successively. Such an expert has actually appeared in the Darkhan dynasty. The young geniuses of the various dynasties were greatly shocked as well. 4th level of the Void Transformation Stage? Needless to say, As a member of the 10 dynasties, your natural talent is sufficient to make you feel proud. But, you attacked a disciple of my Skywolf fort in my Skywolf fort. Do you think I don't exist? Feng Wei looked coldly at Feng Wudao. In the next moment, no one saw clearly what had happened. Feng Wudao's entire body was blasted flying, and the origin energy on his body was on the verge of being obliterated, causing his aura to become dispirited and on the verge of collapse. Pu. After Feng Wudao spat out a mouthful of blood, the gaze he looked at Feng Wei was filled with fear. An expert at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above is formidable indeed. Your discerning ability isn't bad. I only gave you a slight punishment earlier. If you dare commit another offense, then I'll surely cripple your cultivation. Feng Wei spoke indifferently, and his words completely didn't take Feng Wudao seriously. So what if Feng Wudao was at the 4th level of the void transformation stage? Feng Wudao was no different than an ant before him. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face instantly went grim when she saw her father being heavily injured, and she glared angrily at Feng Wei. But she hadn't spoken when she was stopped by the panic-stricken Feng Wudao, as he was deeply afraid his daughter would vent her anger on Feng Wei because of this. If Feng Wei struck a killing blow, then even if there were 10 of him, he wouldn't be able to protect his daughter. Uncle Feng. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wudao with a worried expression, and with a raise of his hand, he directly withdrew a medicinal pill and passed it over to Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao was stunned as he looked at the medicinal pill before him. Grade 3 Life Recovery Pill. Duan Lingtian said. Feng Wudao's eyes lit up as he hurriedly consumed the Grade 3 Life Recovery Pill. After a short moment, his injuries had recovered by more than half, and his pale countenance had recovered its rosy color. Grade 3 Life Recovery Pill? For a time, many people from the 10 dynasties looked at Duan Lingtian with surprised expressions. Even if it was in the 10 dynasties, a Grade 3 Life Recovery Pill could be considered to be a rare thing. When faced with these surprised gazes, Duan Lingtian didn't comment. It was because he wasn't prepared, otherwise, he would even be able to refine a Grade 2 Life Recovery Pill. Wait. Grade 2 Life Recovery Pill. Right at this moment, a flash of inspiration flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind, and he thought of a method to escape. It was to expose his identity as a Grade 2 alchemist, and make the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort be unwilling to touch him. Perhaps there was a Grade 3 alchemist in Skywolf Fort. But it was absolutely impossible for there to be a Grade 2 alchemist. This was something that Duan Lingtian knew through the memories of the 2 lifetimes that Samsara Emperor Wu experienced. Skywolf Fort was only a power that was situated at the border of the foreign lands, and it was utterly nothing in the entire foreign lands. Whereas in the central area of the foreign lands, any first-rate power only had to send out a martial Monarch realm expert to easily annihilate Skywolf Fort. Martial Monarch realm experts were legends in the 10 dynasties and were rumors in the border of the foreign lands, yet they were real existences in the central area of the foreign lands. Chapter 781. Even if it was a second-rate power in the foreign lands, it more or less had 1 or 2 martial Monarch realm experts holding down the fort. Skywolf Fort could perhaps be considered to be a local tyrant in the borders of the foreign lands. But if it was placed in the entire foreign lands, it could only be considered to be a third-rate power. It was even to the extent that it was inferior to many third-rate powers in the central area of the foreign lands. Even if it was a second-rate power in the foreign lands, a Grade 2 alchemist would fight to the death for it. So there were very few Grade 2 alchemists that were willing to condescend to a third-rate power like Skywolf Fort. After all, there was no one that didn't want to go higher. If a Grade 2 alchemist was willing to rely on Skywolf Fort, then it was utterly impossible for Skywolf Fort to refuse, nor did it have any reason to refuse. I've really gone down a dead end. I actually forgot this. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly in his heart. At the critical moment, he'd actually forgotten that he was already a Grade 2 alchemist and weapons craftsman. No matter if it was Feng Wei or Dongguo Lei, they weren't surprised when they saw Duan Lingtian withdraw a Grade 3 medicinal pill. Not to mention there were a few Grade 3 alchemists in Skywolf Fort, even the Dongguo clan had one. In the ancient desert city, So long as one possessed sufficient origin stones, one was completely capable of easily purchasing many Grade 3 medicinal pills, and one of them included the Grade 3 life recovery pill that Duan Lingtian had passed to Feng Wudao earlier. Vice Fort Master Feng, looks like this Duan Lingtian has really turned a deaf ear to your words. Why don't I personally take him away? Vice Fort Master Feng, you can be at ease. I'll absolutely not allow Skywolf Fort to be tainted with a trace of blood. Dongwu Lei looked at Feng Wei with reverence as he waited for Feng Wei's reply. He didn't dare make a decision of his own before Feng Wei. In the end, Feng Wei nodded. Dongwu Lei started laughing when he saw Feng Wei nodding. Zishong started laughing. Zhao Wei started laughing. All the people that wished for nothing more than for something to happen to Duan Lingtian started laughing. On the other hand, including Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Zhong Shouyong, everyone that was concerned about Duan Lingtian went grim, and their expressions were as unsightly could be. Whoosh! Dongwu Lei flew out and flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Feng Wudao once again appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, protecting Duan Lingtian behind him. Humph! A mere 4th-level void transformation stage martial artist dares to be presumptuous before this patriarch? You're courting death. Dongwu Lei grunted furiously as the origin energy on his body swept out. Instantly, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above him before converging into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. Whoosh! A phenomenon of the heavens and the earth arose as 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons instantly condensed into form and dashed out with imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows. 6th-level void transformation stage. Many people's expressions changed drastically. In the entire Outer Realm, the Dongwu clan was only a mediocre power, yet it was precisely the patriarch of such a clan that actually possessed such a terrifying cultivation, and it was truly shocking. Such strength was entirely capable of sweeping through the 10 great dynasties by himself. As expected of the foreign lands that caused the expressions of the members of the 10 great dynasties to go pale, and it was indeed far from something the 10 great dynasties that resided in a remote area could compare to. A mediocre power of the foreign lands possessed a terrifying strength to sweep through the 10 great dynasties. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he intended to directly speak of his identity as a Grade 2 alchemist. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian was stunned. It wasn't only Duan Lingtian, even the other people present including Feng Wudao were stunned. They felt their scalps go numb as they looked at the scene that had suddenly occurred before their eyes. The arm of Dongwu Lei, who originally pounced menacingly towards Feng Wudao, was still halfway there when it was already severed at the shoulder, and fresh blood sprayed out in a dazzling and resplendent manner. All the young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties including Duan Lingtian didn't notice anything wrong from the beginning until the end. Suddenly, Dongwu Lei's arm was severed. As for Feng Wudao and the others, they'd instead clearly heard the brief sword howl, and the time the sword howl appeared was too short. If it wasn't for their strength being extraordinary, it would be utterly impossible for them to hear it. The body of Dongwu Lei, who had his arm severed, trembled as he revealed an expression of pain, yet he forcefully endured it and didn't make a sound. He hurriedly grabbed onto his severed arm and held it tightly at the place where his arm was severed, and origin energy flickered within his body as he wanted to connect his severed arm. At the same time, he couldn't help but raise his head to look up into the sky, and his face was filled with fear. Just now, he vaguely caught a glimpse of the sword ray that fell from the sky and cut off one of his arms. The strength of the opponent was absolutely in existence at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above. He was utterly unable to offend an existence like this. So from the beginning until the end, he didn't dare make a sound as he was deeply afraid of offending the expert that was concealed in the shadows. Damn it! That expert wouldn't be helping Duan Lingtian, right? Dongwu Lei's expression was extremely unsightly. He was most worried now that the expert was helping Duan Lingtian. If it was really like this, then killing Duan Lingtian would undoubtedly be more difficult than ascending the heavens. Dongwu Lei took a deep breath and looked at Feng Wei. He knew that Feng Wei would absolutely not let the expert that was concealed in the shadows off so easily. Now, he only hoped that Feng Wei would be able to drag that expert out and kill him. In this way, that bit of worry of his would vanish into thin air. Who is it? On the other hand, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei's calm expression finally revealed a change. However, his gaze didn't look up into the sky. Instead, he looked towards the herbaceous peony pavilion that was beneath Duan Lingtian. Feng Wei, long time no see. Under the focused gazes of numerous people, a middle-aged man with a robust figure suddenly flashed out from within the herbaceous peony pavilion. After a short moment, the middle-aged man vanished before the eyes of most people. When he appeared once more, he was already by Su Li's side. Master. Su Li couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw the robust middle-aged man appear. Earlier, even though his heart burned with anxiety when Duan Lingtian was facing danger, he didn't make useless efforts and ceaselessly contacted his master instead. Because he knew that unless his master made an appearance, otherwise, even if everyone from the 10 dynasties protected Duan Lingtian with all their might, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive. The person that severed the arm of the Donghua clan's patriarch earlier was him? This expert was able to sever the arm of the Donghua clan's patriarch so easily. I presume he's at least in existence at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above. In this way, his strength isn't inferior to Vice Fort Master Feng. He's the master of that young genius from the Dark Han dynasty that has come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. That young genius is standing by Duan Lingtian's side, and he seems to be a friend of Duan Lingtian. The members of the 10 dynasties whispered in discussion. The scene before their eyes had taken a sudden turn, and it caused them to be dazed, causing their feelings to rise and fall along with it, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. Su Li's master? Zishong's face went grim. No matter what, he'd never imagined that Su Li's master would actually be an expert at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above, and he'd even made an appearance at this moment. When he saw Duan Lingtian was about to be taken away by Donghua Lei, Zishong's heart was filled with unwillingness when Donghua Lei interfered. Now, he only hoped that Feng Wei, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, would be able to suppress Su Li's master. On the other hand, those people that wished for nothing more than to Duan Lingtian had extremely unsightly expressions. Just a little bit more and this Duan Lingtian would have died. All of them felt that it was extremely unfortunate. Besides Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Long Yun, everyone from the Dark Han dynasty including Feng Wudao were shocked by the strength of Su Li's master. He condensed a sword from afar within the pavilion and severed the arm of the Donghua clan's patriarch. How formidable was this ability? The Donghua clan's patriarch was in existence at the 6th level of the void transformation stage at any rate. Even a 7th level void transformation stage expert would probably not be able to possess such formidable strength, right? Senior, Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li's master with a surprised expression. Even though he'd always known that Su Li's master was present, because he didn't know the strength of Su Li's master, he didn't know if Su Li's master would be able to save him from the hands of the Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master, Feng Wei. Now, Su Li's master had made a move domineeringly and severed the arm of the Donghua clan's patriarch, and it allowed him to see hope. Even though he already had a method to deal with it. But if he did that, then he would undoubtedly have to work for the Skywolf Fort, and even though he was mentally prepared, his heart was still filled with unwillingness. He believed that no one would be willing to work for a power that once wanted to kill him. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and bowed to thank Su Li's master. He'd met Su Li's master twice, and Su Li's master had saved his life twice, so he felt respect from the bottom of his heart towards an existence like this. Su Li's master nodded, and then he looked at Feng Wei with a gaze that was like a sword. Sword 13. Feng Wei's expression was exceedingly gloomy as he said angrily, "When did it become your turn to interfere in the matters of my Skywolf Fort?" Even though Feng Wei was furious, yet he didn't have the slightest intention of making a move. It was even to the extent that a trace of fear was faintly mixed within the depths of his gaze. Obviously, he was afraid of the strength of Su Li's master, Sword 13. Sword 13 was a formidable sword cultivator in the Blade Sect, and he was the second strongest expert in the House of Swords of the Blade Sect, and he'd once fought Feng Wei many years ago. In just a single move, he'd lost at Sword 13's hands. Whereas the Blade Sect was a power of the foreign lands that was on par with the Skywolf fort. But even if he knew he was no match for Sword 13, Feng Wei wasn't afraid in the slightest. After all, this was the Skywolf fort and not the Blade Sect. Not to mention that his strength could only be ranked in the lower middle amongst the 5 vice fort masters of the Skywolf fort. There was another strongest fort master in the Skywolf fort. I naturally can't be bothered to pay attention to the matters of your Skywolf fort. But this young brother is the friend of my closed-door disciple. It was fine if I wasn't present, but since I'm present, then I'm really afraid this disciple of mine wouldn't acknowledge me as his master if I were to stand by idly. Sword 13 said indifferently, besides that, do you think I wouldn't know the objective of your Skywolf fort holding this martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Let me tell you. My Blade Sect wants half of the young experts that become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Sword 13 finished speaking in a single breath, and his words were filled with an indisputable tone. Sword 13, you. Don't go too far. Chapter 782. Going too far. Sword 13 started laughing. Feng Wei, this matter isn't my personal decision, and it's the decision of our entire Blade Sect. Of course, our Blade Sect won't take advantage of your Skywolf fort for nothing. According to my knowledge, besides our Blade Sect, those bald donkeys know about the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that your Skywolf fort is holding with great fanfare. Do you hope that our Blade Sect will cooperate with them? Or do you hope that our Blade Sect will cooperate with your Skywolf fort? Sword 13 finished speaking in a single breath. On the other hand, the rage on Feng Wei's face vanished like the wind because of what Sword 13 said, and it was replaced by gloominess. Never had he imagined that this matter would actually be found out by those bald donkeys that were difficult to deal with. Since he's the friend of your closed-door disciple, then let's drop this matter. Feng Wei glanced indifferently at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. Feng Wei's words caused the nearby Dongwu Lei's face to go grim, and he said hurriedly and anxiously, Vice Fort Master Feng, you promised me. You can't. Dongwu Lei was anxious when he saw Feng Wei about to change his mind. Me. Is it your place to interfere in what decision I, Feng Wei, make? Leave, I'll return that favor to you sooner or later. Dongwu Lei's words were like a fuse that completely lit up Feng Wei's rage, and it caused Feng Wei's face to seem as if it was covered in a layer of frost. Dongwu Lei's face went grim when he heard Feng Wei. Never had he imagined that the dignified Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, would change his mind just like that. Of course, he knew clearly in his heart. Even if Feng Wei changed his mind, he would be helpless against Feng Wei because he was utterly not a match for Feng Wei. Dongwu Lei took a deep breath and glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian before leaving a voice transmission behind before leaving. Duan Lingtian, you're lucky today and escaped calamity. But, being lucky for a moment doesn't mean that your luck will be so good for your entire lifetime. This was a voice transmission that Dongwu Lei sent into Duan Lingtian's ears before he left, and his words were filled with a threatening tone that displayed his resolution. As long as he could avenge his grandson, he was willing to pay any price other than his own life. Even if Duan Lingtian had that Sword 13 as his backing, he didn't care. So long as he found an opportunity, he would make a move and kill Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment. After he killed Duan Lingtian, he would flee far away from the ancient desert city. As for whether the Dongwu clan would vent their anger on Sword 13, he didn't care. If it wasn't for the fact that he was confident in getting Feng Wei to help him deal with Duan Lingtian on this trip to Skywolf Fort, he would have secretly killed Duan Lingtian a long time ago. But never had he imagined that even if Feng Wei was willing to help him for the sake of returning the favor, he was still unable to kill Duan Lingtian in the end. Sword 13 appearing out of nowhere had completely disrupted his plans. Duan Lingtian didn't care when facing Dongwu Lei's threat, and it was as if he utterly didn't hear Dongwu Lei's voice transmission. After Dongwu Lei left, Feng Wei glanced coldly and indifferently at Sword 13 before leaving as well. For a time, the gazes of the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties descended onto Sword 13 in unison. Based on what he said earlier, he seems to be from that Blade Sect. In terms of strength, that blade sect is surely not inferior to Skywolf Fort. Aren't you spouting nonsense? If it wasn't for that, would the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort admit defeat? However, I don't know what they meant by what they said just now. Many people whispered in discussion. Especially the members of the Dark Han dynasty, besides Duan Lingtian and Long Yun, all of them looked at Sword 13 with slightly dumbstruck gazes. Even though Feng Tianwu had seen Sword 13 kill people in the Ice Flame Pavilion in the Daming dynasty that day, yet she never imagined that Sword 13's strength would actually be so terrifying, and even far surpass her father. An expert at the 7th level of the Void Transformation stage or above, moreover, it seemed to not be as simple as the 7th level of the Void Transformation stage. In other words, it was extremely likely that this Sword 13 was a formidable existence at the 8th level of the Void Transformation stage or even the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage. Sword 13 remained indifferent when faced with so many gazes. He raised his head slightly, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he smiled. Duan Lingtian, you're really good at causing trouble. If Su Li was like you, I'm afraid I'd have broken a leg long ago. Even though Sword 13 said this, Duan Lingtian was instead able to clearly see that when Sword 13 mentioned Su Li, his eyes obviously contained a smile. Obviously, Sword 13 was extremely fond of his closed-door disciple, Su Li. Su Li laughed embarrassedly when he heard this. No matter if it was most of the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty or the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties, all of them looked at Su Li with gazes that were filled with envy. They envied Su Li for having such a formidable master and such a formidable backer. With a backer like this, not to mention anything else, so long as he didn't offend the Overlord and Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, he was practically capable of moving unhindered in the ancient desert city. Damn it! Just a little bit more. Zishong's expression was extremely unsightly, and his heart was filled with unwillingness. Earlier, when he saw the Dongua clan's patriarch, Dongua Lei, wanted to take Duan Lingtian away, excitement couldn't help but arise in his heart. But right at the critical moment, Sword 13's appearance had instead caused all of this to become transient fireworks. This was difficult for him to accept. Once I possess sufficient strength, the first person I kill will be this Sword 13. Zishong looked at Sword 13 as a fierce light flickered within his eyes. Whoosh! Zishong was the first to leave, and he returned to the pavilion he resided in. Just a little bit more. On the other hand, the other people that wished for nothing more than for Duan Lingtian to suffer a mishap like Zhao Weiyi similarly felt disgruntled because of this. The people gradually dispersed. Not long after, only the group of people from the Dark Han dynasty remained in the sky. Su Li, aren't you going to introduce them to me? The Emperor of the Dark Han dynasty looked at Su Li and asked with a light smile. Obviously, the Emperor of the Dark Han dynasty wanted to get acquainted with his master, Sword 13, through Su Li. Even though he didn't know what the blade sect that Sword 13 mentioned earlier was, as the Emperor of the Dark Han dynasty, his mind was agile, and he was able to easily discern. The Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, was rather afraid of Sword 13 and the blade sect behind him. It could be seen from this that the blade sect ought to not be inferior to Skywolf Fort. Originally, as far as the Emperor was concerned, Su Li was from their Dark Han dynasty no matter what, and he had to give Su Li face and introduce the mysterious Sword 13 to Su Li. But he was bound to be thinking too much. In next to no time, his expression went grim and became extremely unsightly. Am I very familiar with you? Su Li glanced indifferently at the Emperor, and then he lightly smiled as he called out to Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Zhong Shouyong before returning to the Peony Pavilion with Sword 13. As he looked at the figures of Duan Lingtian and the others that were disappearing into the distance, the Emperor's expression was as unsightly as it could be. However, even though he was furious, he didn't dare reveal it. What a joke! If Su Li's master, that expert called Sword 13, wanted to deal with him, he would probably only need a single sword strike to kill him. As for Bai He, Bai Hao, and Zishong's master, Bai Nan Yin, all of them were silent and speechless. In front of such a powerhouse, they only felt powerless. Duan Lingtian and the others followed Su Li into the Peony Pavilion, and within the spacious room, Su Li officially introduced his master to Duan Lingtian and the others. Sword 13, an expert of the Blade Sect. The Blade Sect was a power of the foreign lands that wasn't inferior to Skywolf Fort. Practically all the disciples within the Blade Sect were martial artists that utilized sabers or swords, and they were divided into the House of Sabers and House of Swords. Sword 13 was precisely the vice-sect master of the House of Swords. After Su Li introduced Duan Lingtian and the others to Sword 13, Sword 13 nodded and squeezed out a trace of a rare smile on his face. "You're really not bad. If you're willing, I can make an exception and allow you to enter the House of Swords and become an elder of our Blade Sect." Sword 13 looked at Feng Wu Dao. Obviously, he was rather shocked that a genius in the martial Dao like Feng Wu Dao could appear in the 10 dynasties. He was extremely clear about the cultivation environment in the 10 dynasties. Feng Wu Dao was able to break through to the 4th level of the void transformation stage before the age of 50 under the adverse cultivation environment of the 10 dynasties, and it was extremely rare. Feng Wu Dao's eyes lit up when he heard Sword 13, and his body emitted strong battle intent. Are there many experts at the 4th level of the void transformation stage or above in the Blade Sect? Of course. Sword 13 nodded. There are no less than 7 people at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above in my Blade Sect. As for people at the 4th level of the void transformation stage to the 6th level of the void transformation stage, there are over 20 people. I'm willing to join the Blade Sect. Feng Wu Dao lightly smiled as he spoke. He'd been obsessed with the martial Dao all his life, and he liked to challenge experts and break through himself on the fine line between life and death. His achievements today were not only because of his talent, but also because of this. Now, when he heard Sword 13 say that there were many existences at the 4th level of the void transformation stage or above in the Blade Sect, Feng Wu Dao was moved. Once he entered the Blade Sect, then wouldn't he have many opponents to train with? Very good. Sword 13 nodded once more when he heard Feng Wu Dao agree. Since you're willing to become an elder of our Blade Sect, then return to the Blade Sect with me after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ends. Feng Wu Dao nodded. Congratulations, Uncle Feng. Duan Lingtian congratulated Feng Wu Dao. Joining the Blade Sect was undoubtedly a great turning point in Feng Wu Dao's life. Duan Lingtian believed that with Feng Wu Dao's natural talent and ability, once he arrived at the Blade Sect, he would surely be able to shine brilliantly and even have the chance to become one of the few experts in the Blade Sect. He who possessed the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara felt that he was extremely accurate in discerning people. As far as he was concerned, perhaps Sword 13 was stronger than Feng Wu Dao now, but it was hard to say in the future because Feng Wu Dao had the potential to become an expert. Perhaps, Uncle Feng has the chance to become a martial Monarch stage expert. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Congratulations, Father. Congratulations, Uncle Feng. Chapter 783. In next to no time, Sword 13 and Feng Wu Dao left Su Li's room successively. For a time, only Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, Zhong Shouyong, and Su Li remained in the entire room. The gazes of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 descended onto Su Li in unison. They had too many questions in their hearts, and they urgently wanted Su Li to answer them. Su Li, Senior said earlier that the Blade Sect wants half of the young experts that stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. What does that mean? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He kept having the feeling that what Sword 13 said was absolutely not as simple as the Blade Sect wanting to compete for disciples with Skywolf Fort. I don't know as well. Su Li laughed bitterly. I only know that it was my master that asked me to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Moreover, he would bring me back to the Blade Sect after the competition ends. Even though Su Li had already become Sword 13's disciple for a period of time, he'd never followed Sword 13 back to the Blade Sect. Then why did your master say that Baldy caused the expression of the Vice-Fort Master of Skywolf Fort to go pale? Is that bald donkey really that scary? Feng Tianwu continued to ask. Actually, I don't know much about those baldy donkeys. I only heard my master mention that those baldy donkeys represent a power of the foreign lands that isn't inferior to our blade sect. Su Li spoke with slight helplessness, as he didn't know much. I can be sure that there's surely a reason why Skywolf Fort suddenly held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Moreover, this reason caused the Blade Sect and another power of the foreign lands that isn't inferior to the Blade Sect to pay attention to it. Zhong Shouyong guessed. His guess obtained the unanimous agreement of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Right, Su Li, why is your master called Sword 13? This ought to not be his true name, right? Feng Tianwu asked curiously. Duan Lingtian and Zhong Shouyong looked at Su Li in unison, and they had the same bewilderment in their hearts. Sword 13 didn't seem like a proper name no matter how they heard it, and it was more like a code name. I know that, Su Li said, because I once asked Master this question. According to Master, there's a tradition in our Blade Sect. The sect leader of the Saber Sect and the sect leader of the Sword Sect in the Blade Sect have to go through an extremely brutal selection process. Every 30 years, such a selection process would be held. During that selection, no matter if it was the House of Blades or the House of Swords, each of them would carefully select 18 outstanding disciples that intended to become the sect master. From the moment the 18 outstanding disciples of the House of Blades agreed to participate in the selection, their past names ceased to exist, and only a new name remained. They were respectively Saber 1, Saber 2, Saber 3, and even Saber 18. At this point, Su Li paused for a moment. For example, Long Yun's master is precisely this generation's Saber 5, and he'll officially take over the House of Sabers of the Blade Sect in a few years. Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Long Yun's master? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows in surprise. He was naturally not unfamiliar with Long Yun. The former Saber Young Master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters was the foster son of the former demonic Lotus Blade Sect's leader, Long Wei, and Long Yun could be considered to be half an enemy of his. Of course, after he killed Long Wei, they could already be considered to be true enemies. Once Long Yun found out that he'd killed Long Wei, Long Yun would surely wish for nothing more than to fight him with his life on the line. Originally, since he suppressed Long Yun in the martial competition of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Duan Lingtian didn't take Long Yun seriously any longer. Because he felt that Long Yun would soon be left far behind by him and was nothing to worry about. When he saw Long Yun once more during the genius competition held by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he couldn't help but be greatly shocked. At that time, Long Yun seemed as if he'd been reborn, and a tremendous change had occurred in his body. Even though Long Yun was still inferior to him, it wasn't much inferior. Later on, he encountered numerous fortuitous encounters, causing his strength to advance by leaps and bounds, whereas Long Yun's strength was still able to follow behind him at a neither fast nor slow pace, and this caused him to be filled with emotion towards Long Yun's fortuitous encounters. According to his knowledge, Long Yun's fortuitous encounters were similar to Su Li's, and both of them had a master that came from the foreign lands. Moreover, the masters of these two people were fellow disciples. Su Li addressed Long Yun's master as Martial Uncle Saber, whereas Long Yun addressed Su Li's master as Martial Uncle Sword. At that time, Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled by the way they addressed their respective masters. Is there anyone that addresses their seniors like this? Now, he came to an understanding. One was Saber 5, the other was Sword 13. If they didn't address them like this, then how should they address them? In this way, your master is the next sect master of the House of Swords as well? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Su Li nodded. Long Yun's master, Saber 5, was the only one amongst the 18 disciples of the House of Sabers that passed through the selection and survived. The other 17 disciples of the House of Sabers have all died. It can be said that Saber 5 stepped on the corpses of 17 disciples of the House of Sabers to obtain his current status and accomplishments. As he finished speaking, Su Li couldn't help but sigh. Duan Lingtian naturally knew why Su Li sighed. Because Su Li's master, Sword 13, was the same, and he stepped on the corpses of 17 disciples of the House of Swords to become the successor of the House of Swords. Your House of Swords is really terrifying. My father wouldn't be in any danger after joining your House of Swords, right? When she heard about the tradition of competing for the position of sect master of the House of Sabers and House of Swords, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went grim, and she asked with slight fear. Of course not. Su Li laughed bitterly. In the House of Swords, only the competition between the House of Sabers and House of Swords is comparatively intense. Normally, the disciples of the House of Sabers are harmonious, whereas the disciples of the House of Swords are more or less the same. The disciples of the House of Sabers are harmonious. The disciples of the House of Swords are similar. Zhong Shouyong smiled spuriously. Based on what you said, there seems to be something wrong between the disciples of the House of Sabers and House of Swords. Actually, there's nothing wrong with it. According to my master, it's just that no one is willing to submit to another, and there would occasionally be some friction and competition between them. Su Li spoke with slight embarrassment. He'd only found out about some of the situation in the House of Swords from his master, and he himself didn't know much about it. You call this nothing wrong? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but roll his eyes at Su Li. In his heart, he rather approved of the independent management method of the House of Sabers and House of Swords in the House of Swords. As for the bloody competition for the position of sect master of the House of Sabers and House of Swords, he didn't feel it was anything. Cloud Continent itself was a world where the strong were respected, and if one wanted to become a person that stood above others, then there was naturally no lack of difficulties and obstacles. Only by passing through layer upon layer of difficulties and obstacles would one be able to truly stand at the true peak. This was something that Duan Lingtian deeply felt. Because he possessed the memories of the 2 lifetimes of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, whereas, during those 2 lifetimes, the Rebirth Martial Emperor had walked step by step to finally become a Martial Emperor stage expert that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Su Li, in this way, if you want to compete for the position of sect master of the House of Swords in the future, then you'll have to undergo a bloody competition with the other 17 outstanding disciples of the House of Swords. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of this, and his brows knit together tightly as he was worried for Su Li. Yes. Su Li nodded. This is the normal process. Of course, Master won't force me to compete for the position of sect master of the House of Swords. Senior is really good to you. Duan Lingtian smiled. After they chatted idly for a while, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 bid their farewells to Su Li before leaving the Peony Pavilion. After they returned to the Narcissus Pavilion, Duan Lingtian didn't return to his room but instead stayed outside the pavilion and seriously cultivated the high-grade heaven-rank martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. After the series of encounters from before, Duan Lingtian's mood had been constantly changing, and he'd long since tossed the feelings he had from cultivating the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash to the back of his mind. So when he cultivated the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash once more now, he didn't have the feeling of wanting to be hasty. Swoosh, swoosh. Duan Lingtian pointed out with his sword, and 2 divine dragons condensed from origin energy whistled out while baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. One of the divine dragons that was comparatively more material abruptly shot out 2 rays of light from its eyes. Swish, swish. The ray of light tore through the sky and flashed out with an extremely terrifying speed before touching the enormous rock outside the pavilion. In the past few days, Duan Lingtian had frequently cultivated the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash here, so this enormous rock was already riddled with holes since long ago. After cultivating for a while, Duan Lingtian stopped, and he held the wind concept fragment in his hand as he calmed his heart and comprehended. His wind concept rose ceaselessly. The incident that occurred today was quickly tossed to the back of Duan Lingtian's mind. In his world, only the wind concept of being calm like a virgin and moving like a mad rabbit remained. Time silently flowed by, and the day the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began grew closer and closer. During these 2 days, not a single young genius of the 10 dynasties left Skywolf Fort to go outside, and all of them stayed in their respective pavilions with tacit understanding to cultivate in meditation. Every single one of them felt extremely great pressure. Perhaps, they could be considered to be outstanding existences in their respective dynasties. But now, they weren't just competing with the young geniuses of their own dynasties, They had to compete with the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties as well. Even if you were the #1 expert in the younger generation of your dynasty, you didn't dare say that you would surely be stronger than the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties. In the blink of an eye, it was the day before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began. Dusk descended, and the setting sun was like blood, causing the entire Skywolf fort to seem as if it had been dyed in blood, causing it to seem extremely gorgeous and strange. Time really passes quickly. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties is tomorrow. Duan Lingtian leaned on the balcony of the pavilion as he looked at the red glow that covered the sky and muttered to himself. He'd already made preparations to welcome the competition between the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties tomorrow. Elder brother Duan. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian saw Feng Tianwu flying over from afar, and he was instantly slightly surprised. Tianwu, where did you go? Elder brother Duan, I've inquired about the rules of the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties tomorrow. Chapter 784. The rules of the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and he neither agreed nor disagreed. What's there to find out about this? It's nothing more than advancing through battles, it's all the same. All along the way, Duan Lingtian had experienced many martial competitions and martial competitions, so he was extremely familiar with the old methods of advancing through battles. Elder brother Duan, the rules of the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties isn't advancing through battles. Feng Tianwu's eyes revealed a mysterious expression. It's not advancing through battles? Then what's it? Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was truly slightly curious when he heard Feng Tianwu say this. I heard that the first round of the selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will allow the 100 young geniuses of our 10 dynasties to enter a certain place in the Skywolf fort. After that, the group of us will be locked in there and be allowed to undergo chaotic battles. The chaotic battles will only stop after a certain amount of people have died. But everyone that enters there has to not only protect themselves, they have to kill others. Feng Tianwu caught her breath and spoke slowly. Chaotic battles? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. What does Skywolf Fort take us to be? Slaughter machines? Needless to say, this rule was extremely cruel. At the very least, it was extremely cruel to Duan Lingtian. It was only the first round of the selections, yet it required numerous corpses to pave the path forward for a few people, and it was difficult for him to accept. Moreover, in the eyes of many young geniuses, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was actually only an ordinary combat arena. Even though some of them didn't feel that they would be able to become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, they still wanted to use it to temper themselves. Duan Lingtian was sure that once this rule was made known, many of the 100 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties would surely refuse to participate. It was only the first round of the selections, and if you didn't kill others, then others would kill you. Elimination and death were tightly bound together, leaving one with no other choice. Besides that, I heard that up until now, only the few fort masters of Skywolf Fort know exactly how the chaotic battles in the first round of the selections are carried out. I wonder if there are any special rules or restrictions in the chaotic battles in the first round of the selections. Feng Tianwu said again. Duan Lingtian nodded, then his eyes flashed. If possible, it's best to seek cooperation, and it must be someone you trust. If you worked with someone you didn't trust, who knew if he would stab you in the back? Therefore, if he only had people he didn't trust to choose, he might as well be alone. I've already thought about it. I'll work together with you, elder brother Duan, brother Zhong, and Su Li to form a small group. At that time, I want to see who dares to provoke our group. Feng Tianwu's autumn eyes twinkled. From her words, she was full of confidence in Duan Lingtian's strength. That's a good idea. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he flew out and left the Narcissus Pavilion. Let's go. Let's go look for brother Zhong and Su Li in next to no time. Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Zhong Shouyong had once again arrived at the Peony Pavilion, and they entered Su Li's room to gather with Su Li. Duan Lingtian, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is tomorrow. Why are all of you looking for me so anxiously? Su Li asked curiously. That's right, brother Lingtian, What exactly happened? Zhong Shouyong asked as well. Zhong Shouyong was called out by Duan Lingtian, and the latter didn't have the time to explain before bringing Zhong Shouyong to Su Li. So Zhong Shouyong still didn't know why Duan Lingtian had gathered them together. Tianwu, tell me. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu and lightly smiled as he spoke. Feng Tianwu replied before telling Su Li and Zhong Shouyong about the rules of the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that she'd told Duan Lingtian about earlier. Instantly, their expressions couldn't help but go grim. The first round of the selection is to allow 100 of us to enter a place and enter into a chaotic battle. Su Li couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Who set such a perverted rule? At that time, I'm afraid at least half of the people wouldn't be willing to play with Skywolf Fort. Indeed. Zhong Shouyong said with a serious expression, once this rule is exposed, more than half of the people will surely give up. After all, everyone only has one life. Unless it's a person that's especially confident in their own strength, otherwise, it's practically impossible for them to be willing to participate in such a life and death selection. If what young Miss Tianwu heard is true, then the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is practically comparable to the bloody selections of our Blade sect to compete for the position of Master of the House of Sabers and House of Swords. Su Li's eyes flashed as he spoke with a serious tone. Tianwu said she heard it from an elder of Skywolf Fort. That person has a Skywolf crest on his chest, and the eyes of the Skywolf are silver in color. Duan Lingtian said, so this news ought to be true. When he saw the flickering gazes of Su Li and Zhong Shouyong that were obviously filled with fear towards the martial competition of the 10 dynasties tomorrow, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile. Tianwu and I came to look for the both of you mainly because we wanted to discuss how to deal with the first round of the life and death selection. Su Li and Zhong Shouyong's gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison when they heard this. Tianwu and I intend to form a small group with all of you to face the remaining 90+ young geniuses from the various dynasties and survive the first round of the life and death selection. Duan Lingtian spoke of the suggestion that he discussed with Feng Tianwu. All right, I agree. Su Li's eyes lit up. I agree as well. Zhong Shouyong had no objections as well. It was also because they trusted each other with Duan Lingtian, otherwise, it would be utterly impossible for them to reach a consensus so quickly. After all, once they decided to work together, it was equivalent to handing their backs to each other without any precautions, and they needed mutual trust to be able to accomplish this. In Su Li's room, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had reached a consensus that they would form a small group and face the first round of the life and death selection of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties tomorrow. In next to no time, the 4 of them dispersed. The veil of night gradually descended, and the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties were either cultivating to improve their cultivations, comprehending concept, or cultivating martial skills. The heavy atmosphere carried a slight oppressive feeling, and it seemed to be welcoming the arrival of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties tomorrow morning. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held by Skywolf Fort for the 10 dynasties. No matter which dynasty the young genius was, so long as they were able to stand out and become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, that dynasty would be able to obtain the rewards of Skywolf Fort. Besides grade 3 spirit weapons, numerous medicinal pills, and high-grade origin stones, the rewards were also the concept fragments left behind by the void transformation stage experts. The concept fragments were the most precious amongst all the rewards, and everyone in the 10 dynasties wanted to obtain it. It was precisely because of this that the 10 dynasties were so attentive towards the martial competition of the dynasties, and it was even to the extent that they'd prepared for an entire 4 years for this. 4 years was neither long nor short, and it was sufficient for many things to occur. Just like Duan Lingtian. Compared to the him from 4 years ago, it was simply like the difference between the heavens and the earth, and it was difficult to link the two together. Of course, it was speaking in terms of his cultivation. As for his appearance, there was not much difference between the current Duan Lingtian and 4 years ago. He usually paid attention to maintaining his appearance. Coupled with his profound cultivation base, the aging of his appearance was almost negligible. It was even to the extent that so long as Duan Lingtian was able to break through to the martial monarch stage within 10 years, he would retain his youth forever. At that time, he would be able to maintain his current appearance forever. No matter if another 30 years, 50 years, or even 100 years passed, even if the internal organs in his body gradually aged, his appearance wouldn't change in the slightest. At dawn, everything came to life, and the entire outer fort of Skywolf Fort was bustling with noise and excitement. The representatives of the 10 dynasties and all the young geniuses left their respective pavilions and headed towards the vast combat arena in the outer fort. After a short moment, most of the people stood in the sky above the combat arena and waited silently. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 8 figures flashed through the sky and arrived at the side of the sky above the combat arena in the blink of an eye. It's that Duan Lingtian. There's also that Sword 13 from the Saber clan. That's the Dark Han dynasty's Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao, and that peerless beauty by his side ought to be his daughter, Feng Tianwu. Many young geniuses of the 10 dynasties couldn't help but whisper in discussion when they saw the 8 figures descending. The 8 people that had just arrived were precisely Duan Lingtian and the others. Besides Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, Zhong Shouyong, and Su Li, there was also Su Li's master, Feng Wu Dao, and another pair of master and disciple. The young one amongst them was precisely Long Yun. Before Long Yun stood a curly-bearded man that didn't care about his appearance. He had a wide saber hung on his waist and wore old clothes, causing him to seem like a bandit. His saber 5. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he faintly guessed the identity of this curly-bearded man. Saber 5, the vice-master of the House of Sabers in the Blade sect. It wouldn't be long before he would become the master of the House of Sabers, and only the master of the House of Swords could compare to his status in the Blade sect. The other members of the Blade sect could only look up at him from afar. Saber 5 was someone that Duan Lingtian's group of 6 had encountered on the way here. At that time, Saber 5 had brought Long Yun along to head towards them, and he didn't say a single word before converging with them. Of course, whether Saber 5 had communicated with Sword 13 via voice transmission wasn't something that Duan Lingtian could know. Duan Lingtian, I hope you didn't do anything to my foster father. Otherwise, no matter where you go, I won't let you off. Suddenly, a voice transmission that was filled with ruthlessness entered clearly into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he glanced indifferently at Long Yun. He was able to discern that it was Long Yun's voice. Chapter 785. Early on, when Long Yun followed Saber 5 over earlier, Duan Lingtian had already used his spiritual force to detect Long Yun's cultivation. Second level of the void interpretation stage. Even though Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised by this, he wasn't surprised. After all, no matter if it was Su Li's master, Sword 13, or Long Yun's master, Saber 5, they were both members of the Foreign Lands Blade sect. Perhaps in the entire Foreign Lands, the Blade sect was only a third-rate sect, yet the cultivation resources it possessed were far from something the various powers of the 10 dynasties could compare to. In the eyes of the members of the 10 dynasties, spirit fruits used by void interpretation stage martial artists could only be chanced upon by luck. Yet in the Blade sect, there were many in stock. As the vice-sect master of the House of Swords and House of Sabers, no matter if it was Sword 13 or Saber 5, it wasn't difficult for them to take out a few spirit fruits used by void interpretation stage martial artists. So even if Long Yun's cultivation had stepped into the second level of the void interpretation stage, Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised. But if he really wanted to calculate it carefully, Long Yun's improvement was undoubtedly the greatest amongst the group of young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty. After all, during the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition that day, Long Yun was only a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist. In other words, he'd only spent a year of time to transform from a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist to a 2nd level void interpretation stage martial artist. Such improvement was sufficient to shock anyone. You! How could you possibly know? Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered into Long Yun's ears, causing Long Yun's face to go slightly grim, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. After all, After he broke through to the second level of the void interpretation stage, he'd never fought. Moreover, besides his master, it was logically impossible for anyone else to know that he'd broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage a few days ago. When faced with Long Yun's terror and uneasiness, Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him, and he instead shot his gaze at the members of the other 10 dynasties. Including him, it wasn't long before the 100 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties had already gathered together. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he muttered. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties is about to begin. As if to complement Duan Lingtian's mutterings, from the direction of Skywolf Fort, 2 incomparably ear-piercing whistling sounds suddenly came from afar. At practically the exact same moment, 2 figures appeared out of thin air above the combat arena in the outer fort of Skywolf Fort. The 2 newcomers were both wearing the green uniform of Skywolf Fort. They had the badge of a Skywolf's head pinned on their chests. The eyes of the Skywolf's head were both golden. Their identities were on the verge of being revealed. They were the 2 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort. One of the Vice Fort Masters wasn't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian and the others, as they just met him 2 days ago. It was precisely Feng Wei who'd gone to look for Duan Lingtian with the Donghua clan's patriarch. As for the other Vice Fort Master, his status in Skywolf Fort was obviously higher than Feng Wei. Feng Wei stood in midair at a position faintly slightly behind this person, and it imperceptibly revealed Feng Wei's reverence towards this person. This was an old man with an emaciated appearance, yet his eyes flickered with bright lights, and he entirely didn't seem like the appearance of an old man. I'm the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan. This person by my side is the Vice Fort Master of our Skywolf Fort as well, and is called Feng Wei. The old man's gaze flashed past everyone from the 10 dynasties as he spoke with a calm tone. As he spoke, he introduced himself and Feng Wei. Greetings, Vice Fort Masters. Instantly, many people bowed, and many people nodded in greeting. Of course, there were also many people that paid no attention to these 2 people. These people were precisely Duan Lingtian and the others that stood silently at the side. After Ning Kan lightly smiled to the others, his focused gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and the others, and then his gaze flashed back and forth between 2 of them in the end. Sword 13, Saber 5. I truly never imagined that both of you would actually come to my Skywolf Fort together. I hope you can forgive me for not going out to greet you. The people Ning Kan's gaze looked at were precisely Sword 13 and Saber 5. Sword 13 and Saber 5 were respectively the Vice Sect Masters of the House of Swords and House of Sabers. Most importantly, the 2 of them had already been decided as the Sect Master of the House of Swords and the Sect Master of the Dao Sect, and they were the 2 future leaders of the Blade Sect. So even if it was Ning Kan, he didn't dare be careless in the slightest when facing Sword 13 and Saber 5. Old man Ning, go about your business and take it as we don't exist. We've mainly come today for the sake of inspecting the results of these 2 brats' cultivation during these past few years. Saber 5 glanced indifferently at Ning Kan as he spoke. Saber 5, I only heard that Sword 13 has taken a disciple. Could it be that you've taken a disciple as well? Ning Kan asked with slight surprise. Call him over. Right at this moment, Saber 5 looked at Long Yun. Greetings, Vice Fort Master Ning. Long Yun didn't dare dally when he heard his master's orders, and he hurriedly took a step forward in the sky before bowing to Ning Kan. Ha. Not bad, not bad. Ning Kan smiled as he nodded to Long Yun, and then he looked at Su Li. You ought to be Sword 13's disciple, right? According to my understanding of Sword 13, ordinary people are utterly unable to enter his eyes, let alone become his disciple. It's obvious from this that you're surely extraordinary. Vice Fort Master Ning, you're too kind. Su Li replied modestly. At the same time, besides the gazes of all the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty, besides descending onto Su Li, most of the young geniuses of the various dynasties had descended onto Long Yun. They'd already met Su Li 2 days ago, and they knew that he was the closed-door disciple of an expert from another power of the foreign lands. At that time, they were filled with various feelings of envy and jealousy towards Su Li, and all of them wished for nothing more than to replace Su Li. Now, when they found out that Long Yun possessed an identity similar to Su Li, the gazes they shot at Long Yun were similarly filled with envy and jealousy. This Long Yun is actually the disciple of an expert from a power of the foreign lands as well. His and Su Li's luck is really good to actually be able to take an expert from a power of the foreign lands as their master. They seem to have only come from the Darkstone Empire, and they can be considered to have transformed from wild chickens into phoenixes now. Why don't I have such a good fate? Some of the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty couldn't help but whisper in discussion, and later on, there were even many young geniuses from other dynasties that joined in. So this is Long Yun's fortuitous encounter. Zi Shong's gaze flashed as he muttered to himself. When he hadn't met Duan Lingtian, when Duan Lingtian hadn't become famous in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zi Shong, who was similarly one of the most outstanding 5 great young masters in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, had known Long Yun since long ago. It was precisely because of this that when he saw Long Yun in the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition that day, he'd guessed that Long Yun ought to have obtained some fortuitous encounter just like him. The facts proved that he'd guessed correctly. It was precisely because Long Yun had taken a master from a power of the foreign lands that he was able to possess an extraordinary cultivation. Amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the past, I'm afraid only Long Yun and I walked the furthest. That crazy young master, flame young master, and sword young master have already been left far behind by us. Zi Shong couldn't help but sigh when he recalled the other 3 great young masters that were equally famous with him in the past. Firstly, I, Ning Can, represent our Skywolf Fort to welcome all of you from afar to the ancient desert city. No matter what the outcome of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time is, our Skywolf Fort will give a meeting gift to the 10 dynasties. Ning Can spoke with a clear voice. At the same time, he looked at the representatives of the 10 dynasties. Representatives of the various dynasties, please take a step forward. Instantly, the 10 people including the Dark Han dynasty's emperor stood in the sky and took a step forward. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At practically the exact same moment, Ning Can raised his hand and shot out 10 flowing lights that flashed directly towards the 10 people that stood forward. The 10 of them hurriedly stretched out their hands to catch it, and when they looked at their hands, all of their faces instantly flushed red. Concept fragments. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. These 10 first-level advanced concept fragments can be considered as the meeting gift that our Skywolf Fort gives to the various dynasties. Ning Can spoke slowly. Thank you, Vice Fort Master Ning. The representatives of the 10 dynasties took a deep breath and suppressed their excited feelings before expressing their thanks successively. Even though Ning Can had only given them the lowest level of concept fragments, yet even this lowest level concept fragment was sufficient to assist them in comprehending advanced concept. A concept fragment like this even had an over 50% possibility of creating a void transformation stage expert for their various dynasties. On the other hand, the gazes of the other people that knew what a concept fragment represented lit up, and their breathing couldn't help but become hurried. What extravagance from Skywolf Fort. It's only a meeting gift, yet they've given 10 concept fragments. Concept fragments are the crystals formed from the void transformation concept comprehended by a void transformation stage expert, and it's extremely precious. In our dynasties, concept fragments have always been existences of legend. Yeah, the number of void transformation stage experts in our various dynasties can be counted with one hand, let alone a concept fragment that can only be left behind by a void transformation stage expert after their death. Many people whispered in discussion. In next to no time, those young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that hadn't heard of concept fragments beforehand were moved after they understood the meaning that concept fragments represented. Presently, besides the 2 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, only Duan Lingtian, Sword 13, Saber 5, Su Li, and Long Yun were able to maintain their composure amongst the people present. Even Feng Wu Dao and his daughter were slightly moved now, and they were shocked by the extravagance of Skywolf Fort. The reason Duan Lingtian and the others were able to maintain their composure was because they knew that a mere first-level advanced concept fragment was utterly nothing to Skywolf Fort. Chapter 786. So long as the young geniuses of your various dynasties become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties later, you'll be able to obtain various other generous rewards. Ning Kan continued. On the other hand, Ning Kan's words caused the gazes of all the representatives of the 10 dynasties to light up. Most of the young geniuses even rubbed their palms together and were prepared to display their ability and give a good performance in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Now, I invite the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that have obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties to come out. Young geniuses of the same dynasty, stand together. Ning Kan continued. Instantly, the young geniuses present flew out successively. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and the others were no exception. After they flashed out, they converged together with Zishong, Bai Hao, and the others, causing the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty to gather together. Duan Lingtian, I'll trample you beneath my feet sooner or later and make you kneel before me and kowtow while begging for mercy. A familiar and gloomy voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Is that so? At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian discerned who the person that sent out the voice transmission was. His gaze instantly descended onto his old rival, Zishong, and he replied with a disdainful tone. According to my knowledge, it seems to be not the first time you've said this, right? You. Zishong's face went grim as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian, and the origin energy in his body roiled as if it would whistle out at any moment. In the end, Zishong took a deep breath and suppressed the flames of rage in his heart, and he didn't flare up in the end. Not to mention he didn't have much confidence in going against Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian was far from being a match for him, he didn't dare act rashly at this moment. What a joke. This was Skywolf Fort, and it wasn't a place where he could act wantonly. After Duan Lingtian talked back to Zishong and caused Zishong to fly into a rage from embarrassment, Duan Lingtian paid no further attention to Zishong and instead looked at the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties that had gathered together. These young geniuses were currently gathered into 9 groups, and they represented the other 9 dynasties. Those are the members of the Daming dynasty. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the nearby 10 young geniuses at the first possible moment. Soon, Duan Lingtian's gaze locked onto one of them. It was precisely because of this person that he was able to confirm at the first possible moment that these 10 young geniuses were from the Daming dynasty. Zhao Weiyi. He was one of the 2 most outstanding young experts in the Daming dynasty, and he was equally famous as the Daming dynasty's crown prince. When Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Weiyi was also looking at him. However, when Duan Lingtian's gaze swept over, Zhao Weiyi avoided his gaze, as if he didn't dare to meet his gaze. Perhaps, the last time he had fought with Duan Lingtian, it had left him with a great psychological shadow. Besides that, Duan Lingtian also saw the 3rd prince of the Daming dynasty's imperial family, Lu Hao, and the few young men that had attacked him before. Now, when these people looked at him, their expressions were extremely ugly. That should be the Daming dynasty's imperial family's crown prince, Lu Yong. The young man that stood before the 3rd prince drew Duan Lingtian's gaze. The young man had a dignified appearance, and his actions emitted the aura of a superior at all times. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was able to easily guess the identity of this person. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the young geniuses of the other dynasties, and it quickly locked onto 2 people. These 2 people were precisely the people that had come into conflict with him and Zhong Shouyong in the restaurant near Skywolf Fort a few days ago, and they seemed to be from the Dachu dynasty. These people are probably from the Dachu dynasty. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. In next to no time, the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties had taken their positions, and the gazes of everyone descended onto Ning Kan in unison. Right at this moment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 10 figures flashed over from the inner fort of Skywolf Fort, and they arrived in the sky above the combat arena in the blink of an eye before standing behind Ning Kan and Feng Wei. These were 10 old men that wore uniform green-colored uniforms. The Skywolf crest on their chests, and the eyes of the Skywolf are silver in color. They're elders of Skywolf Fort. Many people present guessed the identities of the old men through the Skywolf crest on their chests. The skywolf crest with silver-colored eyes was something that only the core disciples and elders of Skywolf Fort had the qualifications to wear. On the other hand, all these old men had extraordinary dignified auras, and they were obviously the elders of Skywolf Fort. Next, the 10 of them will separately go look for all of you. At that time, they'll take out an age-measuring pearl, and all of you have to place your hands on it. Ningkan looked around at the 100 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties. I presume all of you know beforehand that the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by our Skywolf Fort is only limited to young geniuses below the age of 40. Ningkan's words weren't surprising to many people. Because this restriction had been spread to the lowest level kingdoms of the dynasties since long ago, so all the young geniuses present were naturally clearly aware of it. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the expressions of the young geniuses of a few dynasties instantly went grim, and they seemed to be slightly restless. Could it be that they've concealed their true ages? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. Right at this moment, the 10 elders of Skywolf Fort flashed towards the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties. One of them arrived before Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty. A milky white pearl appeared out of thin air in his hand, and the surface of this pearl emitted a faint white light, causing one to know with a single glance that it wasn't an ordinary object. Age-measuring pearl. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this milky white pearl, and it was precisely the age-measuring pearl that could measure a person's age. Of course, this age-measuring pearl wasn't omnipotent, and it could only measure the age of a person below the age of 70. So long as a person below the age of 70 placed their hand on the age-measuring pearl, it would have a different reaction. When a 1-year-old child placed their hand on the pearl, a crimson-colored ribbon would appear on the pearl. When a 2-year-old child, 2 crimson-colored ribbons would appear. And so on and so forth. When 10 years old, it would be 10 crimson-colored ribbons. Once a young man and woman at the age of 11 placed their hand on the pearl, 11 crimson-colored ribbons wouldn't appear, but an orange-colored ribbon would appear instead. Crimson, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, violet, every single colored ribbon would appear at most 10. When 20 years old, it would be 10 orange-colored ribbons. When 21 years old, it would be a yellow-colored ribbon. When 30 years old, it would be 10 yellow-colored ribbons. When 31 years old, it would be a green-colored ribbon. When 40 years old, it would be 10 green-colored ribbons. And so on. Until 70 years old, it would be 10 violet-colored ribbons. Once a person above the age of 70 placed their hand on the age-measuring pearl, an abnormality would occur to the age-measuring pearl, and it would be unable to carry out a normal test. In next to no time, all the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty including Duan Lingtian took turns to place their hands on the age-measuring pearl. The ribbons that appeared out of thin air on the age-measuring pearl caused their eyes to be unable to refrain from lighting up. Most of the people were above the age of 35. In next to no time, it was Su Li's turn. When Su Li placed his hand on it, 10 yellow-colored ribbons instantly appeared on the age-measuring pearl, and it measured Su Li's current age, 30 years old. Su Li is only 30 years old. Instantly, the group of young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty that didn't know Su Li's true age couldn't help but be moved. In other words, when the Dark Han dynasty held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 1 year ago, Su Li was only 29 years old. Not more than 30 years old. As expected of Sword 13's disciple. This scene was noticed by the Skywolf Fort's vice-fort master, Ning Kan, and his eyes lit up as he couldn't refrain from praising. Even though Ning Kan's voice wasn't loud, it still entered into the ears of everyone present. Instantly, the gazes of the representatives and young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties descended onto the age-measuring pearl that Su Li held under his hand. When they saw the 10 yellow-colored ribbons on the pearl, they were shocked as well. He's only 30 years old. As expected of the closed-door disciple of the Blade Sect's expert. Such natural talent is shocking. To think that I thought he only had good luck earlier. Now it would seem that there was a reason why that expert from the Blade Sect took him as his closed-door disciple. The young geniuses of the various dynasties sighed with emotion. You're 40 years old? Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded out, and it caused the gazes of everyone present to move from Su Li in unison to descend towards the distance. It's from the Dachu dynasty. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he concentrated his attention towards the source of the voice. Presently, a problem had arisen over at the side of all the young geniuses of the Dachu dynasty. Or more accurately speaking, a huge problem had arisen. There was a young man that looked to be almost middle-aged that had placed his hand on the age-measuring pearl, and 10 green-colored ribbons had appeared on the age-measuring pearl. 10 green-colored ribbons represented that the person that placed his hand on the age-measuring pearl had already reached the age of 40 years old. The expressions of the two vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort instantly sank when they saw this scene. In the next moment, with them as the center, numerous gloomy auras swept out, and it caused the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties to feel a chill run down their spines. Whoosh! Under the gazes of everyone present, the vice-fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he'd already arrived before the young man that was measured to have reached the age of 40. "You're 40 years old?" Feng Wei stared at the young man as the gloomy aura on his body swept out and enveloped the young man, causing the young man's face to go pale as his body shivered. At this moment, the young man felt that the person standing before him wasn't a person any longer, but a bloodthirsty wolf that would open its bloody mouth and swallow him at any moment. Yes. Vice-fort Master Feng, I just reached the age of 42 days ago, there ought to be no problem, right? The young man's voice trembled as he asked with an extremely perturbed expression. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he saw the scene before him. This young genius from the Dachu dynasty was precisely one of the few people whose expressions had gone grim when Vice-fort Master Ning Kan spoke of the age-measuring pearl earlier. He'd already reached the age of 40, and it meant that he didn't satisfy the requirements of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by Skywolf Fort this time. He's probably going to suffer misfortune. Chapter 787. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished thinking, Feng Wei moved. Swoosh. In the next moment, the head of the young man from the Dachu dynasty that was measured to have reached the age of 40 suddenly split open, causing blood to spray out as his entire body lost all signs of life and fell to the ground. Bang! The young man's corpse hadn't even had the chance to fall onto the combat ring when it was completely destroyed by Feng Wei's extremely violent palm strike, causing it to vanish into thin air and transform into powder that covered the sky as if it had completely merged into the heavens and the earth. All of this only occurred in the blink of an eye, and it was swift to the point only Sword 13 and Saber 5 were able to react in time. After a short moment, most of the young geniuses of the various dynasties couldn't help but go grim when they recovered from their shock, and some of them frowned as they felt the members of Skywolf Fort were truly too overbearing. Isn't it just 40 years old? Wouldn't it be over if he was punished lightly and his qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties be revoked? Is there a need to kill him? The thoughts of these young geniuses were the thoughts of the representatives of the 10 dynasties. Even though the expression of the representative of the Dachu dynasty was unsightly, yet he dared be enraged but didn't dare speak out. Not to mention this wasn't the Dachu dynasty. Even if this was the Dachu dynasty, he could only stand obediently at the side and act like a grandson when facing an expert like Feng Wei. Lord Vice-fort Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have concealed my true age. Right when most people were still unable to bear the scene from before, a person suddenly walked out from amongst the group of young geniuses of the Daming dynasty, and then he knelt in midair with his head lowered while his body shivered. Lord Vice-fort Masters, please spare my life. Please spare my life. This young man that walked out from the Darkhan dynasty ceaselessly begged for mercy. For a time, he'd successfully diverted the attention of everyone present, causing the gazes of everyone present to descend onto him in unison. It's him. Duan Lingtian recognized with a single glance that this person was one of the few people that instantly revealed expressions when the Vice-fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan, spoke of the age-measuring pearl earlier. There seemed to be another 3 people. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past all the young geniuses from the other 3 dynasties. At practically the exact same moment, a young genius from each of the 3 dynasties dashed out and similarly knelt in midair before the 2 vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort. Their bodies trembled as they begged for mercy. "Lord Vice-Fort Master, spare me." The 4 of them knelt in the air, kowtowing and begging for mercy. If they had knelt on the ground, they would have knocked their heads until they bled. They were clear in their hearts. If they didn't stand out now, they would be exposed when it was their turn to place their hands on the age-measuring bead. He would be exposed sooner or later, so it was better to admit his mistake early. Perhaps he could still hope for a chance of survival. Obviously, the scene of Feng Wei making a move earlier and killing that 40-year-old man from the Dachu dynasty in the blink of an eye had given them a great shock. Meanwhile, including the representative of the Daming dynasty, the expressions of the representatives of the 4 dynasties went grim, as they'd never imagined that such an incident would occur. Besides the Dachu dynasty, amongst the young geniuses they'd brought over, there was actually a person that had reached the age of 40 and didn't satisfy the requirements of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by Skywolf Fort. Me. Feng Wei grunted coldly. "All of you standing here today undoubtedly have the intention of deceiving our Skywolf Fort. There ought to be no need for me to tell all of you the consequences of deceiving our Skywolf Fort, right?" As he spoke, killing intent that shot into the sky arose from Feng Wei's body. "Lord Vice-Fort Master, spare me. Lord Vice-Fort Master, spare me." The bodies of the 4 young men from different dynasties trembled even more intensely, and all of them were terrified to the point their faces went ghastly pale and their voices trembled. Vice-Fort Master Feng, the representative of the Daming dynasty, looked at Feng Wei with the intention of pleading for mercy. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was terrified by Feng Wei's icy cold gaze to the point he didn't dare continue speaking. "What? You, the representative of the Daming dynasty, want to bear this responsibility?" Feng Wei smiled spuriously as he looked at the representative of the Daming dynasty, one of the 2 void transformation stage experts of the Zhao clan in the past, Elder Qian. The reason he said it was in the past was because the other void transformation stage expert of the Zhao clan had been killed by Sword 13 in the Iceflame Pavilion in the capital of the Daming dynasty a few months ago. "If you want to bear this responsibility, then I allow you to use your life to exchange for his life." As he finished speaking, Feng Wei's eyes revealed terrifying killing intent, and a terrifying imposing aura swept out to press down onto Elder Qian, causing Elder Qian's face to go pale. Right when the gazes of most people had moved onto Elder Qian, a fierce and piercing howl sounded out briefly. In the next moment, everyone saw that a bloody line had appeared out of thin air on the throat of the man that knelt and begged for mercy from the Daming dynasty. The bloody line ceaselessly became thick before dazzling and resplendent fresh blood sprayed out from it, whereas, his entire body was completely devoid of any signs of life as he fell from the sky. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a figure flashed out from the group of young geniuses of the Daming dynasty, and he slapped out with his palm to blast the man's corpse into powder. After a short moment, the young man that stood in the distance had become the center of attention of everyone. Most importantly, 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had actually appeared in the sky above the young man, and such a phenomenon of the heavens and the earth was only caused by the origin energy that exploded out from his body. 3rd level of the void interpretation stage? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but reveal an astonished expression when he saw this scene. On the other hand, Feng Wei, who was originally targeting Elder Qian, couldn't help but be slightly moved when he looked at the young man now. Of course, besides the young man's cultivation, the reason he was moved was mostly because of the young man's resoluteness in doing things. This sort of resoluteness obtained heartfelt resonance and praise from Feng Wei. In next to no time, Feng Wei looked at the young man and asked, "What's your name?" "Lu Yong." The young man returned to the group of young geniuses of the Daming dynasty and nodded to Feng Wei, and from the beginning until the end, there wasn't the slightest change in expression on his face. Lu Yong, the crown prince of the Daming dynasty's imperial family, and he was one of the 2 great young experts of the Daming dynasty, and his strength was obviously far superior to Zhao Weiyi, who was equally famous as him. "Lu Yong. Good, very good. Are you willing to become my personal disciple?" Feng Wei revealed a rare brilliant smile as he stared at Lu Yong with a burning gaze as he asked with a smile. Personal disciple? The personal disciple of the Vice-Fort Master of Skywolf Fort? Feng Wei's words caused the eyes of the remaining 8 young geniuses of the Daming dynasty to go red with envy. I'll be able to obtain the acknowledgement of the Vice-Fort Master of Skywolf Fort just by killing that person that concealed his age? And even be able to become his personal disciple? Including Zhao Wei Yi, the 8 young geniuses of the Daming dynasty felt a wave of regret in their hearts, and they regretted why they didn't make a move to kill that fellow earlier. Otherwise, the person that became the personal disciple of the Vice-Fort Master would be them and not the Crown Prince, Lu Yong. Master. After recovering from his shock, Lu Yong hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Feng Wei when facing Feng Wei taking the initiative to take him as a disciple. Ha ha. Good, good. Feng Wei laughed heartily, and then he asked, "My good disciple, what concepts have you comprehended?" "Master, I've already comprehended wind, fire, and lightning concepts." Lu Yong spoke respectfully. "Wind, fire, and lightning?" Feng Wei nodded, and with a raise of his hand, 3 concept fragments appeared in his hand before he directly tossed them to Lu Yong. These 3 concept fragments are respectively 4th level wind concept fragment, 3rd level fire concept fragment, and 3rd level lightning concept fragment. "Take them as my gift to you." "Thank you, Master." Lu Yong happily stretched out his hands to receive the 3 concept fragments. If someone looked carefully, they would notice that Lu Yong's hands were trembling intensely, and it was trembling from excitement. On the other hand, the faces of the group of Daming dynasty's young geniuses that were already slightly red flushed red, and their gazes descended onto the other 3 young men that had concealed their true ages. For a time, the origin energy on their bodies flashed as they intended to make a move against those 3 young men. But unfortunately, they were still too late. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When the other young geniuses of the dynasties that the 3 young men that knelt in midair belonged to saw Lu Yong so easily become the disciple of the Vice-Fort Master of Skywolf Fort and obtain 3 concept fragments that caused one's eyes to go red with envy, they imitated Lu Yong and pounced towards their former companions. Instantly, the 3 young men that knelt in midair hadn't even reacted to what had happened when they were blasted into powder by the group of people, and they completely vanished from this world. Mad. All of them have gone mad. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went slightly grim when she saw this scene. Never had she imagined that these people would be so brutal, and they were willing to kill their former companions for the sake of their own benefits. This is the human heart. Duan Lingtian's expression was calm, and he seemed to not be surprised by the scene before him. Instead, his gaze landed more on Lu Yong. Lu Yong was a 3rd-level void interpretation stage martial artist, the crown prince of Daming dynasty, and his resoluteness in doing things caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but feel fear in his heart. Earlier, when the attention of most people was drawn over by the representative of the Daming dynasty, Lu Yong had actually made a move to kill that young man at the first possible moment. His actions not only helped the representative of the Daming dynasty, it also displayed his resoluteness in doing things, causing Feng Wei, the Vice-Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, to take a fancy to him and even want to take him as his personal disciple. Needless to say, Lu Yong was the biggest winner up until now. Not only had he obtained a formidable backing, he'd even obtained 3 concept fragments that others yearned for even in their dreams. Even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be moved by those 3 concept fragments. As for the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties, if the gazes they shot at Lu Yong could transform into sharp blades, they would have probably sliced Lu Yong into 1,000 pieces since long ago. Feng Wei, congratulations on taking a good disciple. Ningkan looked at Feng Wei and smiled. Thank you, martial uncle. Feng Wei was respectful and reverent when facing Ningkan. Ningkan is Feng Wei's martial uncle. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.